Too Many Pinkie Pies is among the funniest episodes of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, and is one of the tightest in terms of pacing and presentation, which makes it top tier for me. As much as I enjoyed the premiere, this episode is the more brilliant kickoff of Season 3. So what makes it so tight? The concept is nothing new to cartoons. Pinkie Pie clones herself a bunch of times, quickly realizes why this was a bad idea, and then it's up to her friends to figure out which one is the real Pinkie Pie and destroy the fakes. It's been done many times, including on Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, which was another Lauren Faust show, though I realize she's no longer involved in My Little Pony. This episode succeeds because Pinkie Pie is the perfect character to have this happen to. It's hardly surprising that she'd come up with the plan to clone herself, and it's hard to doubt that she could do it. The idea even works as a character exploration because Pinkie initiates this whole plan out of her inability to make choices. The result is exactly what the viewer expects from having too many Pinkie Pies, and rather than dwell on the chaos of the situation, the fun comes more from Pinkie's one-of-a-kind reaction, which is to doubt that she even is the real Pinkie Pie, and the reaction of her friends. Overarching statements out of the way, though, I feel the need to run through this episode chronologically and point out all the totally neat stuff in it. It opens up with Twilight training in magic. Whether or not this is involved in her new studies is unknown, but it certainly sounds like an advanced spell. Twilight is trying to turn an apple into an orange, but as we soon learn, her ability is really turning things into oranges. Most amazing, though, is that the two things which she turns into oranges in the episode are living creatures. This does not kill them, though. A bird turns into an orange with wings, and a frog turns into an orange with limbs, and when it croaks, the orange splits open like a mouth. That this doesn't stand out as the most bizarre thing in the episode is a testament to how much goes into it. We don't need to spend much time thinking about this to realize the implications. The oranges are now sentient creatures, presumably living out the lives of a bird and a frog, only now they're oranges. They never get changed back, so these things are just running around in the wild. I wonder if Fluttershy can still talk to them, maybe help them get their lives together. Does the frog orange still have a tongue to catch flies? Can they spawn? These transformations actually fit in with the Pinkie Pie cloning theme, since both are about fucking around with transforming creatures and shit. The animals being transformed and never turned back reminds me of how the new Pinkie Pies are brutally destroyed in an instant later on. Before I continue to the next scene, let me stop to say what I always say. The attention to detail in this show is insane. I can't possibly get into every single noteworthy piece of animation and scene in the episode because it's a constant flood of greatness. This is why I spend so much time on the MLP Reddit just basking in every little moment of the episode with everyone, taking it apart GIF by JPEG. But you should all know this. That's why you're watching the show. Isn't it great? So anyway, Pinkie Pie is presented with a choice. We've seen plenty of choice making throughout the show. Twilight racked her brain trying to decide who to give her gala tickets to in the Ticketmaster. Rainbow Dash spent a whole episode making up her mind about what pet to choose and may the best pet win, etc. Pinkie Pie doesn't even bother giving the choices any thought or even consider the idea of making a decision. She wants to do everything, and funnily enough, this character flaw is never resolved. She writes to Princess Celestia that it's important to make choices and resolves to do so, but at the end of the episode, when confronted with a choice, Pinkie just says, "Fuck it, I'm tired," and goes to bed. This is one more way in which I relate to Pinkie. I can't ever make decisions, so I end up sleeping all day. Actually, I relate to Pinkie's initial solution as well, which is attempting to do everything by way of pushing herself to the physical limit of possibility. I love that Pinkie's vision of how she'll manage to be in two places at once is like a classic cartoon two-timing scenario, similar to how Rarity handled being at two parties in Sweet and Elite. Now, skipping forward a bit, onto the subject of Pinkie's clones. What they are actually is highly questionable, but it's clear that the clones are not quite the real Pinkie Pie. They seem to have carried over her personality and desires, but not her memories. This is displayed not just by making them mindless fun zombies, which they almost are, but by the fact that Pinkie actually has to teach them who her friends are, and the clones can't even get their names right. This is interesting because Pinkie's memory is her most cherished possession. She's got a lot of pride in her knowledge of everyone in Ponyville, and this was the entire point of A Friend Indeed. In fact, the backbone of Pinkie's plan is that she can have her clones be in multiple places at once, and then regale her with an account of what happened to them, allowing her to experience the fun moments vicariously. The primary difference between Pinkie and her clones is this different approach to memories and fun. Pinkie seems to view fun with her friends and the memories of said fun as the building blocks of who she is, whereas the clones just care about instant gratification and having fun in the moment. This is how Pinkie wins the watching paint dry gambit. She's thinking about the future with her friends and all the fun times that are to come, while the clones are just concerned with having fun at all times. Random aside, At one point, Rainbow Dash remarks that she's actually pretty tired after work and just wants to relax. It's like she's speaking straight into my heart. Pinkie's first clone is the only one who gets to talk at some length, and I think it was a brilliant idea to start with just one clone and explore it enough about its personality before unleashing the whole army and causing havoc. This clone displays enough sentience and similarity to Pinkie's own desires to show that she has many similarities to the real Pinkie and isn't totally mindless. I think it's hilarious, though, that Pinkie almost immediately seems sagely calm compared to her newborn clone. One of the first things she says to the clone is,
"Oh, calm yourself."
When the clone is faced with her inability to make decisions, she has a breakdown. Here's another way that this episode is better than it could have been. Pinkie herself is the one who suggests making more clones. They could have had the clone decide itself to go clone more Pinkie Pies, and thus the situation would have gotten out of hand without Pinkie's control. Instead, Pinkie is aware of what's going on each step of the way, which puts the weight of her decisions more squarely on her shoulders. It also shows that the clone wasn't intelligent enough to come up with an idea like that herself. Again, I think the clones are driven by nothing but instant gratification. After that, things get out of hand immediately when the clones decide to make a whole army of themselves just because it seems like fun. Note again that Pinkie is aware of this, and she almost panics, but when faced with an army of herself, she can't help but love them all and decides that this can still work out. In fact, she quickly turns it into a plan to launch an unprecedented fun operation on Ponyville. Amusingly, if these Pinkie clones had actually carried the memories and concerns of the real Pinkie Pie, then there's no reason this plan wouldn't have succeeded. Pinkie doesn't seem to fully grasp how different her clones are from herself, and only sees the positive possibilities of the situation. Unfortunately, the clones aren't interested in memories of fun. Pinkie's ideal might have been spending each evening with her army of Pinkies discussing all the fun events of the day over cake at a giant round table. The clones, however, just want to go wreck shit, and they do. Pinkie is the first to realize that the situation is out of hand, but she has no idea what to do. She panics and becomes depressed, and this is how we are meant to know that she's not like the other Pinkies. The idea is that she cares about her friends and feels regret for her decisions, whereas the other Pinkies don't know or care. But the real reason that Pinkie feels the way she does is because of the way she thinks, which is what I just described. Pinkie is not aware of this herself. She seems to see herself in the same way that her friends do, which is as a machine that knows nothing but fun. The only thing that she knows for sure is how badly she wants to be with her friends, and she bases her gambit around this fact. Presumably, if she lost the test, she would have found herself unworthy of being the real Pinkie Pie. She is afraid of her potential to fail, but suggests the test anyway. Hilarity soon follows. Spike locates the Deus Ex Machina, and Twilight knows that she can send the Pinkies back to the pond, but there's the potential to send back the real one. We won't say anything about the fact that Twilight apparently has the ability to instantly vaporize any pony and trap them in an underground pond, but when faced with the prospect of determining which Pinkie is the real one, Twilight instantly gave up. Her friends, more terrified than they were of parasprites and a dragon, have gone into hiding, until the Pinkie storm dies down. Best line ever. When faced with the real Pinkie, who is sitting around depressed, Twilight is unconvinced, stating that the real Pinkie has never sat still for so long in her life. It's understandable that Twilight wouldn't immediately assume that the one Pinkie doing something different is the real one, since the properties of these Pinkie clones are totally unknown. Presumably, given enough time to study them, Twilight could have reached a conclusion, although it's also possible that the stress would have driven her insane and caused some kind of reckless Pinkie genocide. Thankfully, the real Pinkie comes up with the paint drying gambit. The presentation of this scene is nothing short of brilliant. It leaves just enough ambiguity to raise the possibility of the wrong Pinkie having survived. We don't see exactly where Rainbow deposits the real Pinkie in the crowd, but it does look like it's around the same general area that the last Pinkie ends up sitting. It's not that it looks like the wrong Pinkie survived, and it's not even likely, but there's just enough ambiguity to leave it up to the viewer's faith in Pinkie to decide if the right one survived. Her friends have enough faith to believe that they made the right choice, and most viewers will have no real doubts about it. The point is that they didn't make it easy. We don't believe that the real Pinkie survived because we saw where she was sitting. We believe it because we trust that the real Pinkie is the one who cares about her friends and isn't just a mindless fun-seeking machine. That's what makes this resolution so satisfying and cool. Anyway, 2 more weeks until Trixie returns. More Trixie than my body has room for. Dear Princess Celestia, where do I begin? Applebuck season remains my favorite episode of My Little Pony. As a person who really appreciates this show for the high density of things that it has to offer, it would be correct to assume that the more I like an episode, the more things there are to say about it. However, what makes this episode amazing is very straightforward. Whereas my enjoyment of Pinkie Pie episodes comes from analyzing her down to the core and finding the deeper meanings that the show can't reach, my enjoyment of Applejack is as straightforward as her character. Applejack is my second favorite pony after Twilight Sparkle, and both of them are the most straightforward, easily understood characters in the show. The reason I love them is that their personalities are so enjoyable on a basic level, probably because they both fail in such intense ways while being smart enough to realize it themselves. All of the ponies fail in big ways. Pinkie Pie doesn't understand other ponies' way of thinking very well and has trouble empathizing with them, i.e. she can be a pest. She's also probably got some kind of depression or anxiety disorder. Rarity and Fluttershy are both paranoid. Fluttershy is reclusive and shy, Rarity is bombastic and dramatic, and both of them tend to get pretty lost in their own heads. Rainbow Dash is full of herself and doesn't think things through at all. Besides Fluttershy, I think that those ponies are relatively unaware of their problems. Rainbow Dash sees herself as flawless, Pinkie Pie doesn't bother to think about it, and Rarity is a drama queen. Fluttershy understands that she has a problem and works to combat it sometimes, but her default mode is still pretty much hikikomori. So this brings us to Applejack and Twilight Sparkle, who are the most self-aware and grounded characters in the show. Applejack is stubborn and a bit closed-minded, but she seems to be aware of this. Even here in Applebuck season, she knows going into it that she's making a mistake, but her pride is too strong to admit it, and the deeper she gets in, the harder it is for her to admit what an idiot she's being. It's a massive failure that works so well because she's an otherwise sensible pony. This is something we've all probably experienced at some point. Unwillingness to abandon our past feelings and actions and admit that we're stupid and wrong. I know it's something that I've done countless times. Twilight is similar to Applejack in her self-awareness, but I also think that Twilight has some personality disorders that she hasn't come to grips with, which factor in a lot of the time, especially her paranoia regarding Princess Celestia. Sure, there are some ways that Applejack isn't self-aware, mostly in how she tends to see herself as knowing what she's doing and being unwilling to take advice from others, but again, this is always something that she has to come to grips with by the end of the episode, and she gets better at it each step of the way. This doesn't make Applejack a better or more interesting character, nor does it make her my favorite. I love her just for her innate qualities. My point is simply that anyone can see why this episode is excellent. I don't have to bust it wide open and suck all the juices out like I would with a Pinkie Pie episode. Applejack's failure is simple, and the episode's comedy is simple. It's just done with such a density and brilliance that it's as good as the show's writing ever gets. If I got into everything about this episode that I loved, it would mostly just be, look at this thing, isn't it great? And yet, I don't hate the idea of doing that. Sometimes I just want to gush. Egoraptor style. Dude, isn't it awesome how Applejack is like supposed to be uneducated and stuff, and she rejects Big Macintosh's fancy mathematics, which, by the way, one pony plus hundreds of apple trees, yeah, that doesn't add up. And yet she uses the phrase bumper crop, which sent me to the dictionary, because like, she's not educated about things like math and fashion and high society, but she knows her craft super well, and actually has like a really sharp wit, so the reality is that she's a highly intelligent pony, whose knowledge simply is in another place. And isn't it insane how the animation quality made such a gigantic leap from episode 3? I mean, in that episode, then the ponies usually had neutral expressions and poses most of the time, and there weren't a lot of big changes to the basic character models. But now in this episode, it totally opens up, and there's like a shitload of original animations. Many of the animations and a ton of the facial expressions are exclusive to this episode, and I don't only mean the standard Applejack faces with extra lines under the eyes, but I do love those. Isn't it intense how they originally intended for Applejack to be hitting her head on trees to knock down the apples, and that's how they conceptualized this episode? But then they realized how fucking insane and dangerous that sounded, and created this totally awesome concept of applebucking, which became an integral part of the show's world building. Also, how they still have Applejack hit her head a couple of times, and those mark the noted progressions on her road to insanity. Isn't it a weird inconsistency how Applejack tells Big Macintosh that she can do all the work in a day, but then a week passes between her rounding up all the cows and then attending the award ceremony according to Rainbow Dash? But it's even better this way, because Applejack probably hasn't slept in a week, and I have friends who do this sometimes, and they act exactly like Applejack does here. The speech scene is such a great character exercise, starting with Twilight organizing her cards in this totally OCD way, and getting all nice and prepared to speak, but then the inconsiderate Rainbow Dash interrupts her, followed by Pinkie Pie being ridiculous, and then by Fluttershy, who honestly isn't that considerate anyways, she's just really shy, so this still says something about her character. Isn't the constant dry comedy surrounding Applejack's tired state just the funniest shit you've ever seen? Her dialogue, her performance, and every little thing, like the horrible grinding as she drags that statue away, and there's no music for most of this whole scene, just watch it. And then there's my favorite moment in the entire show, this one.
She seemed fine to me. Woo!
And oh my god, why is Twilight teleporting around for no reason? Okay, calm down. Man, I love how when Applejack tries to help Pinkie bake, she totally doesn't understand why Pinkie's using these ridiculous ingredients, but she's too tired to question it and is just like, what the fuck am I doing? And then she even rationalized wheat worms as fancy talk for earthworms because that's what exhaustion does to you. No, not baked goods, baked bads. Bunny rampage, alliteration jokes, Applejack passing out in her tipped-over cart. I mean, seriously, these aren't just funny. These are classic jokes to me. We're talking about my favorite episode of my favorite show. Can you see where I'm coming from here? At the end, Twilight makes you think, man, she could do Applejack's job in minutes. What a godmother. I'm real glad the town gave me the Pony award, but the real reward is having celery. Griffon the Brush Off is a fairly unpopular episode. Out of all the non-pony one-off characters in the show, I've probably seen less fan art and love for Gilda than any other character, which is understandable because Gilda's a total bitch. Griffons as a general race are more popular as an idea than Gilda is as a character, but even then, not so much that they feel like a big part of the pony world. Besides the fact that Gilda's a bitch, it's also an early episode, meaning that it comes with the usual problems of early episodes, like the characters aren't fully realized, the show is not at the peak of its quality, etc. That said, I'd only seen this episode once before today, and upon rewatching it, I thought it was solid. I see the episode accused of being weak on a thematic level, since the lesson is basically, don't be a bitch or let people be a bitch to your friends. But of course, I think there's much more to it than that, and I've found that the statements that the episode makes about the characters are interesting enough. First, let's ask ourselves, why is Gilda such a bitch? Obviously because she's a mean-spirited bully, but why does she act that way? It's because she's horribly inauthentic. That's why Pinkie Pie is her perfect enemy. Pinkie is completely authentic to the core. Everything about Gilda screams douchey teenage tryhard, from her hairstyle to her voice performance. A similar, more realized human character would be Robbie from Gravity Falls. They are the stereotypical asshole teen who thinks that they're too cool for everyone else, and in both shows, they're put in a position wherein the interesting, authentic characters make them look like idiots. Gilda has a fairly dramatic presence in MLP, though, because it's a cute and fun show, and she's a pushy, violent, dramatic character, with nothing that makes her enjoyable, like Discord, Queen Chrysalis, or Trixie have. Her presence in the show has weight, whereas Robbie in Gravity Falls is kinda just there for us to laugh at douchey teens. In Gilda's case, the show is making an honest effort to dissect her and show how inauthentic she is. Gilda works as a character because she's genuinely friends with Rainbow Dash. She doesn't hate ponies. She doesn't hate pranks. At the start of the episode, Dash even gets her to do something embarrassing, the Junior Speedsters chant, which she says she'd do only for you, Dash. This betrays the fact that somewhere inside of her, she likes ponies and other embarrassing things. She just won't admit it. You could have a field day applying this to bronies versus haters, and I would find it completely boring because it actually applies to absolutely everyone. Gilda is, every time someone says, I don't play video games, I'm an adult, or, and this is a direct quote from one of my coworkers, a real man doesn't use a weak-ass PS3 controller, they use a 360 controller. It's a tough guy fabrication to make them look better and anyone who isn't them look worse. It's everything that I dislike about everyone I dislike anything about. The Gilda versus Pinkie Pie conflict is made interesting by the presence of Rainbow Dash, who is the antithesis of Gilda, at least in the context of this episode. For all that Dash is full of herself and at times incorrect, she isn't much of a liar. Throughout this episode, Rainbow Dash acts completely out of authenticity and shows us how, despite having the same interests as Gilda, she manages to be a much more mature and decent person. At the start of the episode, Rainbow Dash is actively avoiding Pinkie Pie, but she isn't being bitchy or inauthentic about it. She straight up tells Pinkie that she doesn't want to talk to her, that she's busy, and she outright runs away from her. Pinkie is the one who is forceful and can't take the hint in her usual Pinkie way. But what happens when Pinkie reveals her prankster nature? Rainbow Dash instantly admits that Pinkie is a good prankster and becomes interested in hanging out with her. She even says, "You're not as annoying as I thought." When faced with evidence that Pinkie was cooler than she thought, Rainbow Dash embraced her as a friend. Gilda is not open in this way. She wants nothing to do with Pinkie and only grows to hate her more and more, turning the connections that they have against her. When Rainbow Dash is pranked by Pinkie, Rainbow finds it hilarious. When Gilda is pranked by Pinkie, she views it as an attack. I love the way that throughout the episode, Rainbow Dash is pretty stoked about the idea of having Pinkie and Gilda both around, like a supergroup of her best friends. Rainbow expects Pinkie and Gilda to gel just as well as Rainbow and Pinkie did, because she doesn't realize how pathetic and inauthentic Gilda is. It's part of growing up, really. If Gilda never returns, having learned to be a better person, then it's actually kind of a dark way for the show to have her be a bitch to the end. Cause seriously, did you notice that no one learned anything in this episode? The closest thing to a lesson is Twilight realizing that she should have trusted Pinkie's judgment, which is such a small part of the episode that it's barely ancillary to the main point. Pinkie and Rainbow Dash learned that Gilda is a petty asshole, and Gilda learned nothing. The best it does is to teach kids that if you're inauthentic, you come off as a complete tool, which you do. I enjoyed this episode more than I expected to just because it showed so much integrity on the part of Rainbow Dash, and showed how despite her usually fun and uncaring personality, Pinkie Pie gets serious when one of her friends is involved. I would say that it shows she knows how to have fun without hurting the fun of others, but I don't know how true that is. So far, Pinkie always gets her way in the end, so I guess she knows what she's doing on like the level of a grand scheme. Magic Duel is the most made-a-tacular episode of My Little Pony, and was mind-blowing for me after all the analysis of the series I've been doing. My appreciation of Magic Duel was influenced by the way that I reacted to Ghostbusters, which you can watch my video of by clicking here. Magic Duel was written by M.A. Larson, who is arguably one of the biggest driving forces towards a unified narrative in the show. He previously wrote Sonic Rainboom and the Cutie Chronicles, which were one of the biggest continuity threads in the first season. He also wrote Luna Eclipsed, which was a huge piece of continuity in that it finally reintroduced Luna to the series as a mainstay character. Larson seems to enjoy taking minor characters and expanding on them, which he did for Diamond Tiara and Ponyville Confidential, and does again here with the great and powerful Trixie, who had also been name-dropped in Ponyville Confidential. My theory as to why this episode exists is that Larson wanted to make up for Ghostbusters, which is one of the worst episodes of the entire show. The only good things that came out of Ghostbusters were some light exploration of how Twilight's magic works, and the introduction of the most lovably obnoxious side character, Trixie. Besides those things, Ghostbusters portrays the characters horribly, is paced like a hard shit, and has one of the most lazy and poorly handled lessons in the show. It's bad, which is something that can't be said about many episodes of MLP. Magic Duel takes all of that failure and uplifts it. Larson's love of continuity is a constant presence throughout the episode. For starters, it deals with Twilight's progress in magic, which is the general theme of this whole season. When Twilight was practicing magic at the start of Too Many Pinkie Pies, I wasn't sure if it was directly connected to the fact that she's supposed to be training post-Crystal Empire. But now that there's another episode of her training, and this time throughout the entire episode, it really feels like a major point of this season. There was no better time for Trixie to make a return, since her presence has always been for Twilight to learn more about her magic. In this case, she actually learns when not to use it. So, why am I so sure that M.A. Larson was trying to fix Ghostbusters? After all, Trixie hasn't changed much since her last appearance. Larson certainly hasn't transformed her and given her new life the way he did with Luna in Luna Eclipsed. He does, however, throw in some key phrases that help to define what kind of character she always was. The important lines are, "There was something different about her. It's like she's gone from high and mighty to mean and nasty." And, "I miss the days when she was just a fraud." One of the reasons I hated Ghostbusters is that the ponies had been so quick to vilify Trixie, who was just trying to put on a show. They drove her out of town because they found her obnoxious, which really isn't in character for them, and certainly isn't in character for Twilight, who just sort of lets everything happen and doesn't chastise her friends for the way they acted. In the new episode, Trixie is a bully. However, this isn't a natural part of her character, and Twilight recognizes this. She's surprised to see Trixie acting this way, because she remembers Trixie as a pain in the ass, but not a villain. Anyone who remembers Ghostbusters well would know this, and Larson shows that he cares about her character and who she really was, by representing her evil nature as the influence of the Alicorn pendant. It would have been too easy to show Trixie as a vengeful bitch and ignore the fact that she was never really threatening in the first place. The big moment is at the end when Trixie finally gets the chance to apologize to Twilight and help her to put on a show for the delegates from Saddle Arabia, since, putting on a show is actually what her magic is supposed to do. She finally reconciles with Twilight and shows that even though she's still obnoxiously narcissistic, she was never a bad pony, she just made a bad decision. Okay, let's talk about the cool stuff now. The opening scene sets the mood beautifully, showing a dark town that we've never seen before. Callback number 1. Spike mentions how Twilight once rolled him and Applejack up in a giant snowball, which happened in Winter Wrap-Up. And then Fluttershy chews off a bunch of her marshmallow hooves. I don't even... Callback number 2. Trixie mentions working on a rock farm, which is clearly run by Pinkie Pie's dad. This is corroborated by Pinkie being the one to comment about it. Remember that Larson was the one who wrote Pinkie's backstory, and this is the first time we've been given evidence that Pinkie wasn't lying about it before. Trixie responds by taking apart Pinkie's flash symbol, a fitting piece of fourth wall breaking magic for the pony who defies physics. Callback number 3. Twilight summons a Parasprite to eat Trixie's pies, and it even spawns a copy before Twilight gets rid of it. Callback number 4. Twilight gives Trixie a mustache, which is the spell that Twilight had just learned in Ghostbusters. Notice that Trixie snips it off with scissors, and these seem to remind her of Snips and Snails, who she then calls over. All sorts of minor characters make appearances. Zecora gets to play a big role again, which has been a long while, and the baby cakes are also there. Also, Lyra drinks the fuck out of some soda. Twilight with wet hair is ultra adorable. I noticed that Twilight's voice was a little funny and adorable at the part where she challenges and battles Trixie for the second time. Then I realized that it was because Twilight was trying to brag and lie, and I wondered if she was supposed to be imitating the way Trixie sounds. Tara Strong, why are you so brilliant? Twilight's Gambit makes great use of the supporting cast, and I think that's a good time to mention just how much this episode relies on the viewer to have seen a lot of the show to understand what's going on. There's no way you could watch this as your first episode of MLP and know what the hell is happening. Callback number 5. Pinkie Pie plays 10 instruments just like in Swarm of the Century, which is actually being utilized in Twilight's Gambit. M.A. Larson also wrote that episode, by the way. Finally, at the very end, not only does Pinkie use her famous fourth wall breaking powers, but Twilight joins her for the last scene. I love that Twilight actually opens a door into the fourth wall zone to meet Pinkie there. And that's all I've got to say about this episode. Hey every pony, you've just watched my re-uploaded and redone version of the Magic Duel review. This video was taken down for copyright infringement by YouTube, so I've re-uploaded it with some minor changes made to it. I wanted to preserve as much of it as possible to be like the original upload, because even though I do intend to eventually go back and cover a lot of these episodes again when I have additional things to say about them, I'm not ready to do that yet. So I still want to have the original analysis of Magic Duel available for you to see, but I did make a couple of small changes to it. For one, I removed in the original, there was a comment where I said that I enjoyed Fluttershy's character in this episode for some reasons, and I really don't care for those reasons anymore. I had said something to the effect that I liked that she was able to be a scaredy cat, and but going back to the episode, I've got a lot more appreciation for Fluttershy as a character now than I did when I wrote this video, and I don't care for the way she was portrayed in this episode nearly as much as I used to, so I cut that segment. Also, you may have noticed at the part where I talk about how I like Twilight's voice when she's talking to Trixie. In the original video, I had a voice clip from the show, and I figure that's a bad idea if I'm not trying to get copyright infringement claims, so I cut out that voice segment. But hopefully the video will be fine now. I hope you enjoyed it. One Bad Apple seems to be a somewhat controversial episode, and one which I was unsure about at first. I've watched it 3 times and come to my conclusions, and I hope that I can help you to reach your own through this video. This episode was written by Cindy Morrow, who seems to have a thing writing about bullying in social situations. She previously wrote Griffon the Brush Off, which I've made a video for that you can watch by clicking here. It's another episode about bullying, which tackles it from a more teenager/adult level, whereas One Bad Apple faces the issue on a child level. Additionally, Cindy Morrow wrote The Showstoppers, Sisterhooves Social, and Family Appreciation Day, so she's been behind a lot of the development of the Cutie Mark Crusaders, and explored their social situations multiple times. She wrote Hurricane Fluttershy and Read It and Weep as well, which were both episodes about overcoming social pressure in one way or another, so this really seems to be something she focuses on. The controversy over this episode comes from how it handles the issue of bullying, which some people strongly dislike. Personally, I found it to be very clean about the whole affair, but when I noticed so much public outcry over it, I decided it had to be addressed. The problem seems to be that Babs Seed gets away scot-free in the end, in spite of all the terrible things that she put the Cutie Mark Crusaders through. A lot of people have said that Babs deserved to be punished for her actions, but I completely disagree. The way I see it, as long as Babs has learned her lesson and changed her ways, there's no reason to punish her any further. It won't make her better as a person, and besides, the Cutie Mark Crusaders already forgave her, so there's really no winner in punishing her any further. Some would argue that the Cutie Mark Crusaders being so quick to forgive Babs is a case of bad writing, but let's think about the CMC as characters. Up until the point where Babs steals their clubhouse, the CMC desperately wants to be her friend. friend. Even during the Babs Seed song, they ask, "Can't we be friends?" because they hate that things are turning out this way. When they finally snap and seek revenge on Babs, it doesn't take much to remind them that they aren't vengeful ponies, and they had always wanted to be friends with her in the first place. As much trouble as Babs gives them, they never really reach the point of being depressed. They have strength in one another after all, and are guided more by frustration than anything else. All three of them are so mortified by what they tried to do that I think they just wanted to put all the negative stuff behind them, and I think that's excellent. Another problem that people have with this episode is that its ultimate message seems to be, if you're having trouble with a bully, you should tell an adult. This message is a little more complicated and does have its own problems, since it's not always a good solution in real life. That said, I don't think it's a bad message. I don't think you should tell kids not to tell an adult anyways. But more importantly, I don't think this was the real point of the episode. The point was that the best way to resolve a conflict is to understand one another better. Does the episode resolve this understanding too easily? Sure. Is anything ever this easy in real life? Of course not. This is ultimately a kids show trying to teach a message, and for my money it handled that message about as well as it possibly could have in this capacity. Had it been handled realistically, there would have been a lot more ambiguity and a lot less resolution, but this is MLP, not Freaks and Geeks, and I don't expect it to be completely true to life. The only problem I have with this episode's plot is the mediocre conveyance of Babs' insecurity throughout the middle part of the episode. At the beginning, they did a good job of making Babs seem shy and overwhelmed, and at the very end, they did a good job of making her seem like she regretted what had happened. However, throughout the middle section, she was just being a complete ass, and at no point showed any remorse or doubts about what she was doing. The only time her insecurity shines through is when she hides her blank flank while doing the sugar lump rump with Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon. It's not enough. They did too good of a job making Babs look like a bad apple, and not enough of a job making her look like a bullied, scarred filly. And the sad thing is, all it would have taken is a couple of brief shots of her looking nervous or regretful about what she was doing. Or maybe a few less shots of her looking like she's really enjoying it. There was plenty of time to fit this stuff in because the episode has a loose pace that doesn't really come together well in my opinion. It seems to fill in for the smallness of its narrative concepts by including weak and needless sections, such as Applebloom's horrible "Is that her?" joke towards the beginning, and superfluous dialogue that repeats the same points about what's happened again and again. The entire Babs Seed song, for instance, is mostly unnecessary, though it's a catchy, fun little experiment in putting a music video in the middle of an episode, and it's better than a quick montage of Babs bullying would have been. I just can't help but feel that the time could have been better used strengthening the core narrative of Babs' insecurity. Anyways, now that I've explored the main narrative, let's look at some of the smaller details that make this episode fun. First things first, God, I love Applejack. Her scene at the beginning is probably my favorite part of the episode, especially the line, "You know your cousin is supposed to sleep in here." Yeah, I just love Applejack. The establishing scenes of this episode use some interesting visual cues to convey the sadness that the CMC feel over Babs' betrayal. The entire time that the CMC are touring Babs around, all three of them are constantly clustered together, taking up huge portions of the screen. However, just after Babs betrays them, they are shown spaced apart, with a huge amount of background, which easily conveys the sudden desolation that they all feel. By the way, just as a note, Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon were god-awful in this episode. I can't decide if this irks me because DT was so much cooler in Ponyville Confidential, or if I'm okay with it because hearing them say "lamekin" makes me lose my shit. I noticed that during the big parade, the background music is the same song which Pinkie Pie used to lead the Parasprites out of town in Swarm of the Century. As you may know, in the Brony community, Parasprites is a term that's used to address haters and bullies. During this scene, the CMC are trying to get a bully to leave town through their antics. I wonder if this is a coincidence. Also, is it just me or did Pinkie Pie seem really stoned in this episode? Hey, Babs is having a lot of fun in that apple. All three of the Cutie Mark Crusaders voice actresses turned in superb performances in this episode. My favorite part is Sweetie Belle reading Scootaloo's indoctrination script, even though they seem to have accidentally reversed the dictionary joke. Babs' last line to Silver Spoon and Diamond Tiara is kinda weak, but I think it's probably the best they could get away with in a kids show. In my fanon interpretation of this scene, Babs actually says, "I'm gonna pop a cap in your sadiddy ass, dirty old bitch!" Anyway, that's all I got. Hey everypone, you just watched the remake of my One Bad Apple video. This one, again, was taken down by YouTube because of copyright whatever, so I just flipped the image and shrank it and put it at the top of the screen and put Digibrony all over it, and now it's an even better version of the same video. So, as I've said in my last video, I intend to eventually go back to all of these episodes and do more videos on them, way down the line. So because I was editing these videos, I thought maybe I should change some things now, depending on what differences there are in the way I feel. So this video did not have very many changes, though. I think I might have pulled a line somewhere about something. Mostly I just had to re-edit lines where it was I had music from the show in this video, which probably has to do with why it got pulled, so I deleted that, dubbed over Applejack and stuff like that. So the only things that have really changed with my opinion of this episode, like I don't really have any different ideas about the story or like what happens, but I like this episode a lot more than I did when I first was watching it. I initially wrote a first impression post about the episode where I criticized the pacing a lot. That was before I did the video, and then I did the video and I was lighter about the pacing. The reason I didn't change that in the video is that I still think that the pacing is why we didn't get more Babs development. Babs could have used more scenes where we get more into her character, and instead we got a song and we got Apple Bloom making stupid jokes about cows. But that doesn't hurt the fact that I still love this episode, and I don't think the pacing is a problem in itself. Like, I don't think it's hard to watch because of the pacing. It's enjoyable. I like it. It's fun. The dialogue is just so good between the Cutie Mark Crusaders. All their voice acting is phenomenal. It's fun to watch, and I love the song now. I didn't really care for the song at first, but it really grew on me. I think probably Sim Gretna probably did a remix that I listened to too many times or something, and that got me into it. But it's catchy as hell. Just yeah, 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 bum, bum. So that's great. Yeah, so not much to add to this. Sorry if you came for the commentary and were disappointed by the lack thereof, but that's all that's really changed about it, is that I like the episode more than I used to. This season won't stop rolling with the hits. Wonderbolt Academy is both my new favorite Rainbow Dash episode and possibly the most impressively animated episode of the series to date. I wish I had the chops to get into why the animation is so good, but hopefully you can tell just by looking. That's why I do this series in video form after all. Here's a question to start the episode. Where in Equestria is Rainbow Dash's house? It appears to be in between a few mountains somewhere vaguely outside of Ponyville. The idea that Rainbow's cloud home is in a valley has a dash of genius to it, since this presumably could help to keep her home from being blown away. The house must be stationary after all, since it has a mailbox at ground level. Interestingly enough, this episode was written by Meriwether Williams, who wrote worst Rainbow Dash episode and probably least popular episode of the entire show, The Mysterious Mare-Do-Well. It's possible that this episode is meant to be a direct follow-up to that one though, and may have genuinely justified that episode's lesson. In fact, it's arguable that Rainbow Dash has done the most growth over the course of this series out of all of the main 6 ponies, due to the many subtle consistencies that have become apparent over the last 2 seasons, which this episode cashes in on in a big way. In Rainbow's first big episode, Sonic Rainboom, she dealt with overcoming stage fright and gaining the self-confidence to match her self-esteem. She hasn't shown any self-confidence issues since then, and if anything, her overconfidence causes her problems in the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well. The lesson in that episode was to not be a cocky asshole, and it's a lesson that Rainbow has learned so well she actually passes it down in Wonderbolt Academy. Rainbow's other big episodes also have had lasting effects on her character. In May the Best Pet Win, she learned about how an unassuming tortoise could be a badass and gained some level of empathy. Could this be the same empathy which later drove her to take Scootaloo under her wing? In Read It and Weep, she learns a lesson about being authentic and is later seen reading Daring Do books out and about on a consistent basis. Is this authenticity what gives her the self-assuredness to confront Spitfire in Wonderbolt Academy? Whether or not this much thought was given to the writing process of this episode, there's more than enough grounds to read Rainbow Dash as a character who has grown up in very big ways over the course of this series, and it only lends more gravity to how excellent she is in this episode. The boot camp motif was an interesting route for the Wonderbolt Academy. It gets to make excellent use of a number of familiar Pegasi who were around for Hurricane Fluttershy. The weirdest thing about this setup is what it did to Spitfire though, whom I remember as a cool and collected pony and is now acting like a total hard-ass. I think that the intent here is for Spitfire to be putting on a character for this boot camp thing, but if that's the case then she's a goddamn method actress, never once breaking character. The side story about Pinkie Pie waiting for Dash's letter is the weaker part of the episode, but that's not to say I didn't like it, and I understand that this comic relief was necessary in what is otherwise a thematically mature episode. The brilliance of this episode is Lightning Dust, not for who she is as a character, but what she brings about in Rainbow Dash. In a way, she harkens back to Gilda, but is much closer to Rainbow Dash in terms of personality than Gilda was. Lightning Dust is the only pony with a bigger ego than Rainbow Dash, and through her we recognize the one thing which separates Rainbow from utter recklessness, her loyalty. For once, her element of harmony really seems to belong to her in this episode. Still, it's important to note that Rainbow wasn't always one to look out for others. That was the whole plot of the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well. It's a combination of that past experience and then having to witness just how reckless Lightning Dust is that Rainbow comes to her big moment in this episode. Like with Gilda, Rainbow has a lot of respect for Lightning and clearly intends to be her friend. Even though Rainbow wants to be a lead pony so badly, even she recognizes that she and Lightning would make an unstoppable team and has to accept that Lightning is the more headstrong of the two of them. The conflict isn't over Rainbow Dash realizing that what Lightning is doing is a bad idea. It's about confronting this bad idea at the risk of being the weaker pony. It's not an internal conflict. Rainbow already has the confidence that she deserves to be a lead pony, but it's Spitfire who thinks that Lightning's risk-taking makes her the better flyer. The central conflict is never really between Rainbow and her confidence, it's between Rainbow and Spitfire's approval. Rainbow always knew that Lightning was being risky, but she also wants to be a Wonderbolt. Rainbow Dash tells off Lightning because she knows what Lightning is doing is wrong, and Lightning redirects the conflict to its true source, which is Spitfire's idea. Thus, Rainbow directly confronts Spitfire and has the sheer balls to teach her a lesson. That's right, this episode isn't about Rainbow Dash learning a lesson, but teaching one. This is a pretty huge deal. She's finally graduated into a person so well-rounded that she can stand her ground and recognize when others are the ones at fault. It's not just that her opponents are wrong, but that she proves them wrong, and Spitfire is the one who writes a letter to Rainbow Dash about the lesson she and Lightning have to take away. It all culminates into a wholly satisfying conclusion in which Rainbow Dash is promoted to a leader and has a huge prospect of graduating to become a Wonderbolt. If Twilight's Season 3 training wasn't previously evidence enough that My Little Pony is following the direction Lauren Faust intended, with each of the ponies working towards the realization of an epic destiny, then this episode is proof. MLP is forming an honest-to-God arc, and I couldn't be more excited to follow it. I'm just gonna get really real right now. This is not a thorough analysis of the new episode of My Little Pony. This is just a first impression, and I don't even have a script because I'm kinda too lazy to write one. I've been having a not so great week, which is why there hasn't been another episode of this show. I'm working on the one for the Season 3 premiere, and that will be coming out probably tomorrow since I'm not doing a thorough analysis of the new episode this week. The reason I'm not doing one is because I really did not like this week's episode, but I don't want to go and write a bunch of stuff that might not be true when I haven't rewatched it and maybe warmed up to it and, watched it when I'm not in a horribly shitty mood. So I'm going to go ahead and hold off on that for a little while. As for why I don't like this episode, well, basically there was nothing in it. It's an episode where... It's an Applejack episode, and it's so hard to be an Applejack fan for me, because trust me, Applejack's been my favorite pony since the very start of the show. She was my first favorite. I've got the most toys of her and everything. I really, really, really love Applejack. I identify with her a lot and stuff. She's always been my favorite until... After a while, Twilight Sparkle overtook her, and I've really been more of a Twilight fan since because Twilight gets the good episodes. She gets all of the fun, cool character development and stuff. And what does Applejack get? I mean, she's had a few episodes, but let's go over them for a second. She has my favorite episode of the entire show, which is episode 4. Title's not coming to me right now. And then we have, the last roundup, in which she did, nothing. I mean, it was an Applejack episode, but, only in spirit. It was mostly about, fun antics and stuff. Applejack's lesson was weird in that episode. She had the Super Speedy Side Squeezy 6000, which she didn't learn anything. She didn't really do anything. It was mostly about fun and songs. I mean, I love that episode, but it really is not much of an Applejack episode. Then we have this, where I can say the same thing. The focus is... more on Applejack's family's reaction to what she's doing. I mean, the entire plot of the episode is so paper thin. It's literally, I'm gonna throw a reunion, but I didn't do it right, and then I learned that I should have done it right. I don't know. It was I felt like this is just a retread of the Garen Galloping Gallo, which did it better. There's just nothing happening. It was so obvious where it was going to go. It was extremely predictable how this was going to turn out. So, and I don't hate predictability. Obviously, I rewatched the episodes again and again. It was just that there was so little intrigue or substance, or nothing was subtle about it. It just happened, and those are all things that I really value in My Little Pony, is the subtlety, which, allows me to do things like thoroughly analyze it, because personally I think this would be horribly redundant if the show didn't have any subtlety. It'd be like, okay, you're just explaining the episode to me. So that's why I'm not covering this one. I feel like there's nothing to do except to explain the episode. Again, I could be wrong. I don't want to go ahead and tag this with the thorough analysis sticker when it's just me kind of rambling about why I didn't like it briefly, but the song was just... raise the barn, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, how many times did they say that in the song? I know it's supposed to be like a square dance, whatever. It's not something I would ever listen to on my own, probably. I mean, I said that about Bab's Seed, and I listened to that more than I thought I would. I still don't love Bab's Seed, though. Not the way I love, like, Find a Pet song, or the Super Speedy Side of Squeezy 6000, or the Grand Galloping Gala, which is probably my favorite song in the entire show. You get the point. Sorry for doing this unscripted and sounding really depressing while I do it. I just had a long, difficult week, and I'm very tired, and I've had something to drink, and this episode didn't do much for me. So, that's all. See you next time when things are happy, back in Happy Land. Goodbye. The Crystal Empire was released with sharp timing in my life. After a month and a half of working full-time at my first job, I was trying to have my hours reduced and instead found myself working my busiest weeks yet, thanks to the winter holidays. In the middle of an otherwise depressing week, the start of Season 3 was a beacon of light, and getting to write about it was one of the best parts of the month for me. I got back into writing about MLP because of these episodes, and about 2 weeks later I started this video series, which has become a small-scale hit and the highlight of my life at the moment. Needless to say, this pair of episodes is pretty important to me in the way that My Little Pony as a whole is astronomically important to me. I hope that all of you who watch my videos understand that even on the occasion when I'm criticizing this show, and indeed I'll do a bit of that in talking about this episode, I'm still an uber diehard fan. The only reason I can even criticize its poorer moments is because they stand next to so many utterly brilliant moments. There's a good reason that even though I've watched literally thousands of cartoons, mostly from Japan, and consumed unholy amounts of media, there's only one show that I've talked about and continue to talk about in this much depth. So anyway, let's talk about the Crystal Empire. This 2-part episode is interesting because there's a lot of stuff it does very well, and other things that are awkward and confusing. The awkward and confusing stuff mostly comes from the plot focus of the episode, which leaves the audience with more questions than it answers, and has bothered as many viewers as it has inspired them to theorize about what exactly went down. Some of the issue here is just clumsy writing. It feels awkward, even as early as the Royal Guard saying, "It has returned," which is a phrase that I hate every time it's used in fiction. It, of course, refers to the Crystal Empire, which is an enigma to the very end. Apparently it's disappeared off the map for 1,000 years and then reappeared in the same state that it had been beforehand. We don't even know why it's come back or what was the real purpose of King Sombra vanishing it to begin with. The whole backstory is confusing, and it only becomes more so at the end of the episode when we find out that Cadance is the Crystal Princess. As an idea, Cadance being Princess of the Crystal Kingdom sounds really great, but in execution it leaves us wondering why she is the princess. How old is she supposed to be? Has she lived here before? Has it really been gone 1,000 years? What are we missing here? And what did Celestia do with Twilight's books in this shot? Adding to the feeling of mystery is the presence of Princess Luna throughout this arc. Her purpose in these episodes seems to be foreshadowing, but we don't know exactly what for. If she was only there for Celestia to bounce dialogue off of, I don't think she'd have such an imposing presence, nor would she show up with the Starswirl the Bearded book at the end of the episode. The presence of Luna and this book, along with the return of Cadance and Shining Armor as important characters, were what set me up to be constantly vigil in search of continuity this season, and so far it's been paying off in a lot of subtle ways. The question of where it ultimately leads, however, remains unanswered. The most infamously enigmatic element of this episode is King Sombra himself, a villain who is more cloud than unicorn and has maybe 3 lines of dialogue and 3 minutes of screen time. On first viewing of this episode, I didn't mind Sombra's non-presence very much. I viewed him as being a similar villain to Lord Sauron from The Lord of the Rings, who isn't really present in the story at all except as a thing which drives the heroes to go on their quest. After I'd written about Sombra in this light, I later found people making the case that Sombra was actually a kid-friendly metaphor for depression or even post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a very entertaining way of reading the episode because it fits well, but it doesn't have much of an effect on interpreting the main narrative, since the Crystal Ponies, like Sombra himself, are mostly an auxiliary to the narrative of Twilight Sparkle. Actually, that might be what's so awkward about this episode. It's such an elaborate setup with so much mythos behind it that isn't really explored in depth, and only serves the purpose of teaching Twilight a lesson. It's a story setup which would feel at home in a series like Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is all about following a grand narrative, and in which the Crystal Empire would have had its own arc to really flesh out everything within it. In the context of an episodic series like My Little Pony, it seems weird to cram in so much information when Twilight could have learned the same lesson under far simpler circumstances. In spite of the awkwardness, however, there's still a lot of stuff that this pair of episodes does well. A lot of it is small and nuanced, which just makes it even sweeter. The episode highlights for me are the fun little character moments. It's true that in this episode, the main 6 ponies who aren't named Twilight Sparkle are mostly boiled down to their core traits for dialogue, since the episode isn't focused on them. However, I think those traits have gotten to be pretty well realized for a lot of the ponies, and it leads to some great moments, particularly in dealing with Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Rarity. Here's a few of those.
I don't see what the big deal is. Just looks like another old castle to me. Oh. Another old? Have you lost your mind? Look at the Very funny. What are you looking at? That's what I thought.
Rainbow Dash, we're supposed to be acting like nothing's wrong.
Exactly.
What I mean is, maybe you should let me keep the crystal ponies away from the fake heart while you show off your jousting skills.
Seeing my awesomeness does have a way of putting ponies into a pretty good mood.
How y'all feeling? Having a good time?
The best I've had in over 1,000 years.
Well, that's good. Gotta renew that spirit of love and unity if you're gonna power up that crystal heart, right?
I sure would like to see it before the ceremony. It's been such a long time.
Oh, I hear ya. But, getting a little toasty out here. Bet you'd like to cool off with a little Crystal Empire nectar. You tried the Crystal Empire fritters yet? Made from traditional Crystal Empire recipe. You're gonna love them. I hear there's a jousting match about to start. You don't want to miss that.
Come on, Twilight. These crystal ponies are more curious than a cat.
Excuse me, pardon me. I am running out of weaving materials for the traditional crafts booth. I just made a hat out of 3 pieces of hay and a drinking straw. I made it work. But still.
Pinkie Pie isn't bad in this episode either, though she's a little obnoxious. I didn't notice at first, but she's actually yelling Flugelhorn into the flugelhorn at this part.
Hear ye, hear.
And of course, Twilight gets her small moments in addition to her big ones.
We're looking for a book.
We have plenty of those.
You do. You really do.
The only character who doesn't have any standout moments in this episode is Fluttershy, and this is something I'd like to address at length at a later date. Fluttershy seems to be the least realized and most confusing character in this show, and one day I'm going to get to the bottom of why that is. Even more so than reminding me why I love the main 6 ponies, the best thing about this episode was that it sold me on Princess Cadance as a total badass. You may remember from my Sleepless in Ponyville analysis that I'm a big fan of sleep deprivation as a plot device, and I'm an even bigger fan of characters grappling against it while trying to be as strong as possible. Cadance's incredible tiredness is the real driving force of the episode for me. While the fates of the crystal ponies ultimately hang in the balance, the immediate threat of Cadance falling to pieces is what had me on edge as a viewer, waiting to see this whole thing sorted out. The animators did an incredible job portraying the desperation in Cadance and Shining Armor to resolve this situation as quickly as possible, and it starts to become particularly tense towards the end. Of course, the crowning moment of awesome comes from Shining Armor launching Cadance like a javelin to catch Spike in the crystal heart. That stained glass window really should have been a picture of this moment, because it's one of the greatest moments in the history of fiction. Suddenly I realize I haven't actually touched on the core of this episode's narrative yet, so let's talk about some moments in Twilight's test arc, which runs through the second part of this premiere. The most interesting moments are when Twilight uses Sombra's dark magic, which she learned from watching Celestia use it. When I saw her using it for the first time, I was left really uneasy, like there had to be some kind of consequence for this. My unease paid off a moment later when Twilight was shunned by the princess in a surprisingly unsettling scene. The even bigger payoff of this scene is the next one though, in which Spike faces his fear, as I've come close to crying every time I see it. It's a scary moment and a very effective one. The other day, I watched the Bronies react to Season 3 premiere video, and just about everyone was wondering about why Twilight didn't teleport down the stairs at this part. I don't think it's accurate to say that Twilight can teleport, since she wouldn't need to, take trains and shit if she could. Twilight's ability is more of a blink, which can take her a short distance. People also wondered about why she didn't levitate herself, and I think the answer is mostly that it's supposed to be very dark. It doesn't look dark because the animators want us to see what's happening, but Twilight tells Spike that it's incredibly dark. The drop is also extremely long, as evidenced by a mathematical equation that someone put together based on the time it took for Twilight's rock to hit the ground. In terms of Twilight's overall performance in this episode, and as an interpretation of her character on the whole, I think her greatest strength is that of a Pony Resources Manager, a tactician if you will. She knows how to utilize the strengths of the ponies around her to maximize the efficiency of a situation. We already know this from episodes like Winter Wrap-Up, and I think the real takeaway from this episode is that Twilight should never be concerned about being the hero. She should always be more worried about knowing who to use to get the job done, in this case Spike. This reading is a little forced, though I don't think it's much more forced than the idea that Twilight learned about self-sacrifice from this whole ordeal. After all, if it weren't for Celestia's confusing terms with regards to the mission, Twilight would have made that sacrifice without having to learn a goddamn thing. Feeling Pinkie keen is by far one of the most divisive episodes of My Little Pony. It's an incredibly confusing episode for sure. Twilight's indignation towards Pinkie's abilities seems to come out of nowhere, and the episode's moral lesson about having faith in things that don't make sense seems to fly in the face of scientific reasoning, which isn't a lesson that kids need to be learning. Some people hate the episode just because they find Pinkie annoying, or they dislike the focus on slapstick comedy over telling a story. Others love the episode because of its funny bits, the plethora of Pinkie animations, and the return of Derpyhooves as a mainstay background character. As for me, I'm pretty divided about it myself. My first time through the show, it was one of the two episodes which I'd found bothersome and confusing, the other one being Over a Barrel. I was intrigued to discover that both of these episodes were written by Dave Polsky, who didn't get another episode until Season 3, in which he wrote the phenomenal Too Many Pinkie Pies. The second time I watched Feeling Pinkie Keen was during the Hearts and Hooves Day Marathon, and I enjoyed it a lot more when I wasn't focused on the questionable moral message, and was more noticing the classic cartoon moments and sometimes excellent dialogue. Feeling Pinkie Keen and Over a Barrel have two of my favorite dialogue exchanges in the entire show, which I've characterized as being borderline stoner comedy. The exchange in this episode is as follows.
So, what do you think happened to Fluttershy?
I hope nothing.
I know, but what do you think happened?
I'm trying not to think about it.
Me too. But I'm thinking about it anyway. Like, what if she exploded?
Just exploded? For no reason?
Yeah, like, boom!
Whoa!
I know.
What if she exploded and then exploded again?
Can you do that? Can you explode twice?
But as I watched the episode for the sake of this video, I found myself divided again. This time I noticed that on a technical level, Feeling Pinkie Keen is pretty weak. Even though it has a lot of unique poses for both Pinkie Pie and Twilight, some of which are great, a lot of them look shoddy or awkward in a way that would never come out of this show in later seasons. Tara Strong also turns in a surprisingly uneven performance in this episode. I love certain lines,
Probably that the flower smells good.
but other parts sound like she didn't know where the dialogue was supposed to be going, which I can't blame her for because neither do I. So let's get down to it. Why in the world does this episode feel so awkward? As I mentioned earlier, Twilight's skepticism, which almost immediately manifests as rage, doesn't make much sense. If she's so in love with science and learning, why does facing something outside of her experience leave her so annoyed and infuriated more so than curious? Twilight is so frustrated by this phenomenon that she gives up on studying it, basically without trying. Her aggravation overcomes her scientific curiosity to the point that she just accepts Pinkie's ability as existent and stops questioning it. This is what makes the episode's lesson feel so wrong. In a moment, I'll get into why I think it's fine to accept that some things are unexplainable, but the idea that you should give up on explaining something if you can't figure it out in an afternoon is ludicrous. Not just from a scientific perspective, but from the perspective of anything in life that needs to be learned. If you can't figure out how to learn guitar in a day, should you just give up? If you can't solve a mathematical principle in a day, should you just give up? No and no, and this is the opposite of what we ordinarily try to teach people. That may or may not be what the episode is trying to say, but the bottom line is that that's how it comes across. It would be one thing to have an episode about how you shouldn't try to pursue something that you don't ultimately care about or doesn't bring you happiness, or if there was a lesson about not letting the things that you don't understand get to you, which would have been a fine way to go here, and really, you can read the message that way if you choose to, but that's not what it sounds like. It sounds like it's saying, there are some things you'll never understand, so you should just give up, which is not a good message. Now for the sake of clarification, I'm going to get a little philosophical here, talk about some stuff that I was thinking about while I watched this episode, which has to do with unexplainable things. There are always going to be things which cannot be understood, because there must be things which are beyond the human ability to comprehend. The existence of something proves the existence of nothing, and nothing is a concept that we cannot grasp, because it stands to reason that nothing must be something. It doesn't make any sense that there would be some point where we would reach the bottom base building block of all matter, because every step of the way it has to be made up of something, right? There's simply a limit to how much of this something we can perceive. It also doesn't make sense for space to be finite, because there must then be a space outside of existence, aka non-existence, which again is a concept that is impossible to understand. And as long as this is true, we may as well assume that there is even more out there than non-existence and inconceivability, which we don't know about and can't comprehend. It can be far off or nearby, but there must be absolutely incomprehensible things. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't seek to understand all that we can, though. To me, it only means that we should never speak as though there is absolute truth to be discovered and decoded. Nothing can ultimately be discredited, because possibility is endless beyond our ability to say otherwise. And now I'm getting kind of far from the point, which is that it's not wrong to give up on explaining Pinkie Sense and to simply trust in the evidence of its existence. Whether or not you want to study it and find its meaning depends on the depth of your will. If we read Twilight as giving up because she just didn't care that much, then it's less terrible. But if we read it as a message that because there are things which can't be understood, then we shouldn't even try, then that would be horrible. Okay, with that long-winded thought out of the way, let's talk about some smaller stuff. Fluttershy is moving the frog population to Froggy Bottom Bog because she expects them to have more room to frolic. However, it turns out that the real reason the bog doesn't have any frogs is because the Hydra has been eating all of them. Fluttershy seems to acknowledge this when she tells the frog how sorry she is. Brutal. Fluttershy makes a nod to Dragonshy with her hop, skip, and jump line. I tried to imagine why Twilight wouldn't teleport across this gap, but I guess Dave Polsky just hadn't seen her using that ability yet or something. And that's about all I've got to say about feeling Pinkie keen for now. I'm not even sure what I've just said, but hopefully it was helpful to you. Party of One is structured around a clever ruse of misdirection. The episode can be broken up into 4 acts based on what goes on and what reactions are caused in the viewer and in Pinkie Pie. The first act is Gummy's birthday party, wherein Pinkie entertains her friends with games, food, and dancing. The first and most important misdirection happens during this scene. Each of Pinkie's friends states that they're having a good time, and we believe them just as Pinkie does. However, each of them encounters something a little uncomfortable at the party. First, Rainbow Dash and Applejack run into the traps in the apple bobbing tank. They don't seem upset by it, but maybe a little jarred. Next, there's Rarity, who's enjoying the punch until she realizes that Gummy's been swimming in it. Rarity seems the most uncomfortable with this development, spitting out her drink, politely taking another sip, and then spitting that one out too. Finally, there's Twilight and Fluttershy, who are enjoying themselves, but are dizzied by the way that Pinkie knocks them into the walls with her dancing. When the party is over, the friends all say that they had a wonderful time. Pinkie invites Twilight in to finish the cake, and Twilight passes, but it's not enough reason to think that Twilight didn't really enjoy herself. The point of this scene is to tread a careful line between making Pinkie's parties look exhausting and making it look like the ponies genuinely enjoy the party anyways. Rewatching the episode, we know that the truth is that the ponies just love Pinkie's parties regardless of the weird stuff, but the weird stuff is the key to the next act. Said act consists of Pinkie visiting each of her friends to invite them to another party. This afternoon. Each friend blatantly blows Pinkie off with increasingly random and desperate excuses. During this act, the viewer begins to suspect that something's not right here. Our first instinct is to believe that because Pinkie's parties are demonstrably exhausting, the ponies are trying to get out of having one 2 nights in a row. It's fun to rewatch this act and see the looks of confusion on each pony's face when they realize that Pinkie has no idea it's her birthday. We realize, even before Pinkie does, that her friends are avoiding her party, so we become suspicious of them even before she does. It's because of this that we totally understand Pinkie's feelings and how she will eventually go off the deep end. Even though we empathize with what we see as desperation on the part of Pinkie's friends, we empathize even more with Pinkie because we hate to be lied to and abandoned by our friends as well. This dual empathy is what guides us through the third act, in which it quickly becomes apparent that there's more going on than what meets the eye. We easily recognize that the friends are planning something, and we suspect that there's no malicious intent on their part. However, since we recognized the secrets and lies even before Pinkie did, and we understand that Pinkie is receiving this treatment from her own friends, we totally get why she starts to feel hurt and suspicious towards them. Some of the episode's key moments depend on the honest personalities of Rainbow Dash and Applejack. Fluttershy, Rarity, and Twilight seem to relish in this whole spy scenario that they're acting out, being extra careful and keeping Pinkie in hiding. We suspect that if Pinkie confronted any of them, they would have brushed her off a lot more easily. However, the first pony Pinkie comes into contact with is Rainbow Dash, who immediately goes into a full-on panic. Unable to formulate a good lie, but also not wanting to spoil the surprise, she just takes off, leading to a clever reuse of the gag that Pinkie Pie is faster than Rainbow Dash, in the same way that it was used in Griffon the Brush Off. This gag has symbolic importance because the last time it happened was when Rainbow Dash genuinely didn't like Pinkie Pie and was actively avoiding her. As Pinkie reenacts this memory, she grows increasingly frustrated and suspicious. Rainbow Dash tosses the problem off on Element of Honesty Applejack, whose excuse is every bit as terrible as her execution. Again, the fact that Applejack is supposed to be honest makes her disingenuousness even more disconcerting. Pinkie finally reaches her tipping point and brings in Spike, who has nothing to do with anything and no idea what Pinkie's getting at. Pinkie gets him to speak her mind, which to her is a verification of her suspicion, and she mentally breaks. Pinkie's psychosis is surprising, but it cleverly uses the Cutie Mark Chronicles as a precedent through the simple act of having Pinkie's mane deflate and her coat turn dark. We know that there was a time before Pinkie discovered fun, when she worked on a rock farm and never smiled. Now we see Pinkie regressing into her old self, and it all seems to add up. It goes beyond being an out-there gag and becomes a real part of Pinkie's character. For me, this is the first part in building Pinkie as the most interesting character in the show, which is followed up by A Friend Indeed in Season 2. I will have a lot to say about that episode when I get to it, but we'll save that for another time. At the end of the episode, the twisting misdirection pays off. Our Act 3 suspicion that Pinkie's friends had no malicious intent proves true. If Act 3 made us suspect that the excuses made in Act 2 were more than just excuses, Act 4 makes us realize that in Act 1 the ponies were being genuine about loving Pinkie's parties, in spite of whatever discomfort they may have felt. Outside of this core narrative, the episode is loaded with fun stuff. Andrea Libman turns in one of the most diverse and amazing vocal performances in the show, covering a large range of emotions from joy to rage to utter sadness, which is a place that Pinkie isn't used to going, and she makes every line memorable. Not to mention creating a bunch of funny voices that Pinkie talks to herself through. This episode is chock full of funny little sight gags and details, from Rarity absorbing a cake into her tail, to Pinkie looking all rejected while wearing this ridiculous disguise, to her amazing face-off with Applejack that pushes the expressiveness of the ponies' faces into a fun new direction. But of course, the most legendary scene in this episode, and the one which made it one of the most popular episodes of MLP, is Pinkie Pie totally losing her shit. I don't really need to go into what makes this great, because it should be obvious. Pinkie's whacked out facial expressions, these splatter paint backgrounds, and the fact that she's talking to inanimate objects. Just as an aside, I think Madame LaFlower is supposed to be a reference to the classic animation test in which animators are told to give weight and personality to a bag of flour. I wanted to talk about Over a Barrel because it's one of the 3 episodes written by Dave Polsky, who has also written the new episode which will be coming out this Saturday. I already covered his other 2 episodes, which I had a lot more to say about, but Over a Barrel is far less complex to examine. Because this episode has some degree of controversy surrounding it, let me start by stating that this is one of my favorite episodes of Season 1. In terms of writing, animation, and pacing, it's one of the best episodes of the show. In terms of characters, it doesn't do much to expand on the main cast, but it gives them a number of excellent moments and memorable lines. I want to insert a bunch of footage of my favorite lines, but I'm kinda sick of losing my videos to this content ID bullshit, so instead, I'm just gonna talk about the stuff I like in this episode. The treatment of Bloomberg as a character is hilarious to me. Applejack thinks of Bloomberg as family, and Rarity is annoyed by it, but purely because of the fact that Bloomberg gets the swankier bed. Pinkie Pie unsurprisingly talks about Bloomberg as a person as well, but the best instance of it is when Spike casually addresses the tree when he comes in to sleep with it. In my Feeling Pinkie Keen video, I mentioned that Polsky had written 2 of my favorite dialogue exchanges in the show, which I characterized as being stoner comedy. This episode has the more famous exchange, in which Rainbow Dash sarcastically refers to Fluttershy as a tree. Pinkie Pie takes it too literally, and Twilight comes into the conversation late enough to think that Rainbow Dash might be insane, assisting Pinkie and assuring Dash that Flutters isn't a tree. Fluttershy then clinches the conversation by announcing that she'd like to be a tree, which finally sets Spike off. Anyone can see why this scene is brilliant, though I'd like to make a nod to the often overlooked climax of this joke, which is Rarity being scary as hell. Classic comedy. The whole beginning of this episode uses the speed of the moving train to create a feeling of adventure and things happening, which sets up a feeling of quick pacing for the rest of the episode to follow. I actually ripped off this technique for the sake of exposition in an MLP fanfic I wrote some time ago, and no, it's not worth sharing. The scene when the buffalo attack is exciting, particularly the introduction of Little Strongheart. It utilizes the fact that Rainbow Dash is the most badass character in the show, and shows her being impressed with Little Strongheart's skills, which also makes us impressed with her skills. If there's one big waste in this episode, it's that Little Strongheart never gets to do anything relevant throughout the rest of the episode. All of her dialogue ends up being exposition, which is a waste of such a good rivalry setup. Rather than slowing down the episode with exposition upon entering the quick pace is kept up by Applejack's hyperactive cousin Brayburn. Appaloosa ends up being a hilarious town with its horse-drawn carriages, the salt bars, and its Mild West dances. These jokes and Brayburn's energy help the viewer to see the town as an exciting place, or at least a place that the residents are excited about. Yet another bit that seems to have come right out of a stoner comedy is when Spike introduces Rainbow and Pinkie to the buffalo. This is an understated but important aspect of the episode. We don't learn much about the buffalo besides that they have a traditional stomping ground, are based on the motif of Native Americans, and have a leader who's so intense that he can control the show's aspect ratio. However, the fact that the buffalo have a huge respect for dragons implies the existence of a deeper buffalo culture. The episode's conflict emerges as a multi-tiered struggle between different ideologies. Brayburn and Little Strongheart, the chief spokespersons of their cultures, are open to discussion, but they end up being drowned out by passionate outsiders Rainbow Dash and Applejack. The leaders of each group don't seem to care to understand one another, relying on their ambassadors to resolve the conflict, and, failing that, are ready to attack. Pinkie Pie enacts a gambit to make everyone see things her way through a really excellent stage production, which is the most fun part of the episode, and was also interpreted brilliantly in a song by Cat's Millionaire. Unfortunately, the clan leaders are so offended by the performance that they decide on a mutual hatred of diplomacy and go to war. We get an imaginative and brilliant scene of the Appaloosans preparing for the attack, while the lower tiers of the conflict try and convince the leaders to hold on and think things through. It's all to build tension, just like any good action movie, but interspersed with lightheartedness, such as Pinkie accidentally setting off the battle when she can't take a hint. The final battle is an awesome action set piece full of imaginative violence and fun western influence. It leads up to Chief Thunderhooves' death scene, which is hilarious, and the resolution of the conflict, which is to clear a path for the buffalo through the orchard and feed them some apple pies to make them happy. I'm assuming that some of the controversy surrounding this episode has to do with drawing a parallel between this episode and the real-life western expansion. However, this parallel falls apart because the conflict isn't the same. The settler ponies didn't take over the buffalo's homes or murder them, they just built on a place where the buffalo traditionally stampede. We could get into a huge moral debate about the importance of tradition versus expansion and all kinds of other stuff, but none of that really matters, because in this case the conflict was resolved with both parties being satisfied. It's a done deal and we don't need to think about it. Keep Calm and Flutter On is an episode that I was both excited and worried about, and I still kind of feel that way after watching it. My first thoughts were that it should have been split into two parts because it tries to fit too much information into too small of a space, and the resolution comes off as excessively forced. I think this opinion will be echoed by most fans, and I'm not a reviewer, so I'm not going to keep going on about this aspect of the episode. What I do want to talk about is Fluttershy. I've mentioned several times in these videos that I find Fluttershy to be the most confusing of the main 6 ponies. The mini writers of MLP have interpreted her in a number of different ways, sometimes as some pony who's utterly frightened of everything, sometimes as some pony who's not so much frightened as simply antisocial and shy like her name implies. Sometimes she learns to face her fears, but this lesson never seems to stick. In Keep Calm and Flutter On, Fluttershy's social awkwardness and general frightfulness are never brought up. For once, we get an episode that isn't about Fluttershy standing up to anything or relearning the same lesson over and over again. Mind you, I don't mean to knock any other Fluttershy episodes, because they're all pretty good, and it's really a shame that I haven't talked about any of them yet before analyzing this episode. For clarification's sake, I'm going to run through all of them really quickly. In Dragonshy, Flutter shows that when her friends are in danger, she will rise to fight her fears. It's meant to be an establishing episode, teaching us what kind of character she is, and introducing us to her special power, the Stare. In Staremaster, Fluttershy learns that kids are kind of more of a pain in the ass than animals, but will still behave if you command their respect. It's a good episode altogether, and continues to basically establish her character. In Green Isn't Your Color, which, mind you, I've never gotten around to rewatching in the past year, so help me if I'm wrong, Fluttershy learns that keeping secrets isn't a good idea, and that she shouldn't give in to peer pressure. It's a friendship lesson episode, and not as important directly to Fluttershy's character. I don't remember what the hell A Bird in the Hoof was about. Putting Your Hoof Down more or less retreads the grounds that Fluttershy is socially inept and frightened, and experiments with the idea of what would happen if she became assertive. In the end, Fluttershy should strike some kind of balance, but this lesson doesn't seem to affect her character in future episodes. Hurricane Fluttershy once again has Fluttershy facing social demons and her own lack of self-confidence, and leads up to her once again saving the day when the chips are down. You see how, until now, Fluttershy's character seems to be the one that never makes it past the establishment stage. I remember reading a comment somewhere in which someone asked, how could Fluttershy stop being shy? It's in her name. And I think that speaks for the issue with Fluttershy episodes. They all tend to focus on the shyness and the fear, which is just one personality trait among the many which could be explored. For what it's worth, Fluttershy has gotten plenty of great moments in other episodes, but they're so all over the place that it's hard to know what to make of them. Just in Season 3, we've seen Fluttershy as her default timid self, as the friendly leader of animals that she tends to be in the less conflict-heavy episodes, as a lovable but utterly terror-crippled scaredy cat, and as an impressively practical and stern motherly character. There's no reason to think that Fluttershy can't be all of these things, but the way that she flips between them episode to episode is too jarring and inconsistent. There isn't a sense of who the real Fluttershy is, the way we have this sense about the rest of the main six. Keep Calm and Flutter On does not complete the portrait of Fluttershy, but it does present the most interesting and potent portrait of her character since its establishment. Here we have a very realized Fluttershy. She's just short of a few more episodes connecting this vision of her to all the other visions of her, the way that Wonderbolt Academy seems to connect the Rainbow Dash that we saw in Sleepless in Ponyville with the Rainbow Dash that we saw in the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well. To keep from diving headlong into abstraction with this analysis, let's take a look at all the stuff that Fluttershy does in this episode. At the beginning, Fluttershy is acting as a translator between Applejack and an irate beaver who's flooded Sweet Apple Acres. First of all, I love that this is included and that it's commented on as a regular activity, because it gives us more insight into the everyday conflicts that arise in Ponyville. More importantly though, this scene provides more insight into what Fluttershy does. If one thing has been very well established with Fluttershy, it's that her job, which we assume she gets paid for, is to communicate with and take care of all the animals that live in Ponyville. We've seen various parts of her ranch, and we can guess that she probably provides dairy product by way of the cows or something, but we don't really know why she's raising chickens and shit when ponies are vegetarians. We might assume that she's something of a conservationalist and a veterinarian, making sure that the animal life in the area is able to cope with the invasion of civilization onto their homeland. Here we see that this is true, and that her job is about more than just keeping all the animals sated. All this time that we've seen Fluttershy placating Angel Bunny and soothing mythical beasts seems to be more practical now in an everyday sense, knowing that Fluttershy also mitigates between the clashing imperialism of the beavers versus the apples. This isn't necessarily showing us something new, but it continues to expand on the existing character trait of Flutter's maintaining relationships with animals, and connects this trait to the character that Fluttershy is established as in this episode. Moving along, let us attempt to recognize what Fluttershy's gambit with Discord really is. This relationship is really well conceived, which is why it's such a shame that the episode doesn't get to expand on it in the slightest. If you want to see an example of this same relationship done with the proper amount of growth and context, go and watch Disney's The Emperor's New Groove. If you've already seen the movie, you may be making the connection now yourself, and this should help you to see where I'm going with this analysis. In fact, if you've got an hour and a half to kill, just go check that movie out. It's pretty good, and it's also about an Equine-esque character. What Fluttershy shows in this episode is that she's a creature of morals, and not one of ignorance. The whole play here is that Discord thinks Fluttershy is letting him do whatever he wants because she's a pushover and because her ideas of friendship make her weak. Of course, the truth, which neither Discord nor Fluttershy's friends seem to realize, is that Fluttershy is fully aware of what Discord is trying to do, and her whole point is that if she's kind to him anyways, then eventually he might not want to do those things anymore. Over the course of this episode, Fluttershy, and myself by extension, become increasingly frustrated with both Discord for thinking that he really is on top of things, and with her friends for not understanding what Flutters is trying to prove, because they lack her moral foundation with regards to kindness. They don't understand that the element of kindness is an element of power as much as any of the other elements, and that it can be used in what is kind of a nefarious way. There's a weird theme running under My Little Pony of conversion to good by use of force. Ponies really don't suffer what they view as wrong or evil. They banish that shit out of the country or trap it in stone if they can't convert it to their side. They're uncompromising, which I think is kind of badass in a metatextual sense, but we seriously aren't going to get into that right now because I suspect that this video is already going to be 15 minutes long. The theme runs heavily throughout this episode though, with the entire plot revolving around Celestia telling the ponies that they need to reform Discord so that she can utilize his powers. Never mind the intense curiosity we all must be feeling about what she intends to do with these powers. All along, Discord's actions are mostly strung along with the fact that if he does anything stupid, he's going to get zapped into a statue. Or worse yet, if he hadn't eaten Twilight's books, Twilight would have used, I shit you not, a fucking reforming spell to reform him against his will. This apparently is a legally sanctioned thing to perform in Equestria, the stripping of an individual's willpower in service of the greater good. This is some Orwell shit, and I love it. When Fluttershy first comes face to face with Discord, she does try to basically beat him into submission with her stare ability, which Discord laughs off. All throughout the episode, Fluttershy uses some weirdly standoffish dialogue when addressing Discord, which leads me to believe that this entire gambit was never about caring for him in the slightest. Maybe that's obvious, since it's not like Fluttershy has any reason to genuinely like Discord for who he is, but I think it's an interesting dynamic that in this situation, no one is the flowers and kindness kids show character that they're expected to be, except for perhaps Discord. Fluttershy never engages Discord on an actual sentimental level, but always on a moral level, expecting him to eventually realize how she is in the right. If this is getting too hard to understand, let me return to The Emperor's New Groove, since that movie did this all more straightforwardly, given as it had the time to do so. In that movie, Emperor Kuzco is a complete asshole who just wants to do as he pleases, even at the expense of others. He intends to tear down Pacha's village and build a summer home there, but after he gets turned into a llama, Pacha turns out to be the only one who can help him get back home. Throughout the movie, both characters have to grapple with their personal wants versus their moral feelings. Pacha believes that everyone has some good in them, and he intends to help Kuzco even though he knows Kuzco intends to ruin his life. Pacha hopes that Kuzco will find it in himself to not tear down his village, but he doesn't help Kuzco out of the expectation that this will happen. Kuzco, meanwhile, is planning to just use Pacha's kindness to get him back home, at which point he will do as he pleases, and he thinks of Pacha's kindness as idiocy and doesn't trust the idea that Pacha legitimately wants to help him regardless of the fate of his village. Kuzco's idea that he'll be able to betray Pacha is the same as Discord's belief that he'll be able to easily betray Fluttershy. In both cases, at the end, the chaotic persons are in a position to ultimately do as they please, having been freed from the curses put on them, but in both cases, spoiler alert, they come around and end up embracing friendship. The biggest difference between these stories is that in The Emperor's New Groove, the friendship grows enough to feel legitimate, and Kuzco undergoes a real arc before emerging as a better person, whereas Discord is reformed over just 2 brief moments of feeling like having at least one friend is actually kinda nice. It's just too little to go on, considering that we aren't even given a reason to believe that Discord gives a shit about having a friend, whereas Kuzco really learned how shitty it was to be alone in his movie. Ironically though, Fluttershy is an even more interesting character than Pacha, and not just because she belongs to a larger series. Pacha is too obviously moral and good, and he too honestly believes in his idea that there's good in everyone. Whereas Pacha really has faith in Kuzco, Fluttershy doesn't really seem to have any faith in Discord. She wants to believe that she can reform him, but in the end, it's her morals that she holds to, and not her friendship with Discord. If I wrote a more full version of this storyline, it would be clear that Discord developed real feelings of friendship towards Fluttershy, but not the other way around. Discord's breakdown would have come from when he realizes that Fluttershy wasn't friends with him because she liked him, but because she thought that it was wrong to treat him badly. Discord would have learned something about respect and been able to start a real friendship with Fluttershy by getting on her level. With or without expanding on the storyline though, that's ultimately what's so great about Fluttershy in this episode. She's kind of on a moral high horse, and not in a snooty or pretentious way, but in a legitimate way, where she's telling Discord that she's better than him and he needs to shape up if he wants to roll with her crew. It's incredibly empowering towards Fluttershy as a character, especially when it's not something that any of her friends could have done. For all of its lukewarm delivery, this still shines through to me as Fluttershy's crowning moment of awesome to date, just like when Rainbow Dash slammed down her badge in Wonderbolt Academy. Okay, that was a hell of a doozy. I've still got some more stuff to talk about, but why don't we take a breather for a minute? Let's hear some awesome lines from the episode.
Am I? Huh, how odd of me.
Try us, dipcord!
Excellent. Still, let's talk about simpler things now. Animation-wise, this episode really is all about Discord. The scene with the spinning house is definitely one of the most memorable moments in the show, and altogether a striking bit of cartooning that deserves commendation. Who else saw this moment and was like, I need some Shylestia stat? Just me? Only Rarity would wear a dress just to have dinner at Fluttershy's house. I think that's probably the best character moment to come out of the rest of the main 6 ponies in this episode. A thing I found really interesting in this episode is the familiarity of the main 6 used in addressing Celestia, which they've never really used before. In this context, I think it works, because the ponies are basically facing the return of the greatest enemy they've ever faced, and are about ready to call Celestia on her bullshit for once. Even Twilight talks back to the princess, showing something more akin to the rebellious streak that she had in the first episode with her reinterpretation of the princess's orders. I thought it was cool how in this episode, Dave Polsky and the writing team seemed to have made a point to rein in Discord. When Discord made his first appearance, he was bombastic and we all loved it, but it would have seemed samey and old hat to have him breaking out the same tricks. Instead, he does a lot of small-scale pranks, many of which are a lot of fun. I can't say I care for the whole dinner table hijinks, but the little stuff like breaking the vase or growing extra faces was fun. He still managed to get one big trick in there, and it stood out all the more prominently because of it. And Oh, Celestia, I think I'm actually done. I'm sorry this video came out so disjointed and all over the place, but I guess that's what happens when the subject matter is in Discord. Observations on MLP is a new video series I'll be doing, in which, instead of analyzing individual episodes of My Little Pony, I'll make analytical observations about the world and characters. These videos will probably involve a lot more speculation than my analysis videos, which should make them pretty fun. Pony genetics have been brought up exactly once in MLP, when Mr. Cake was trying to explain how he and Mrs. Cake, both Earth ponies, had produced a Pegasus and a unicorn offspring. It answered the question of whether different kinds of ponies can breed with one another, and what happens when they do. Still, the majority of the ponies we meet in this show have families that are all the same type of pony. For instance, the entirety of the massive Apple family consists of Earth ponies. Nevertheless, when you think about it, it's not different at all from human race relationships. Chances are you know or have met some people of mixed ethnicity, but I'm also willing to bet that most of the people you know are the product of parents of the same race. There's also a good chance you've had a white person or two explain to you how they're 1/18th Cherokee and 2/9 French and all this other shit that bored you to tears, but the end result seems to have been a white person. On the other hand, you may have a friend like mine who's half Filipino and half French, and even though he doesn't quite look like anyone else I've ever seen, is mostly typecast as Asian. My point is that people tend to mostly mate with others of the same race, and even if there's a little bit of a mix in their bloodline somewhere, you can't always tell the difference between someone who's got 2 continents in their genes and someone like me who's just white as all fuck. Ponies seem to be the same way, which is reasonable enough. I can easily see where an Earth pony would have frustrations with a mate who's predisposed to flying, or who can trivialize everything that they do with magic. We already know that ponies can be racist from studying their histories, so there's also the possibility of that as an undercurrent. In the case of the Apple family, it's probably a mix of a lot of emotions, which can best be summed up as tradition. Remember how mad Applejack was with Twilight in Winter Wrap-Up when she defied the tradition of not using magic? I imagine this is the kind of emotion that keeps apples from marrying with them unicorn types. Sorry, I was trying to keep southern stereotypes out of this, but I'm from the kind of south anyways, so I know that these stereotypes do exist for a reason. Looking at the other families in the series, we have Pinkie's all-Earth family, Twilight's unicorn parents, and hold on, what's up with Rarity's dad? If this guy is a unicorn, then his hat is covering it up. But wouldn't it be fascinating if he's an Earth pony? It wouldn't be surprising if Faust or someone else imagined him as an Earth pony but used the hat to disguise this so that young viewers wouldn't get confused by the fact that Rarity's parents were different pony types. What makes this great though is that Rarity's parents were designed to be embarrassing to her. They have a wretched fashion sense and speak with Midwestern accents, and it's obvious that Rarity has tried her hardest to be as distant from their style as possible. It would be pretty interesting to discover that Rarity had at some point dealt with shame over having an Earth pony father, though this is obviously something that the show would never explore. Regardless of that, let's think about Rarity's interest in stallions, seeing as she's the only one out of the main 6 who has ever expressed a desire to find a mate, and has been seen a few times to be flirtatious. Most obviously, there was her failed courtship with Prince Blueblood, a white-coated, high society unicorn just like the one that she aspires to be. She also may have had a thing for the similarly white-coated regal unicorn Fancy Pants, seeing as she chose him for a dance partner during the royal wedding reception. I could have sworn there was another pony Rarity flirted with, but I'm not sure when it was. I had thought it was the Pegasus in Wonderbolt Academy, but it looks like she's just happy to have been saved, not exactly making doe eyes or anything. If you aren't yet buying into the idea that ponies look for ponies of the same type as mates, check out Hearts and Who's Day. I'd been thinking about how Cheerilee and Big Mac are both reddish Earth ponies, which probably made them a perfect choice for a Valentine's Day episode, but I expected to find that the Cutie Mark Crusaders had gone through all types of ponies while looking for a suitor, except the truth is that they didn't. Watch the clip. Out of all the stallions that the CMC surveyed, not a single one of them has an apparent horn or wings. I was pretty shocked by this actually, because it shows that whether or not the staff was thinking about how the different types of ponies can crossbreed, they definitely made a point to have only Earth ponies be put under consideration as Cheerilee's suitor. So in conclusion, I think it's pretty rare for ponies to mate outside of their type, both for the practical reasons that I described above, and out of a sense of tradition, because on a practical level, the Apple family could do well to invite some unicorns into their bloodline. This doesn't mean you should stop writing your Twidash or Appleshy fanfics, but it's something that you might want to take into consideration when fleshing out those relationships. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this observation video, and leave your comments about if you think I should do more of these. Since I've been saying a lot of stuff in a lot of different videos about what I'm doing right now, allow me to summarize. Right now, I'm trying to get through a bunch of key Season 1 episodes before moving on to Season 2. I had people suggest which episodes I should cover, and the most commonly suggested video was the Cutie Mark Chronicles. I also stated in my pony mating habits video that I was going to do a video about the main 6's ages, and since that's pretty much the most interesting thing I could think of to say about this episode anyways, I'm going to combine these two into one video. So, let's talk about the ages of the main 6 ponies. First of all, relative to one another. Thanks to Rainbow Dash's Sonic Rainboom running through all of the stories, we know that all of this backstory takes place at the same time, so it's easy to compare what each pony looked like at the same time period in their childhood. Interestingly enough, they all looked pretty different, which could mean one of two things. It could either mean that they aren't all exactly the same age, or it could mean that they all aged at different rates. I'm going to assume that the school-aged ponies in MLP are the human equivalent of somewhere between ages 7 and 10. This makes them prepubescent, though it also means that they could be on the cusp of puberty if they're early bloomers. We must remember that the ponies are all female and girls tend to go through puberty earlier than boys do, so there's an even bigger margin of variety here. If I wanted to declare the ponies to be all the same age, it would be very believable. Even though Fluttershy clearly appears to be older than the rest of the main 6, we could easily say that she's just an early bloomer. However, we happen to have a statement from Fluttershy that she's a year older than Pinkie Pie. It may be jumping to conclusions to say that if Flutters is older than one of them, then she may well be older than all of them, but it does seem pretty convenient. Moreover, going by the backstory, Pinkie Pie happens to be the smallest looking pony. Now, in spite of everything I just said about aging at different rates, we must also consider the rules of existing within a cartoon universe. Cartoons rely heavily on visual cues that inform the viewer, so that the viewer can translate abstract fantasy into a cohesive reality. MLP, being a kids show, tries to present a relatively simplistic vision of its world so that it isn't difficult for children to understand. Going by the rules of easy communication, we might then assume that the bodies of the ponies exactly reflect how old they are. In this case, I would probably suggest that Fluttershy is the oldest, followed by Rarity, then Applejack, then Twilight Sparkle, then Rainbow Dash, and finally Pinkie Pie. Putting them all within 1 year of each other means that they're all basically the same age, which might be kind of a boring conclusion, but it makes perfect sense. Now let's ask the harder question. How old are the main 6 ponies at the time of the show? First, let's invoke the word of the show's creator, Lauren Faust. Faust has said on more than one occasion that she thinks of the ponies in terms of maturity level more than in terms of age, and would put them on the maturity level of a teenager. She also points out the important fact that real ponies age way the hell quicker than humans do. Thanks to the way the show is played out with its history scenes, we can safely say at this point that the ponies in this show are assumed to age at the same rate as humans with the same lifespans. This is the only way that the Apple family reunions can take place every 100 moons, unless Granny literally means 100 days, and altogether it just makes more sense with the show's presentation. So we're going to assume that magic ponies age at the same rate as humans, and we absolutely are not going to open up any can of worms about each pony type possibly aging at a different rate, because that would be better suited for a fanfiction or a headcanon. So, how old are they? To figure this out, we need to better understand pony society. I'm going to bet that mandatory schooling for ponies only lasts up through their equivalent of elementary school. Given as ponies are expected to find their talents before they graduate pretty much without fail, it makes sense that after they've completed basic education, they'll move on to studying their specific field of work. This episode tells us exactly where each of the ponies were when they discovered their talents, so now let's think about what all they must have done since then to get where they are now. Applejack is simple enough. She was working on the apple farm, and she continued to work on the apple farm. Seeing how much work Applebloom does on the farm without any apple-related cutie mark, I think it's safe to assume that Applejack was already very familiar with her work, and that all that's changed is that she's gotten insanely good at it. In fact, that's probably why she's insanely good at it. At the time of her backstory, Fluttershy has only just arrived in Ponyville, and only just discovered her ability to communicate with animals. She'll have to build her house and her entire ranch, befriend and earn the trust of every animal in the area and raise them. She also has to meet the ponies of Ponyville and seed herself in as the pony who deals with animals. She seems to be the only one in town though, so we can assume that she filled a pretty important role in Ponyville, given their frequent animal-related catastrophes. So yeah, she's done a lot. Rarity seems to have always lived in Ponyville and was already interested in fashion before getting her mark, which it turns out is more directly related to her love of rare jewels, which inform her choices as a designer. Rarity has come a long way since designing cake costumes, and since her parents don't have any talent for fashion whatsoever, we can assume that she was self-taught. Being far away from the fashion capital in Canterlot, she's probably had to do a lot of learning on her own, not unlike it would be if you tried to learn everything about fashion while living in Virginia Beach instead of in New York or Paris. She's become the biggest fashionista in Ponyville, probably without much difficulty, and opened up her shop, the Carousel Boutique, which probably doesn't have much competition. That said, she does constant passion projects and perfects her craft, and has proven at least once that she's a match for the designers in Canterlot, so that's a lot of time and dedication. Twilight Sparkle had an interesting story because we must remember that she barely knew anything about magic before she saw the Summer Sun celebration. She got up to the point of taking an entrance exam for Magic Kindergarten before Rainbow Dash activated her god powers, which shows that unlike the other ponies who discovered a deep love of something and have perfected it just through practice, Twilight is some kind of magical savant. Even before her studies, she was insanely powerful, but her studies were the only way to control her power. Celestia taking Twilight as a personal student is like if you went to college and instead of being a regular student were taken in as Stephen Hawking's personal protege. It would stand to reason that she spent years carefully honing her talent, but the only way this is believable is if we ignore Boastbusters. In that episode, Twilight supposedly had just a small set list of magic that she knew, even though we've usually seen Twilight learn spells in a matter of minutes. Of course, I'm okay with forgetting about Boastbusters, so I'm just gonna forget about Boastbusters. Pinkie Pie's backstory is ostensibly the hardest one to draw a line from where she was then to where she is now. Pinkie discovered the magic of parties and decided to spread this with the world, and she still does that, but a lot has changed for her that lacks explanation. She somehow ended up in Ponyville and somehow became the live-in apprentice of Mr. and Mrs. Cake at Sugar Cube Corner. Figuring out how or when she did these things is as difficult as anything else dealing with Pinkie Pie, so I'll just leave that up to speculation. Finally, there's Rainbow Dash, who pulled off the Sonic Rainboom and discovered a love of racing. The two bullies who Rainbow beat in this race claimed in Sonic Rainboom that she'd been kicked out of the flight school for too much napping and not following the rules, but Rainbow states matter-of-factly that she wasn't kicked out. I'm guessing that Rainbow was probably afforded instant graduation, seeing as she'd proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that she could fly very well, but it's hard to say what she's been doing since then. It seems like she got so big-headed that she got out of practice, seeing as she wasn't able to pull off the Sonic Rainboom again until the Young Flyers competition. That, or learning the tricks necessary to be a Wonderbolt, was a lot more involving than simply learning how to race. Or maybe she just gets too preoccupied doing her job with the weather ponies and hasn't had enough time to practice. Altogether, I think it's just a case of a backstory that hasn't been carefully formatted enough, just like Twilight Sparkles. So anyways, the long and short of it is that a lot of years have passed since they were fillies, as the cases of Fluttershy and Rarity at least prove. In the cases of Rainbow Dash and Twilight Sparkle, the show continually puts them on the cusp of maturing in their talents, so it's easy to see them as not being fully adult. However, while it's much easier to see Fluttershy and Rarity as fully adult because they seem so concrete in their roles, it's also true that they both fill really important niches in Ponyville, which means that they may have been particularly young when they came into their roles. Rarity not yet being a big-name designer by Canterlot standards attests to her being youngish. Pinkie is only an apprentice baker, who gets to run the store on her own for the first time in episode 4, so I think that puts her along the same age lines. And of course, Applejack has the advantage of having done one thing for her entire life. So, where does that put them? If I were to say that they were all aged from around 8 to 10 at the time of getting their cutie marks, then this will put them squarely around age 15. Maybe not the age you were expecting? Body-wise, the ponies all seem to be adult because their bodies match up with those of everyone else in town. That said, there are plenty of older-looking body types, from the middle-aged ponies to the elder ponies, so this would ostensibly put them around 17, assuming that physical maturity for ponies matches up with physical maturity of humans. Again, there's wiggle room here, since some people stop growing at around age 15, and some don't stop growing until age 25, but again, we're trying to follow simplistic rules of age here. One thing that we really haven't seen in MLP is teenager ponies. We've pretty much seen fillies and standard ponies with no middle ground. If we did have regular teenage ponies, then I'd definitely be more willing to cast the main 6 as adults, but since we don't, I'm just going to go ahead and say that the standard pony design is more of a catch-all for ages 15 through 30 or so. I've seen humans all over the spectrum who could pass for humans from anywhere else in this spectrum, so I'm kind of okay with this. But still, why 15? Because even if we compare pony ages with human ages, the social structure is completely different. Humans, or at least most of them that'll be watching this video, go to mandatory mostly useless school until they're 18, and if they actually discover any kind of talent, it can happen at almost any point in their life, averaging in their teenage years. On average, it takes humans way longer to launch talent-based careers than it does ponies. If human society was structured the same way as pony society, and believe me, I wish it was, we too would go to primary school and we'd have the same kind of open environment to experimentation and learning that ponies do, discovering our talents when we're very young and being pretty damn good at them by the time we're in our teens. It makes me think of Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hour theory from his book Outliers. This theory is that it takes about 10,000 hours of practice to truly perfect something. This adds up to something like 3 hours a day over the course of 10 years, and it's about how much practice the Beatles had before they launched their career, and how much practice Bill Gates had before he launched his career, and so on. I'm a fan of this theory because if I pattern my own growth as a writer along it as a chart, it seems to add up pretty well. I've probably got around 7,000 hours myself. Applejack most likely has her 10,000 hours already, and it shows. Fluttershy may have hers as well, since she spends the great majority of her time with the animals, so even if she's only been doing her job for 6 years, she'd have to do it for less than 6 hours a day to have reached that total. Because the rest of the ponies usually seem to be on the cusp of true mastery rather than complete masters, I'd say that each of them is probably between 8,000 and 9,000 hours into their practice. Considering the level of concentration that pony society allows for, it would be weird to imagine that they averaged less than 4 or 5 hours of practice a day, so I think it's pretty fitting to put them around age 15. Putting the the ponies at age 15 also aligns very well with their maturity. Even though the ponies all live on their own, this again has more to do with pony society than it has to do with pony aging. In terms of emotional and intellectual maturity, 15 seems like just the right sweet spot. And I was gonna say something about how Cheerilee is in Rarity's class and she's a teacher, but that doesn't seem very important now that I've made this 10,000 hours comparison, so I guess we can finally move along then. The Cutie Mark Chronicles is altogether one of the best and most important episodes of MLP. Production-wise, the pacing is almost unbelievably perfect for an episode with 6 whole stories in it, and the framing device of the Cutie Mark Crusaders seeking Rainbow Dash's Cutie Mark story works brilliantly. Right from the start, it sets us up to anticipate Rainbow's story, which makes it that much more awesome when her story ties all of the others together. The episode gets a hell of a lot done in terms of world and character building. Obviously, there's the fact that it explains all of the main 6 backstories, but there's also the introduction of Manhattan, a revisit of Cloudsdale, and the birth of Spike the Dragon. All of this, along with classic moments like Fluttershy's I Love Everything song, Rarity being dragged by her horn, Twilight going God mode for the first time, and Rainbow Dash pulling off the original Sonic Rainboom. Altogether, this episode is perfect. There's a good reason it sits atop many lists of the best episodes of the show, and for me it probably marked a moment when I started getting more into it, before Season 2 completely blew me away. For being so good, and for sparking so much discussion and establishing so much canon, this episode has earned its legendary status. And at nearly 3,000 words, I think I've said enough about it. Coming away from this episode, I knew that it was going to be hugely divisive. Sure enough, I read Biter's review and he thought it was abysmal, but I've got nothing negative to say about this episode whatsoever. I know that my videos are called thorough analysis and I don't really consider myself a reviewer, but I think that a lot of the time, my analysis is more about figuring out why the show makes me feel the way I do, more than dissecting the actual deeper meaning of the episodes. This is going to be that kind of video, straddling the line between analysis and review if such a line even exists outside of my own head. The biggest point of contention with this episode is going to be Spike. The questions which come to mind are, 1, is he in character, and 2, is the character that he exhibits in this episode a good one? I happen to think that Spike is in character, but that's also because I consider all of the characters to be loosely defined. No character is totally consistent across all of their episodes, so the most that I ask for is that they don't seem off in a fundamental way. In Spike at Your Service, it was truly strange that Spike was bad at housework, because it was something that there was a lot of evidence to suggest that he should be good at. There's also evidence to the idea that Spike shouldn't be as greedy or as selfish as he is in this episode, but there's nonetheless also evidence to suggest that he is. Greed is a major part of his character, and so is self-centeredness. These things don't define him, but they are there, and there's nothing wrong with emphasizing those for the sake of an episode in my eyes. As for the question of whether or not this Spike is a good character, that's going to vary hugely from person to person. In Biter's review, he felt that Spike was unlikable and that he was unable to root for him because he's such an asshole in this episode. I felt the opposite, and I enjoyed watching him precisely because he was being such an asshole. It made him fun to watch and made his comeuppance at the hands of the entire supporting cast of the episode that much sweeter. But it wouldn't have worked so well if Corey Powell hadn't written the specifics of it so well. Before I get to Corey's writing though, let me highlight Kathy Westluck's performance as Spike. She seemed to be having so much fun with this episode, playing up the deadpan in Spike's snark and bringing out just how greedy he sounds asking for jewels. Meanwhile, she also gets to sing a bit, which helps us to understand just how passionate Spike is about his cake, which is the anchor of relatability to the actions that Spike will take. Altogether, the performance adds a lot to why I enjoyed watching Spike in this episode. Yes, he's being an asshole, but I don't dislike him for that. I can appreciate and relate to a greedy bastard of a character, especially when he's this well done, because, well, I'm not that different from him myself. The humor of this episode largely springs from Spike's attempts to manipulate those around him and failing at it. It actually starts off with Fluttershy somewhat manipulating Spike to babysit Angel with the jewel. Yeah, it's a fair trade and a generous one, so there's nothing malicious about it, but I can't shake the feeling that Fluttershy is being manipulative, perhaps because of the impression that she's left in other episodes such as The Ticketmaster and Keep Calm and Flutter On. Spike then talks the other ponies into letting him watch their pets, and it never quite feels like they're completely buying it. Like, this would never have occurred to them if Spike hadn't brought it up, but he seems to have a good enough point, so they give it a try. Twilight almost sees through it at the start, but she doesn't have time to fully realize what Spike is up to. All of this establishes that Spike is never quite in control of anything. The animals immediately get out of hand, and they lead Spike to the best part of this episode, the Cutie Mark Crusaders. The CMC exists in this episode to escalate the situation. When Spike tries to dump the critters off on them, the CMC already show that they know more than he expects when Applebloom reveals that she's aware of Applejack having paid Spike for his service. We don't exactly expect that this is going to work out well, and it doesn't. Along the way, Spike is constantly being looked down on. Applebloom shows moral superiority in that her desire for a jewel isn't for payment, but out of genuine concern concern for the animals, unlike Spike. Zecora straight up tells Spike that he's incurring bad mojo and gives his jewel away to the most adorable thing ever, a pony Girl Scout. Granny Smith barely even needs to say a word and enjoys the view as Spike is beaten by Angel. To me, Granny Smith is kind of like the viewer stand-in in this episode. When Angel gets on the train, things are quickly getting out of hand, and the CMC are there to bring the chaos over the top. Spike again tries to manipulate them and fails because the CMC find out that they're on their way to the Crystal Empire and have no intention of following Spike's orders. By this point, I'm laughing my ass off at where this is going. The CMC end up instinctually following Spike and the animals onto the return trip, and it all comes down to the whim of Angel Bunny to decide if Spike should be resolutely defeated or not. I happen to love Angel Bunny, as he's one of the few forces of just sheer brattiness in the show, and he's particularly great here because even being the little bastard that he still is morally superior to Spike at this moment. The animals forgive Spike, which shows strong character on their part, but it's not until Spike accidentally eats his last jewel that he gets the sort of cathartic comeuppance that he still deserved. It's not a big deal, but it was satisfying to me as a viewer. Outside of this core narrative, the episode is full of MLP's characteristic flourishes and attention to detail. Some that I really appreciated include Aloysius's facial expressions and his standoff with Angel Bunny, the "who" gag which ran through the episode without ever feeling forced, and Pinkie's weird exchanges with Gummy. The best side thing going on here though is Rainbow Dash and Tank's interactions. One of Rainbow Dash's most fascinating character traits is her grappling with inauthenticity. Ever since Read It and Weep, she's been trying to embrace her uncool side, and this episode shows her desperately wanting to play up her and Tank as cool, but just failing because Tank is so lame. She loves him though and just accepts defeat, which is completely fucking adorable. But that's about all I've got to say about this episode. I did a video cast with the ANY pony about this episode as well, which may not be up yet at the time of this posting, and mostly has Biter going in depth about why he doesn't like this episode, so if you want to hear two very different opinions on the episode, check that out when it goes up. Hey every pony! Welcome to Random Headcanons, a series of short, scarcely edited videos in which I talk about my fascinating mental pony universe. For those who don't know, a headcanon refers to a viewer's personal idea of what's true about a show's universe, which may be contradictory to the actual work or expand on just the smallest hints that the work provides. The difference between canon and headcanon is the difference between knowing that Luna can visit ponies in their dreams and believing that Luna became depressed because so many ponies were having nightmares, which led her to become Nightmare Moon. I just made that one up on the spot, by the way. What separates this from my observations on MLP series is that in that series I speculate on something that's really up in the air without reaching any definitive conclusions. In Random Headcanons, I'll talk about things that I personally believe to be true because it's just more fun that way. In Just for Sidekicks, there's this scene wherein Zecora takes a gem from Spike and gives it to a Girl Scout charity, telling Spike that there's no worse mojo than dragon greed. The scene is a lot of fun insofar as Zecora totally railing Spike for his immorality, but there's probably more to it than that. Zecora doesn't strike me as someone who'd do this just to be a dick or to rub it in Spike's face that he's being a dick. More likely, Zecora averted a genuine crisis in this scene. I think that Zecora took some of Spike's bad mojo off of his hands, and that if she hadn't done so, Spike's situation would have turned out worse than it did. Maybe it's because of her action that Spike ultimately doesn't get found out, or worse, ended up at the point of being a total hoarder like he was in Secret of My Excess. Either way, I think this scene was definitely a reference to that episode, and that Zecora taking this gem had a real impact on what happened in the rest of this episode. And that's it. Simple, see? Not every video needs to be more than 5 minutes long. Do let me know if you like this style of video, and if you have any requests for what kind of headcanons I should share, then let me know. I can probably crank small videos out like this like nobody's business, which will help me to fill out my full vision of MLP's world. Give me all of your thoughts, including on this headcanon, in the comments. I've gotten a lot of requests to comment on the brief shot in Just for Sidekicks in which Big Macintosh and Cheerilee are seen together. Now, I'm not much of a shipper, but if the fandom decided to make a big deal out of this, then I'd be okay with it. I generally approve of these two as a pair anyways. But the more I thought about this couple, the more the potential for headcanon skyrocketed until I convinced myself that there is something more to this moment after all. To start with, let's look at Big Mac and Cheerilee as a couple. Both of them have been portrayed as level-headed, mature ponies in the little time they've been shown. I think their down-to-earth personalities would complement one another well. They're good-looking, charismatic young ponies who go good together. I mean, I could easily fanfic the shit out of them. I know a lot of people like shipping Big Mac with every fucking female pony in the show because he's the biggest recurring male character, but I think he'd more likely go for a sensible teacher pony than the grab bag of personality disorders that is the main six. Moreover, maybe Cheerilee could make a good mother figure for Applebloom. You can run with that if you like. All of this makes me feel good about pairing them, but let's get down to the nitty-gritty of why I'm willing to headcanonize this. At the end of Hearts and Hooves Day, Big Mac and Cheerilee sort of prank the CMC and then seemingly walk off to go hang out. I felt like this was the show's way of saying, hey, maybe they'll get together anyways on their own. Seeing them together again is probably meant to bait more thoughts like this, though if you didn't want this couple to happen, you could argue that they're still just friends and they're spending time together. But here's the doozy that I've come away with. Remember in Lesson 0 how Big Macintosh is put under the Want It Need It spell by Twilight Sparkle along with half of Ponyville? After Twilight's spell is cancelled, Big Macintosh comes back and picks up the Smarty Pants doll, walking away with it amorously. That is to say that, after coming down from a spell that made him love the doll, he fell in love with the doll anyways. This very same character is the one who gets hit with yet another love spell in Hearts and Hooves Day, and once again, after being released from the spell, he walks away fondly with the object of his affection. Coincidence? Sure, maybe. Or maybe it's canon. Let me know what you think. Those of you who read the comments on my videos may remember how, when people offered to draw me an OC pony, I just sort of told them some colors I liked, some ponies with designs I liked, and a couple of general details. This is why. My design sense is about on the level of Twilight Sparkle, and in fact, the terrible dresses that the characters wear in this episode are strikingly similar to my everyday fashion sense. I love Rarity so much. She hasn't gotten to do anything in Season 3, which is pretty sad, but some of her focus episodes are among my favorites in the show, such as this episode and Sweet and Elite. I relate a lot to Rarity's passion for her craft, and in this episode I particularly enjoyed watching her take on a huge number of projects at once, since Interestingly enough, I think Opalescence probably shares Rarity's deep passion for fashion. Opal seems genuinely excited by how excellent Rarity's initial set of dresses are and appalled at the later set. Picky and mean as Opal is, there's probably no one else she'd rather have as a master. Now, I know there's a lot of people who think that Rarity poorly represents the element of generosity, since she's often very selfish, and especially so during Sweet and Elite, but to that I say, just look at this episode. Not only for an example of Rarity being generous, but for an example of Rarity getting completely fucked over for being generous in the first place. Now, to be fair, Rarity's original designs were every bit as for her as they were for her friends, but the atrocious designs that she did after that were purely out of generosity. Her friends walk all over her generosity and then blindly almost get her entire career fucked over. Of course, they do fix the problem, but still, I think I'd be careful about my own generosity after going through this myself. Rarity is ultimately generous where it counts, and her actions in Sweet and Elite are probably defensible as well, though I'll talk about that when I get to it. Out of the other ponies in this episode, the one with the most characterizing dialogue is Fluttershy. I've brought up a few times how I think Fluttershy is manipulative and secretive, and if any episode shows that perfectly, this is the one. Fluttershy is openly comfortable with lying to Rarity about how she feels about the dress. Whereas Applejack and Twilight dodge the question and Rainbow Dash is totally blunt about it, Fluttershy takes a completely passive approach and tries to lie through her discomfort. The most fun thing about this is that underneath her passive nature, she's actually the most critical of Rarity's work. This huge fjord between the thoughts that Flutters has and the words that she says is a pretty interesting lens to view the rest of her interactions through. Rarity's big freakout scene is brilliantly written, as she keeps trying to be dramatic but also overanalyzing her own attempts at drama. I think Rarity's drama scenes are some of the funniest in the show, and her character altogether might be the best vehicle for delivering comedy other than Pinkie Pie, when it's done right. Besides this scene, the episode is loaded with great dry comedy, which is my favorite kind. In terms of production quality, this episode is soaring. When faced with an episode that mostly involves ponies standing around talking to one another, the animation staff could have rested on their laurels, but instead they generated some very expressive dialogue animations and poured their souls into making the episode's big moments some of the most memorable and technically proficient in the show. In the DVD commentary of this episode, it's pointed out that both fashion shows took a lot of effort to put together, and the second one was actually storyboarded by Lauren Faust herself just to make sure that it came across exactly how she wanted it to. Of course, I can't finish talking about this episode without mentioning some of its cultural impact. Between the phrase 20% cooler and the introduction of Vinyl Scratch, aka DJ Pony, this episode possibly provided the most pony memeature out of any episode of the show. In Suited for Success, Hoity happens to be in Ponyville when he's alerted to Rarity's fashion show by a word from Spike. Every time I get to this scene, I have to wonder about what context there would have been for Spike and Hoity to be in the same place, with the kind of open atmosphere that might lead Spike to drop a line like this. Of course, the way I always imagine it is happening in a bar. We've seen Spike in a place that's meant to parody a bar in The Best Night Ever, which makes the imagery that much more clear to me. In my headcanon, Spike and Hoity were slamming down donuts in a bar when Spike said, "Hey, you're a fashion type guy, right?" And Hoity was all like, "Quite." And Spike was like, "My friend Rarity's the best fashionista in Ponyville. You should totally come check out her fashion show tonight." And HT was like, "A fashion show? In this old town? That should be interesting." Of course, the real question is still, what was HT doing in Ponyville, which left him such an open schedule? I got nothing. What do you think? It's been quite a while since the last time I saw Sonic Rainboom, and as soon as I watched it, I wished I'd done so before making my Pony Ages video. This episode strongly supports my theory that the ponies are teenagers. You see, I've always been a little bit confused about Rainbow Dash's status as an exceptional flyer. Rainbow has said on several occasions, somewhat jokingly, that the Wonderbolts should just go ahead and ask her to join, and it got me thinking, yeah, they probably should. What's up with that? After all, there's no way Rainbow Dash is flying under their radar. She's the only pony who's ever performed a Sonic Rainboom, which means that one way or another, she's the fastest flyer in the history of her race. This ought to be enough to make the Wonderbolts interested in having a conversation with her, and the number one conversation topic on Rainbow's mind at all times is her desire to join the Wonderbolts. There's no way the Wonderbolts wouldn't be interested in Rainbow's potential. Given that she was just a filly the first time she did the Rainboom, it's understandable that she wouldn't have been on the Wonderbolts' radar up until this episode. But now that she's on their radar, what gives? I think the answer is quite simple. Age restriction. There's just no better reason that Rainbow should have to follow such a slow progression on her course to becoming a Wonderbolt. Between catching the eye of the Wonderbolts at this competition, reminding them who she is at the Grand Galloping Gala, showing off her ability to lead in the production of a Hurricane in Hurricane Fluttershy, and joining the Wonderbolt Academy in Season 3. Remember that in this episode, Rainbow Dash competes in the Young Flyers competition. This implies the equivalent of similar contests that exist in the real world, which usually focus on middle and high school-aged talents. The other ponies in the competition who have dialogue sound really young, even though they don't look any younger than Rainbow Dash, which goes to support my idea that the standard pony design is a catch-all for ages 15 to 30. Boys have a tendency to grow up physically before their voice is done maturing, and it's right around this age. And if all that's not enough, Spitfire calls Rainbow the little pony who saved their lives. There's no way that after this episode, Rainbow wouldn't be recognized as at least one of the best flyers in Equestria. The Best Young Flyers competition is probably a pretty big deal if both Celestia and the Wonderbolts are spectating. Plus, there had to be a reason that she was given the responsibility of leading the Hurricane team, but if she knew that there was a Wonderbolt Academy, then why wouldn't she have applied for it a long time ago? Oh, maybe because you need to be 16 to apply? Maybe you need to be a certain age to be a Wonderbolt? It's worth thinking about. So anyways, Rainbow Dash isn't the only important character in this episode, nor even the one who gives a friendship lesson at the end. This time it's Rarity, and I think that this episode perfectly captures all of the highs and lows of her character in one pretty package. At the start of the episode, Rarity is impressively attuned to Rainbow Dash's emotional state. Her attention to detail, as spoken of in Look Before You Sleep, comes in handy here. She clearly cares about Rainbow Dash, so much so that she offers generously to undergo an untested spell in order to help her. Then things go wrong. Rarity, as usual, gets a bit wrapped up in herself. Her wings keep dazzling her more and more, and all the attention she's getting isn't really helping. But we have to be fair here. How would you react if you set out one morning to go cheer for your friend in some kind of fashion competition, and then suddenly your body transformed into Brad Pitt, and everywhere you went that day, everyone was telling you how insanely hot you are? It doesn't even matter if you were a girl beforehand, I think you'd get pretty sidetracked. That said, if I was in that position, I think I'd still have the self-control not to enter myself as a model in the same competition as my buddy, but then again, I'm not Rarity, whose life revolves around attention, and I'm also not 15, and this metaphor is getting kind of weird. Point is, it's understandable for Rarity to get distracted, and while Twilight kind of nudges her that she's being a wee bit of a doucher, she doesn't get the message, and no one really makes it clear to her that she should stop. She ends up realizing it when all is said and done, and Rainbow's quick to forgive, so who am I to judge? Another character who's somewhat important in this episode is Fluttershy, though she's mostly just there to make silly jokes. This is an M.A. Larson episode after all, and for all that I love the guy, he never really seems to know what to do with Fluttershy except for poke fun at her. Beyond that though, here's a few minor notes about the episode. Rainbow for some reason thinks that she's going to fail so terribly that Celestia will send her to the Everfree Forest. Why would she do that? I imagine it's something like when little kids think that they're going to go to hell over every little bad thing they do. What did Celestia do to be so feared, though? Oh yeah. Speaking of Celestia, way to be useless at saving Rarity. Hey, how spicy is a rainbow? Pinkie Pie likes pouring tabletop hot sauce on her cupcakes. Now, tabletop hot sauce is usually fairly mild, but I wouldn't put it past Pinkie to have a high spice resilience. I'm betting Rainbow Spice is way up there. Lastly, I don't have much to say about it, but there's a weird extended Grecian metaphor going on here. Like, Rarity's wings are made of the same stuff as Icarus's, and they burn when she gets too close to the sun, not to mention that Cloudsdale is slammed with Greek architecture. There's a lot of Greek mythological creatures in MLP, actually, which is kinda strange. Not sure what to think about it, though. Anyways, that's all I've got for this episode for now. There's been an ongoing debate in the comments of my videos about the nature of equestrian society. A lot of people have argued that the values of Equestria are meant to reflect American values, and therefore Equestria should be viewed as socially similar to the US or Canada. I am firmly in the camp that Equestria has a unique society which isn't meant to parallel American society directly, and a big part of that is because of how the show handles the idea of destiny. American idealism is usually a fight against destiny. The American dream is, essentially, that no matter where you're from or who you are, you can rise to fame and fortune. We say that anyone can become anything regardless of their beginnings. But in Equestria, destiny is something to be embraced, sought after, and lived with. Ponies are expected to literally live up to their names, as their parents somehow psychically anticipate what their child will be like when naming them. Some names allude to something specific, such as Rarity or Rainbow Dash or Applejack, while others speak more for potential, like Twilight Sparkle or Apple Bloom. Ponies are expected to realize a specific destiny by the time they finish elementary school, and that destiny is permanently emblazoned on their flanks. We don't exactly expect that ponies have a concept of the midlife crisis. Pony society and pony magical physiology suggest that the way a pony's life plays out just isn't anything like the way an American's life plays out. Americans are expected to change all the time, never satisfied with the life that they have, always shooting for something bigger. Ponies are expected to figure out where they're going while they're still children, and then to follow this career for the rest of their lives. This, to me, is an incredibly liberating idea, because it means that pony society wouldn't necessarily reward only the brightest and the best, but would appreciate every pony's contribution to society. Every pony has their own niche, which they can be comfortable in fulfilling. I want to believe that in Equestria you could be a one-of-a-kind auteur and live your life the way you want to. But of course, that's me being idealistic. If you wanted to specifically rain on my parade, you could also interpret Equestria as a place wherein every pony is locked into a specific fate, and if you're a one-of-a-kind auteur who nobody appreciates, then you're just fucked. But in reality, this is a lot like the real world. I happen to believe in the idea of destiny myself. I think that each of us is set on a causal path through life which is bound to happen exactly one way regardless of what we think about it. The idea that we're making choices about who we are and how we see others is merely an illusion. But I digress. Whereas American society is all about promoting free will, I think that pony society is more about embracing destiny. These ideals need not be mutually exclusive, but I think that the general systems of Equestria promote the idea of a universe driven by destiny. Twilight Sparkle is destined to be the most powerful unicorn because she was born with the ability to summon endless magical power. Rainbow Dash was predisposed to being an incredible flyer from a very young age. Fluttershy has an innate ability to communicate with animals on a deeper level than most ponies. Rarity has a natural magical ability to locate precious stones. Pinkie Pie has a unique disposition, mindset, and memory which allows her to befriend every pony. And Applejack has followed in her family's footsteps to continue a generation-spanning passion for apple farming. All of these suggest that destiny is an innate quality of being a pony, and is recognized as such in the moral and social foundations of Equestria. Reading Pony Society this way actually brings to mind some interesting thoughts about the way the show handles its characters. For instance, it might be wrong-headed in a sense to expect Fluttershy to change into anything other than Fluttershy. This is what makes her largely unchanged nature kind of defensible. While it bothers Rainbow Dash to no end that Fluttershy is such a scaredy cat, Rainbow has to eventually realize that every pony has a unique disposition and self-change isn't necessarily an important aspect of pony society. Maybe Fluttershy really can get along just fine being who she is without needing to change for anyone. Anyways, I could go on like this, but I'll save that for future character analysis videos. In the meantime, let me know what you think about all this in the comments. Which is why, when you think about it, Rarity's mane could be seen as a reflection of Camus-esque absurdism underlying the Games Ponies Play is a really mediocre episode of MLP, but it's sprinkled with the kind of gold nuggets that the show is usually good for and, I suspect, wouldn't hold up under episodes of this quality without. Even though the plot wasn't remotely engaging, I still smiled and laughed through most of the episode because the show is almost predisposed to providing great character-based comedy. The ongoing joke about Rainbow Dash's childhood disappointment is good, and some of Pinkie Pie's jokes are really good, though also some of them are stupid as hell. The scene wherein this season's main five put on a cheer is excellent and very well animated, though other parts of the episode feature awkward animation and weird camera angles. That comment about the main five, by the way, was out of spite for this still not being a fucking Rarity episode. A 13 episode season, and we got 2 fucking Spike episodes but no Rarity episode? At least Rarity already has 2 of the best episodes of the show, so she's still in a better boat than Applejack. The biggest problem with this episode is that the plot is fundamentally uninteresting and poorly done. The stakes are set up that if the Games Inspector doesn't like what she sees, then the Crystal Empire won't get to host the Equestria Games. But the Games Inspector ends up relegated to a practically non-existent role, while we instead follow some other random mayor whom the ponies mistake for the Games Inspector and give a tour instead. The only source of tension then is that we know they've got the wrong pony. The minute we saw the inspector on the platform, that bit of tension was established, but the entire time they're giving a tour to the wrong pony, the tension isn't expanded on at all. What was even the point of this plot thread? What did it add to this episode? Even the tension over Rarity not being able to get Cadence's hair right is botched, because there's never any close call with the inspector seeing it all wrong. It was just a way for Cadence to be tied up for the rest of the episode, and it resulted in also taking Rarity out of the group antics as well, cementing her into a season-long role of being largely inconsequential. The resolution of the episode is incomprehensible. Harsh Winnie claims that she's now heard an unbiased opinion of the place, which makes no fucking sense, because in reality, she was the one receiving the unbiased treatment. She's admitting that her judgment of what town is deserving is based on how well they can pamper her, considering that the way the town treated what it thought was a regular-ass visitor was actually terrible. So yeah, the plot is basically Swiss cheese and impossible to care about. Nevertheless, Dave Polsky works in some of his unique brand of fun dialogue. This episode isn't going to make anyone start liking Polsky, nor make me feel particularly good about defending his episodes in the past, but at least he gave me a reference to neo-Gothic architecture out of nowhere. Also, Rarity said auspicious, which my 15-year-old brother had to ask me the meaning of. No, but really, there's genuinely excellent parts of this episode that deserve to be looked at. Most prominent among these is the subplot of Princess Cadence teaching Twilight how to calm herself down. I adore that this entire subplot unfolded wordlessly throughout the episode. First, Cadence shows Twilight the technique, and Twilight picks up on its purpose just by feeling it. Twilight sees Cadence use it to calm herself when she gets the bad news, and is intrigued at the sight of it. Twilight actually uses this technique to calm herself at all of the points where we'd expect her to start yelling in an ordinary episode. This is a brilliant use of her character, and the scene where she basically starts hyperventilating the technique is hilarious. It even ties in well with Just for Sidekicks, because when I watched that episode, I thought it was strange that Twilight expected Spike to have done a great job, even though she'd been suspicious about him right before leaving. This episode reveals that she was only expecting as much because of her newfound calming technique. While I'm on the subject of subtle characterization, I also should mention how the unnamed Earth Pony is ultra claustrophobic for some reason, though they never go anywhere with this. Also, I kept expecting that she was going to turn out to be one of the athletes or something after watching her outrun Shining Armor's entire track team. And that's about it. No, I'm joking. You know I wouldn't have ended this without mentioning Rainbow Dash's parents! That's parents with an S, by the way. For the past couple of years, I've considered myself to be decidedly unromantic, though I'm also very impressionable, so it's possible that I just haven't read anything romantic in quite a while. This seems likely since the last romance story I even remember liking was Girlfriends, which I read in 2010. The fact that both that and this are lesbian fics about cartoon characters should reveal a few of my biases right off the bat. When I bother to write a romance, I always represent lovers as halves of a whole, and I've gotta say, it's been a long time since I've longed for anything like that myself. Actually, Vinyl and Octavia University Days doesn't make me lonely. I seem to have outgrown any anxiety over my lonely, sexless existence, perhaps because I'm too wrapped up in living my life as a postmodern art piece, and because, honestly, my friends provide more than enough companionship. The pain of reading Vinyl and Octavia is one of vicariously enjoying their romance way too much. In the later chapters, when they start thinking in entire paragraphs about one another's smallest movements, I often have to pause reading and punch myself in the chest so that my heart will stop fluttering. When I got to the sex scene, I had to down a beer just to hold myself together, and it took a few more to write this review. Vinyl and Octavia University Days is like perfection on the conceptual level unfolding before me. Every time a plot element is introduced, a little man stands up in my head and screams, "Yes!" out of sheer satisfaction that Dawn could give me exactly what I want out of a romance story. All of the satisfaction and none of the bullshit. All of the depth and thought with all of the charm and appeal. The verbiage is cheeky as fuck and I love every sentence of it. Aria fans will know what I mean when I start screaming, "Embarrassing remarks are not allowed" at the fic. I am in love with the vinyl that is in love with the Octavia that is in love with the vinyl that I am in love with. And the same goes for Octavia. Even the Lyra and Bonbon subplot couldn't be handled with more fucking class if it were written by a monocle. So here I am, downing drinks, so I can pass out in the road, and I'll cry myself to sleep if Octavia never comes for me. Shit, I'm crying already. As to the subject of dramatic readings, I just don't know. I expect that I'll hate anything I try and that I'll never get it done. And now that I've written this, it might just satisfy me until a new chapter comes out. When that happens, we'll see. Winter Wrap-Up is a great and popular episode with the show's first really big, catchy musical number in it. The concept of the episode is creative and totally awesome. Ponies have to physically clean up winter in order to change the seasons? Amazing! When you think about it, this totally throws into question the relationship between Equestria and our world. I mean, if ponies control the seasons, does that mean that the seasons don't occur in nature? How would the world operate without their weather maintenance? How can their world not have its own weather? Do the seasons occur in the same conventional order as they do in our world? And if so, then how did the ponies come up with the idea of managing the weather this way? Was there a time before weather? Is it possible that season 1 really is in chronological order, and the only reason Fall Weather Friends comes right after Winter Wrap-Up is that the seasons operate in a way beyond our comprehension? I could go on like this all day, but for the sake of my sanity, let's carry on. Spike is kind of a jerk in this episode, mostly out of being really tired. It got me wondering if Spike should actually be hibernating through the winter. After all, neither Spike nor Twilight seems to know much about dragon physiology. The dragon from Dragonshy seemed intent on sleeping all goddamn day. Maybe dragons hibernate and Spike is accidentally living an unhealthy lifestyle. Here's a fun little aside. Did you notice that Fluttershy isn't the captain of the animals team? Later in the episode, she seems to be the outspoken member of the group, but she probably didn't want to be captain because she was too timid for command. Another aside, I just noticed that Pinkie Pie claims to have been performing the ice skating job since she was a very small filly. In my Pony Ages video, I wondered about how long Pinkie Pie has lived in Ponyville and whether or not her rock farm is a part of Ponyville. If it is, well, that explains a lot, but if her farm isn't a part of Ponyville, then she must have moved there a long time ago, likely immediately after the Sonic Rainboom event. Getting more into the technical side of this episode, I get the feeling that Winter Wrap-Up may have been an early episode in the MLP production cycle. While the animation is more ambitious than the likes of the Ticketmaster, there are a lot of awkward or wonky facial expressions which would never be seen again in later episodes. It definitely doesn't feel like it was made after Applebuck season, which was the earliest episode to have really sure-handed animation. The lesson of this episode was unexpected. It's interesting that the town's stubborn tradition is represented as more important than Twilight's magic. In fact, it's strange that this supposedly Earth Pony founded town has a tradition in which Pegasi do most of the work. Surely it was Pegasus and Earth Pony founded, right? You know, since they would have had a town with no weather otherwise. It's nice that Twilight found her place in all this, but I don't know how I feel about promoting counterintuitive tradition. We do see that when Twilight tries to use magic, she fails at it, which makes it seem like magic may legitimately be an ill-advised way of wrapping up winter, but you'd think they'd try to find some way to make it work. On another more tangential note, if you've been watching my videos, you know that I consider the main pony design to be a catch-all for ponies ages 15 to 30. Well, now I'm going to add to that the design is also representative of multiple body types, my basis being the line in which Applejack says Twilight is moving awful fast for such a little pony. We of course don't see any difference between the size of Twilight and any other mare, but maybe in universe they're meant to be different sizes. Or it could just be that AJ was comparing her to the other ponies which are pushing plows, since the rest of them all appear to be male. And lastly, does the part wherein the Pegasus pony strip all the snow away remind anyone else of Daikon 4? So yeah, this is a solid episode, though it's one that doesn't really stand out except for having a bangin' song in the middle. It also makes me think I should probably go ahead and wrap up winter myself. Yes! Fuck yes. Guys, seriously. Sorry, I'm having trouble formulating complete sentences about this episode because Okay, so, for starters, this is pretty much my favorite episode. No, not of season 3, not even of My Little Pony, just my favorite episode, period. I know, it's too early to be saying that, but I truly just do not care. This episode is, in my eyes, utterly perfect, and I'm going to try my best to articulate why over the course of at least 2 videos. Anything which I don't address in this video, you can expect to see in the next one, which will take anywhere from a couple of days to a couple of weeks to make, depending on how hard it is for me to calm down and really take my time to work through every little aspect of this episode, because it is seriously dense. I think I mentioned in my Applebuck season video that density is kind of a big deal for me, and this episode is possibly the most dense of the entire show in terms of attention to detail, entertainment, and emotion. A few people have told me that they didn't like the episode's pacing, and if you feel that way, I'm going to first ask you to watch the episode again. And once you've done that, if you still feel that way, then if you could explain to me what's wrong with the pacing, I'm curious to know, because I thought it was flawless. Then again, pacing has always been my biggest issue with MLP 2-parters in the past. 2-parters usually have to introduce a lot of new concepts, which means a lot of exposition, and when there's a lot of exposition, it means that there's a lot of filler jokes that are thrown in to balance out the dialogue. Because of this, it always takes longer than it should could to introduce the new concepts, which leaves each part either feeling too long or too rushed. Magical Mystery Cure does not fuck around. It establishes the point immediately, using a musical montage to show us that 5 of the main 6 have had their cutie marks mixed up, leading them to switch lifestyles. There seems to be some kind of memory problem involved in all of it, and tying this whole thing into my previous Destiny video is going to deserve a whole video on its own, though for now, let me just say that I fist pumped every time the word Destiny was used in the episode. Once it's been established that the main 6 have the wrong jobs, we get a sad song, which is awesome, which shows us that living with the wrong destinies has left them all depressed, their lives in shambles. Then Twilight realizes that if she gets her friends to help one another out, each of them will realize what they were meant to do all along. This takes form in a fucking epic music montage that has so far made me cry twice, and the whole situation is sorted out. So I ask, why does this need more time? What was not fleshed out here? If anything, we got the point twice over that the ponies were leading the wrong lives, and then Twilight fixes it by getting her friends to help one another. It's an incredibly simple concept for an episode, and probably would have just been a normal episode if not for what was going to come afterwards. But because of what was going to come afterwards, the writers decided to be succinct and cut out the usual antics and slower pacing, replacing it with musicals that could communicate a large amount of emotion in a short amount of time. During the sad song, we don't even need dialogue to get the message loud and clear that this has gotten to be a really dark time for each of the main 6. After the True Friend song, we go right into Twilight meeting Celestia in this fucking amazing ethereal plane area, where Celestia tells Twilight that her understanding of friendship has reached the level where she can surpass even the most powerful unicorns and become an Alicorn princess. Yes? You may have noticed that I was fairly tight-lipped about the whole Alicorn thing ever since it was leaked 2 weeks ago, even though people asked me about it constantly. The reason was that my first impression was that it sounded fucking awesome. I had no reason to doubt that it would be awesome, so I just wanted to look forward to the episode and see what happened. And, it was awesome. Seriously, what could possibly not be awesome about this? Twilight fulfilled her character arc and the purpose which she came to Ponyville for. All of her deeds up until now prepared her for her role as a master, no longer a student. The scene where Celestia and Twilight's friends bow to Twi, it was totally like the you bow to no man scene from The Lord of the Rings, and equally tear-inducing on my part. Liquid pride-inducing. But Digibrony, doesn't this mean the end of Twilight Sparkle's character arc? Yes, it means the end of one character arc, but now this show gets to do what only a few amazing shows ever get to do, and start a whole new arc. Yeah, if MLP had ended right here, it would have been pretty satisfying, but you know what's even more satisfying? Fucking getting to see more, duh! Of course I want to see the adventures of Princess fucking Sparkle and friends. That is the best possible thing. Just think about how many new doors this opens up for plot and character development. There are so many new possibilities to explore. This episode probably would have been one of my favorites even if the plot had just been a throwaway deal. Even if you took out the whole princess thing and just had a musical episode about all the friends switching destinies, that would have been enough for me. I'm a giant fan of musical episodes in shows, and while I've always loved the musical numbers in MLP, I've always wanted there to be a full-on musical episode. Even more than that though, there was so much going on visually that my eyes just melted out of my skull. This episode had the kind of epic imagery that made me love A Canterlot Wedding so much, but it had even bigger moments and even more unexpected areas. On the level of sheer visceral entertainment, this is god-tier stuff. But it's not only that, it's also a damn great episode of MLP. It utilizes the show's continuity more beautifully than any other episode, which we can thank M.A. Larson for, since, as I proved in my Magic Duel video, he's pretty much the biggest driving force towards a unified storyline in MLP. I mean, yeah, I know it all springs from Lauren Faust, but as sad as it is to say, Lauren isn't around anymore, and as long as writers like M.A. Larson are still holding the show together this brilliantly, I'm okay with that. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking about this episode in the Crepuscular Bronies livestream led by ANY Pony, though I'm probably gonna be a bit of a bastard and rant about how this is the best thing since sliced bread every time I open my mouth. So check that out. I'll also be putting out an overview of Season 3 sometime in the next few days. Once that stuff is done, you'll have my permission to start bugging me about making part 2 of this analysis. Until then, I'll be continuing to torment everyone I know by incoherently screaming about how much I love this episode. Every time you state an opinion about something, you are making a highly informed decision. You are choosing to believe a certain thing, which will become your truth. Truth is not an inherent property, after all. It's something that you create through belief. So when you say that an episode is good, it's not that the episode is inherently good, it's that you've chosen to believe believe that it's good. And if an episode is incongruent with what you have decided is good, then you may wish to decide that that episode is bad. Here are some decisions that I've made. I've decided that I like the Crystal Empire. I could have decided that I hated it because the plot is a jumbled mess and no one gives a shit about Sombra or the Crystal Ponies, and the representations of the main 6 characters are extremely basic. If I wanted to, I could decide that those things matter to me and I could focus on those things. However, I've decided that those things aren't that big of a deal. What is a big deal to me, though, is Rainbow Dash eating corn, and Rainbow Dash being a bully, and Applejack's head tilt. Because of those things, I've decided that I have a sort of ambivalent positive feeling towards the episode. I've decided that I don't like games ponies play. I could have decided that I liked it because Pinkie Pie has a cinnamon bun and Rainbow Dash crashes into the ceiling. These things matter to me, but I also can't get over how utterly inept the episode's storytelling is and how much I didn't care about the incidental characters. Even though I'd ideally like to love every episode of MLP, I'm comfortable enough with not doing so that when a mediocre episode like this comes along, I can feel a very satisfying dislike for it. The satisfaction comes from defining the dislike so well that I fully understand what disliking it means about me. But before I continue to talk about Season 3's episodes, let's talk about the structure. Unless you're a big fan of this season, more so than you are of the other seasons, and I have met some people who are like that, Season 3 was always going to be the worst season by virtue of being only 13 episodes. I've chosen to believe that Season 3 has the same density of quality episodes that Season 1 and 2 had, but having half as many episodes necessarily means that it isn't as good. That said, I think this is the only manner in which the season is not as good. In my opinion, the first 13 episodes of Season 1 contained 1 amazing episode, 3 or 4 great episodes, 6 or 7 good episodes, 3 or 4 mediocre episodes, and 1 bad episode. Comparatively, I think that Season 3 contained 1 amazing episode, 4 great episodes, 4 or 5 good episodes, 4 or 5 mediocre episodes, and 1 or 2 maybe bad episodes. Obviously, these counts will vary heavily from person to person, but I want to ask that you actually go and make those counts. Before you claim that Season 3 was generally weaker, go back and pick a 13 episode stretch from Season 1 and compare notes. I do think that the first 13 episodes of Season 2 were much better than either of these 13 episode stretches, but my point is simply that I don't think Season 3 is subpar for the course. Now, a lot of you are probably still wondering, why was Season 3 only 13 episodes? And why has Hasbro been pulling the episodes from YouTube and taking down a ton of fan works with them? What's going on? From what information I've been able to gather, the most likely answer is that Hasbro is preparing MLP for syndication. What this means is that Hasbro will start selling broadcast rights to other networks so that they can air the show. 65 episodes is the industry standard package size for selling rights to kids shows, and after Season 3, MLP now has that many episodes, making it a clean 3-season package. If this is why Season 3 has 13 episodes, it would also explain the takedowns. You may have heard the rumor that Hasbro was trying to sell the show's broadcast rights to China, but that the Chinese networks had said that they wouldn't pay for what could be easily had online. I've still never seen the source of this rumor, and it sounds kind of weird to begin with, but if you replace China with something like Cartoon Network, it's a very reasonable idea. Why would a network want to pay to air reruns of a show which are easily available on YouTube? Considering that the majority of the blocked videos are blocked solely in the United States, this makes way more sense than the whole China explanation. The Brony stuff on YouTube is just caught up in the crossfire. The mechanism that YouTube uses to remove copyright material is automated and removes whatever it detects as infringement. Fair use and the definition of derivative works is too unclear, and YouTube doesn't have the time or interest in arguing with it. It doesn't particularly matter to them that the content is gone if it means that the problem is off their hands. More than being a problem with Hasbro or YouTube, this is really a problem with the shitty, inefficient modern copyright laws. Moving along, let's talk about the artistic differences in this season. Some viewers have felt that Season 3 was a massive departure from previous seasons, that its fundamental goals and the driving force behind it are different. Many have cited that series creator Lauren Faust is no longer around as the reason that things feel different. I have my doubts about how different the season really is and which things would or wouldn't have happened if Faust were still around. Trying to read creative intent into an animated series is incredibly difficult. I would know because I've been doing it obsessively for 6 years. As an anime blogger, my specialty was keeping track of who contributed what to different works and trying to figure out what stuff came from what minds in the production. It is very possible that whatever Lauren contributed is the one thing which is truly missing, and it's possible that this one thing resonated with you. While I have an appreciation for all of the things contributed to this series, it's possible that if your greatest appreciation was for that one thing, and that one thing no longer exists, then you might hate this season altogether. But for me, again, I'm in love with every part of this series. I love all of the things that have remained consistent across the seasons, which is the bulk of the show, and I also love the new things that have become a part of the show. I perceive this subtle difference in the show's nature, and I enjoy both natures equally. Okay. Now that I've basically set the stage for the season, let's go ahead and talk about it, shall we? For starters, the episodes that I've decided I don't really care about. Games Ponies Play is, for me, the most forgettable episode of the season. The plot is altogether uninteresting and unengaging, and there's nothing in there that makes me feel like I need to go back and see it again. Spike at Your Service and Just for Sidekicks are also episodes that I'll probably forget about before long. In Spike at Your Service's case, it's an episode with a weak structure and plot, and it isn't quite saved by the good ideas that it does have. It's a gems and shit kind of episode, whereas Just for Sidekicks is more of a flatline episode. That is to say that it's entertaining, but it's also so difficult to really give a shit about that I can't say I'll go back and watch it much. Neither one is a bad episode, they just don't make me care, which is pretty much true of every Spike episode. Apple Family Reunion is just depressing for me. I don't think there's anything wrong with the episode, but it failed to engage me on any level whatsoever, and this is distressing for me because it's an Applejack episode and I want to be engaged with her. And last of this section is Keep Calm and Flutter On, which is probably the most confusing episode of the season. It's a great concept with botched execution, simultaneously having ideas that are so good that I wrote a positive review of it, but also with things that were so detestable that when I watched Strebuskunk's downright scathing review of it, I couldn't really disagree with him. When it comes right down to it, I personally am not invested enough in Discord as a character to care much about this episode's failures, and while I am interested in the way that it portrays Fluttershy, so much of what I saw in that was what I was reading into it that I don't feel the need to actually rewatch it. Now let's talk about some episodes that I decided I liked. The Crystal Empire appeals to me for some reason. Maybe it's the feeling of adventure, seeing places like inside Sombra's castle. Maybe it's just that the individual character moments are so fun and ultimately valuable in a capacity outside of how they relate to the actual story. With or without Sombra and the Crystal Ponies, there's something in this episode that engaged me and makes me enjoy rewatching it, as I've done a number of times. Plus, the Failure Success song might have the stuck in my head record for the season. One Bad Apple, meanwhile, is an episode that I didn't like nearly as much at first as I do now. The episode is a barrel of fun and has a meaningfully engaging storyline along with brilliant visuals and an addicting song. Did I really say I didn't care for that song in my initial video? The other day when I heard it come on while watching in a livestream, I just about lost my shit. One Bad Apple is never going to be one of my favorite episodes, but it's rock solid and it's easy to rewatch again and again. So now let's move into my favorite episodes of Season 3. Too Many Pinkie Pies is an absolute joy. The concept is awesome, the execution is flawless, it's funny the whole time, and it marks a moment where the show's animation reaches a new level of quality. It's an episode packed with fun stuff and was the inspiration that I needed to get back into MLP analysis, leading eventually to this video series. Ditto everything I just said for Magic Duel, but add in that it has Trixie. You know, I'd almost forgotten just how valuable that is until I watched this episode on TV the other day and I was like, oh my god, Trixie is amazing! This can't be understated. Sleepless in Ponyville is probably the fan favorite of the season and stands out as feeling particularly out there for an MLP episode. It's the debut of writer Corey Powell and possibly the first time an episode of MLP has evoked real feelings of terror. For me, it's a bit of a thrill ride, watching what Scootaloo goes through all by herself and then being so unsure about how this whole thing will work out. For the feelings of fascination that I had with the idea that Rainbow may or may not be a good older sister, this ep gave me a lot to think about. Wonderbolt's Academy is possibly one of the most serious episodes in terms of how it presents its leading character and provides Rainbow Dash with a crowning moment of awesome more effective than any other such moment in the show. But besides that, the animation is just utterly unbelievable. Between this episode and the finale was some of the most appealing animation that I've ever witnessed in any cartoon, and I've seen thousands of them. And of course, that leaves us with the Magical Mystery Cure, which is kind of like the last episode of Madoka or Gurren Lagann or something in terms of presentation, but has the distinction of not being the actual finale. This was for me the most satisfying piece of animation that I've seen in years, and currently my favorite episode of My Little Pony. Sometime in the near future I'm going to livestream a shot-by-shot analysis of this episode, so look forward to that announcement. For those who want an actual ranked list of the season's episodes from me, pause the video now. Overarching statements about the season. It had a lot of big, satisfying moments. Twilight's ascension, Rainbow's moment, Trixie's redemption, and, for many, Scootaloo's finding a sister. The animation quality continued on Season 2's line of improvement, and many of the episodes easily belong on a list of the show's best, which I'll probably make sometime. Ultimately, looking back on this season leaves a good taste in my mouth. I enjoyed more than I didn't, and I've always been pretty good at just forgetting about episodes that I don't like, except Ghostbusters, which I'm damned to never ever forget. I can safely say that I'm extremely pumped for Season 4, especially since it's going to return to the 26 episode structure. One of the most interesting speculations to come out of Magical Mystery Cure is the story of Starswirl the Bearded. I've read numerous awesome theories about what Starswirl was trying to accomplish with his spell, and I'm linking a few of them in the description. However, more than the spell itself, what's really interesting is what Starswirl's failure tells us about his and Celestia's history. Magical Mystery Cure makes it obvious that Celestia was training Twilight all of this time so that she could eventually become her successor. Looking back through the series, it all makes sense, and if you don't believe it was intended that way from the start, check out the interview with Lauren Faust on the new Brony documentary interview release, in which she explicitly states that Twilight's destiny was always meant to be the succession of the throne. I've always felt that Twilight had the raw power to potentially be the most powerful magic user in the world, but now I'm thinking that Twilight probably already is the most powerful magic user in the world. Magic is her talent, and she's one of a kind in this regard. She has the raw ability to do everything in the domain of magic, just so long as she figures out how. The last unicorn to be this powerful was the legendary Starswirl the Bearded. I think it's likely that Starswirl and Twilight are on equal grounds in terms of raw power, and that both of them had the same ambition, to learn new things to do with their magic. Princess Celestia must have wanted Starswirl to be her successor, but Starswirl never learned the magic that he needed to become an Alicorn, the magic of friendship. Starswirl was most likely similar to Twilight circa episode 1. He spent all his time studying, never made any friends, never harnessed the elements of harmony, and never learned how to use his magic in the only way that actually matters, the support of friends. And if you think of it in terms of what it would take to make a good ruler, it makes perfect sense. A good princess shouldn't be introverted, but understanding and able to help others. Twilight has learned a lot about leadership and togetherness in the course of her journey, and in Magical Mystery Cure, she showed that she understood her friends and the magic of friendship well enough to save their destinies. Celestia set Twilight on this path because of the failure of Starswirl. She was lucky to take in Twilight at such a young age, that Twilight could grow up respecting and following her so faithfully that she could set Twilight on a path of her choosing. Yes, Celestia is every bit as manipulative and tricky as we always thought she was, and for the purpose of finding the perfect successor. What does this mean for the future of Twilight and Equestria? Season 4.
Dear, I thought I'd find you here by the window, waiting for something more.
In the wake of Season 3, I've been giving a lot more thought to the idea of creative intent in MLP. I mentioned at one point in my Season 3 overview that reading creative intent into an animated series is quite difficult, but also that it's something I've more or less specialized in for years while writing my anime blog. I don't know that divining the creative intent behind MLP would enhance the show in any way, and in some cases proving that the creators intended for something to be seen a certain way might actually prove that the writers have failed in places. But I'm not interested in arguing whether the writers have made good or bad decisions. I'm only interested in determining what those decisions were. As I watch more interviews with the creators of the show, I feel like I may understand them even better than I've given myself credit for. I was shocked to find out that Megan McCarthy had been directly inspired by Sauron from The Lord of the Rings in creating Sombra, which is the same comparison that I made in my Crystal Empire video. Again, this is interesting to me not from the standpoint of gauging whether or not Sombra really is like Sauron, but simply out of the fact that I was able to make the same kind of connection. Seeing interviews with M.A. Larson and reading his Twitter feed makes me feel pretty confident that I get what he's going for in his episodes too. I don't feel like I'm taking shots in the dark by pointing out which things are consistent across episodes written by a single person. I've always felt that I had a pretty good idea of what Studio B brings to the show as well. So there's really just one person whose creative intent I'm trying my hardest to wrap my head around, and it happens to be the most important creative mind to have worked on the show, Lauren Faust. The influence of Faust on Friendship is Magic is pretty absolute. If everyone else that works on the show has left an indelible mark on it, Faust was the one who provided the canvas and half of the original picture. That said, I do think that her part in making the show good can be overstated, depending on what in the show you happen to think is good. What fascinates me the most is that Lauren Faust is credited as the creative developer, executive producer, creative director, and character designer of MLP, as well as having been credited for storyboarding and writing certain episodes and scenes. A lot of these are roles that we ordinarily take for granted when talking about a show. Moreover, the role of creative director isn't something something that most shows or movies even have. Rather, there's usually someone who's just called the director that people tend to look to when they're talking about creative intent. MLP doesn't have just a director. It has at least 2 people with the title of director, being James Wooten and Jason Thiessen, as well as the creative director, Lauren Faust. Now, it's not uncommon in animation for there to be both a director and a supervising director, and it's also not uncommon for there to be a lot of individual episode directors. Faust herself had been an episode director on certain episodes of Powerpuff Girls and Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. MLP doesn't have episode directors though. It has the 2 main directors who have worked on all 3 seasons and are probably responsible for keeping the show consistent in tone and pacing. Out of 3 seasons of MLP, there's only a couple of episodes that don't really feel like any others, and those are mostly season bookends. So let's cut to the chase. Lauren Faust laid the groundwork on which MLP was built. She was heavily involved in the beginning and had less of a role in producing season 2 and was gone entirely by the time season 3 was produced. Outside of laying the groundwork that is consistent across every episode of MLP, what else did Lauren Faust bring to the table? Where is her mark on the series most clearly noticeable? This is the hardest question to answer because it's not obvious. My Little Pony's animation has remained consistent, with the only change being a steady improvement. The voice acting has followed the same trend. The style of directing and the tone and pacing of the show have never changed in any significant way. There's only one really big way in which any episode of MLP seems to be different from any other, and that's in the way that each episode is written. That's why the writers seem to be so noticeable in MLP, and why I've made a habit of mentioning them when talking about each episode. This is not always true of a show. In anime, it's very rare for the writers to make a huge difference the way that they do in MLP. If I was analyzing an anime, I might talk about the influence of the studio, or a specific animator, or the original creator, or an episode director, but in MLP, the big point of interest is in the writers. And this is precisely the reason it's so hard to pick out Lauren's creative intent in comparison to the intents of the other writers. Lauren Faust has only been credited as a writer on 3 episodes. But as it happens, these episodes do stand out, and are every bit as indicative of who wrote them as the episodes by any other writer. In fact, the 3 episodes that Lauren wrote, which are the first 3 episodes of the show by the way, form a pretty clear arc, and I think identifying this arc is very telling about what Lauren wanted to do with her part in the show. Here's my thesis. The first 3 episodes of MLP form an arc in which each episode is intended to establish some facet of the 5 ponies that Twilight Sparkle becomes friends with. The first episode is meant to establish who these characters are in terms of what they do and what they're all about. The second episode establishes what kind of friend each of them is in terms of what kind of benefit that they bring to Twilight. And the third episode is meant to establish each character's flaws, how each of them fails as people and as friends. The first episode does a pretty amazing job of establishing all kinds of shit in a very brisk fashion. Coming back to this episode with a bigger knowledge of the show, it's kind of crazy to see just how much exposition was crammed into such a small space and done so well. Here's a list of things that you can learn from this episode. 1. There is a land of ponies called Equestria. 2. Equestria is ruled by princesses. 3. In this world there is magic and it is used to actually run the world, i.e. raising the sun and the moon. 4. The whole history of Celestia and Luna. 5. Twilight cares more about books than friends. 6. Twilight has a dragon assistant named Spike. 7. Twilight lives in a library. 8. Twilight can use magic to do stuff like read books. 9. Twilight is the understudy of the princess and communicates with her via notes sent by Dragonflame. 10. There's a town called Ponyville and Twilight will stay in a library there. 11. Pinkie is insane. 12. Applejack lives on a farm and kicks trees. 13. Applejack has a southern accent and mannerisms. 14. Applejack has a massive family who all seem to work in the apple industry. 15. Rainbow Dash is reckless and cocky. 16. Rainbow Dash wants to join the Wonderbolts, which are the most talented flyers in all of Equestria. By the way, where the hell were they at the celebration? 17. Rainbow Dash is very fast. 18. Spike is in love with Rarity. 19. Rarity is a very passionate fashionista. 20. Canterlot is a glamorous, sophisticated place that Rarity wants to live in. 21. Fluttershy is really shy and also talks to animals. 22. Dragons don't really seem to be very common in pony society. 23. Fluttershy will open up and become passionate when dealing with non-hooved animals. 24. Twilight can be manipulative. 25. Pinkie Pie throws surprise parties and talks too much and knows everyone and has a very strong physical constitution. 26. Twilight is extremely irritable. 27. Ponyville has a mayor. 28. Rainbow Dash is really aggressive. 29. Applejack holds things together. 30. Pinkie Pie jokes in the face of danger, and I'm sure I've forgotten something. Episode 2 slows things down a lot, exposing way less about the world and how it works, and more focusing on providing an exciting adventure story while establishing what each of these ponies contributes to the magic that is friendship. And please note how I've chosen my words carefully here. I think it's important to realize that MLP was never trying to say that these ponies are the embodiment of whatever quality they are characterized as, but actually meant to say that they embody those aspects of friendship. What does that mean exactly? Well, for instance, I would say that the best thing that I bring to my group of friends is some element of leadership. I always play the role of the leader in my group of friends, leading what we talk about and adding some kind of officiality to the things that we try to do. It's not so much that I'm a good leader or that people really follow me, as it is that I bring that sense of togetherness to the group. Outside my group of friends, though, I very rarely take leadership roles, preferring the role of a close contributor. That's why I'm not the type to lead a collaborative effort, but I am the type to join in on one that's already been established. If one of my friends were to be in the position of Twilight Sparkle, wherein they were declaring what element of friendship each of their friends brought to the table, and they called me the element of leadership, and then you got to watch my everyday life the way that you get to watch the characters on the show, you'd probably call bullshit, just as many people have called bullshits on the elements in the show. People ask, how can Rarity represent generosity when she's so often selfish? But the point isn't that she embodies generosity itself, so much as that she brings a heavy element of generosity to the spirit of the group. You could even say that she might foster generosity within the group, kind of like a status buff to a party in an RPG. Even after clarifying all of this, though, I still think that the elements could have been presented better. The idea that Applejack represents honesty is iffy, especially because the context for Twilight saying this makes little sense. Okay, was Applejack really going to lie about the fact that it was safe to let go? Would she have been anything but honest here? If anything, it's just a weird scene because AJ didn't tell Twi why she was going to be safe. I've always thought this was a badly done and worded scene, and I think that AJ's element should have been something like dependability, especially because in the first 3 episodes, Lauren seemed to really want to represent her as the most dependable member of the group, holding everyone else together. And in the 4th episode, the entire plot was about how her stubborn pride got in the way of the dependability that she was known for. Of course, dependable is practically a synonym for loyal, which then brings us to Rainbow Dash, who I do think is very loyal. There was a great joke in Friendship is Witchcraft about how Rainbow and Applejack's elements should have been reversed, and in a way, being the element of honesty would make episodes like Read It and Weep fall more in line with episodes like Sweet and Elite, Applebuck Season, and Party of One by showing how the character's element could be flipped on its head. Still, I don't really have a problem with Rainbow Dash being the element of loyalty, nor with her scene in this episode. Applejack's is the only one that really bothers me. So anyway, without commenting too much on the specifics, we've had an episode to establish all kinds of stuff about the world and the basics of the characters, and another episode to establish what kind of friends each of the main 6 are. And this brings us to The Ticketmaster, which is an episode about failing like crazy. Before I even say anything about this episode, I must bring up the post that was written about it by my friend Misfortune Dog. In his post, Dog questions the authenticity of the show's moral messages and dissects just how unclean and interesting the characterization of this episode really is. This post was massively influential to the way that I view and write about the characters in this show, and I consider it a must-read. I've put a link to the post in the description. It's not an easy read, but if you really want to start analyzing this show on a deeper level, it's a magnificent place to start. Seriously. Go read that shit. So anyways, in this episode, all of Twilight's friends are kinda shitty and insufferable. Applejack puts herself on a moral high horse, believing that she has the best reason to go to the gala without really stopping to take anything into consideration. Rainbow blatantly cares more about her own goals than anyone else's. Pinkie Pie doesn't even consider the idea that she is cutting off someone else by demanding to go. Rarity is somewhere between AJ and Rainbow Dash, and Fluttershy is downright manipulative. None of them has a moment of individual realization. It takes Twilight outright telling them that they're being a bunch of assholes before they shape up their behavior. It's kind of a dark episode, really, wherein Twilight is exhausted by continuous hunger and obnoxious friends who can't read the clear signs that she's uncomfortable. It wraps up in a kind of dubious lesson, though I guess the more important lesson is that friends can be forgiving of one another's crippling flaws. So, having recognized this 3-episode stretch as an establishment arc, what does this then tell us about the style of Lauren Faust? To me, it seems to show that the most important thing to Faust was the realization of these characters. These episodes managed to be so focused on their goals that there's actually a lot less of the side stories and gag moments that you might get from other episodes. Some might say that this extra concentration is a good thing, but I actually think it's part of why these episodes are weaker. After all, I'm not a big fan of Friendship is Magic Part 2, nor The Ticketmaster. Both episodes have a very slow pace that just seems to drag. Friendship is Magic Part 2 did very little to endear me to the characters, and there's not a lot of cool stuff that makes it worth coming back to for me. Giggle at the Ghosty and the admittedly awesome final scene are the only parts of the episodes that I find memorable. The Ticketmaster, meanwhile, is totally forgettable, and is even among the episodes that I've seen the fewest references and memes to in the fandom. Lauren Faust created an amazing show full of amazing characters and ideas, but I kind of feel that the way she wrote the characters herself was not that engaging. Even though Lauren Faust was integral to their development, I think it was the little touches that each writer added to the characters over the course of the show that really brought them to life. Faust created an excellent springboard in these episodes. She gave the ponies the capacity to fail, and she constructed their core essence in a very careful manner to establish them with an exacting vision. but it wasn't until the other writers got their hands on the characters that they began to emerge as fully realized beings. That's why I think it's so important to recognize the creative contributions of everyone in the staff of MLP. The world would never have come to life the way it did without Studio B's dedication. The characters are not merely the designs and establishing episodes created by Lauren, but are also the expressive animations, the energetic voice work, and the varied writing of the rest of the team. I wouldn't want an Applejack or Twilight Sparkle without the marks that have been left on them by M.A. Larson, Megan McCarthy, Amy Keating-Rogers, Cindy Morrow, Meriwether Williams, Charlotte Fullerton, Dave Polsky, and Corey Powell. I could probably do without the Chris Savino marks, though. I recently participated in a podcast discussing the relationship between MLP fans and masculinity, during which an interesting point was brought to attention about the girliness that exists in MLP. I've started noticing that a lot of MLP fans claim to like the show in spite of its girliness. It seems like girliness in the show is treated as a hurdle or something that has to be seen through to reach the real meat of the show, and I think that this mode of thinking is antithetical to what the show is trying to accomplish, and in some ways is cruel to the characters and what they stand for. In the podcast, Brony Debates stated that he didn't see the characters as being male or female, but saw them as characters on an equal level. I understand his sentiment, and it's a noble one, but to get an idea of why it's wrong-headed, imagine what an important woman in your life would think if you told them that you don't see them as a woman. Think about what that would suggest. The idea that we should treat one another as equals is beautiful, but treating other people with equal amounts of respect isn't the same as ignoring what makes them different. Rather, it's about recognizing them as different and respecting those differences. The problem with ignoring the femininity of MLP's characters is that the characters are in fact female, and men and women are not the same. When Lauren Faust made these characters, she purposefully wanted them to be recognizably female. She didn't want them to be characters that you could just slap a masculine jawline on and call them a man. She wanted them to be strong, respectable women. What makes so many girls shows terrible isn't the inclusion of girliness, but the hyper-emphasis on certain social notions of what girliness is, and ignoring other aspects of being a woman. When a show depicts girls as nothing but obsessed with fashion and constantly writing in their diaries about cute boys, it ignores that there are other aspects of femininity. However, discounting those things would be equally misrepresentative of what it means to be a girl. This was extremely important to Lauren Faust. She did not want My Little Pony to be good in spite of its girliness. She wanted to embrace girliness as something that could be good and that deserved respect. She wanted to show intelligent, interesting characters who still wanted to have slumber parties and wear cute dresses and maybe even feel lucky when they became a goddamn princess. Faust never ignored or avoided femininity. She could have written Applejack, for instance, as one of those tomboy characters who openly rejects everything feminine, but instead she wrote her as a character who, while being a hard worker that isn't afraid to get dirty and can hold her own in a rodeo, still likes to dress nice for the Grand Galloping Gala, still is comfortable talking about friendship and togetherness, etc. In fact, in a scene that might be called emblematic of what Lauren brought to the series, Applejack gets mad at Spike, saying, "That's just like a boy, can't handle the least bit of sentiment." This is the least traditionally girly character on the show, openly defending something girly. Rainbow Dash has a hard time getting sentimental, but this has nothing to do with rejecting femininity. It's more about her difficulty with authenticity and her desire to look cool. Rainbow Dash still likes to wear dresses and is still a girl, no matter what those weird gender-reversed dubs may suggest. The reason I'm pointing all of this out is that it's kind of a big deal. One of the worst things about most female characters is that authors think that the only way to avoid writing stereotypical females is to ignore femininity. MLP is refreshing because it never brings all of this bullshit into the picture. Femininity is neither forced nor avoided, it is simply allowed to be. That's what makes these characters so damn believable. They were built from the ground up as women, but without all of that social bullshit clouding their characterization. What does this phrase mean? Alicorn, Princess, Twilight, Sparkle. It means a lot of things to a lot of people. I've received countless comments, links to posts and videos, and seen images, opinions, angry, happy, ambivalent, etc. about the concept. What I want to do in this video is clarify exactly what Alicorn, Princess, Twilight, Sparkle means to me. For starters, let's examine the word princess. Traditionally, the word princess refers to a woman who marries into nobility by marrying a prince. It did not originally refer to the daughter of a king or queen, but over time it eventually came to have that meaning as well, and is probably better understood that way in modern pop culture. When you think princess, you most likely think of Disney movies and fairy tales. You might think of traditional femininity. That's right, I'm pronouncing it correctly now. The idea of the princess who has to be rescued by her prince is one of the most fought against images of feminism. Princesses are a contentious concept. They simultaneously remain a great icon of femininity and the most hated misrepresentation of what femininity is. When Lauren Faust considered conceptualized My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, she did not want there to be princesses. In her original concept, the land was ruled over by a queen, namely Queen Celestia. However, Faust was forced to change Celestia's title to princess because of the notion that in modern pop culture, queens have a tendency to be evil, whereas princesses are traditionally the heroine. We can consider this to be a loss. Yes, it would have been meaningful for Celestia to not be a princess just on the basis that princess was an easier sell to little girls. It's sad to think about, but this is the kind of casualty that's bound to happen when a show is fighting on the front lines of a social battle. But the loss here is solely over the word princess. Celestia is still the single most powerful figure in all of Equestria. In fact, every single ruler of Equestria is a woman. In a reversal of the traditional meaning of prince versus princess, Prince Shining Armor actually married into his title by marrying Princess Cadence. In Equestria, the word princess does not mean a girl who married into the royal family. It means the highest power in the entire kingdom. As a matter of fact, becoming a princess in Equestria isn't even the same as becoming a queen in our world. A queen is ordinarily born into her position and then trained to fulfill her role. In Equestria, princesses are trained to fill their role and then become a princess once they've earned their title. It's not clear what would happen if a male did the same thing in Equestria. We have seen two princes in the series. Shining Armor, while named a prince by way of marriage to Princess Cadence, could still be said to have earned his princehood. Prince Blueblood most likely did not earn this title, leading to the speculation that he was either married or born into the family at some point. However, we know that Princess Celestia at one point tried to train a male unicorn to become the new ruler of Equestria in the form of Starswirl the Bearded. It is unknown if he would have been a prince, a king, or hell, a princess, but it's most likely that he would have become an Alicorn and a ruler of Equestria had he passed his trials. Twilight Sparkle became a princess because Princess Celestia guided her on the course to becoming one. She determined that Twilight's way of life was one that would coincide with the nature of being a princess. This would relate to the element of magic, which is synonymous with friendship. Starswirl the Bearded tried to master magic, but because he never recognized friendship as the most powerful magic that there is, he was never able to become an Alicorn ruler. Twilight Sparkle discovered friendship, the most powerful magic, and was able to become a ruler. What exactly has Twilight Sparkle's ambition been throughout the show? Twilight has always been interested in exploring concepts of magic and exploring her relationship with friends, which, because friendship is magic, is the same thing as exploring the concept of magic. Magic is her element. Magic is her being. I am going to posit, though it has not yet been explicitly stated, that an Alicorn princess is the most magical being in existence. Twilight has always seen Princess Celestia as the highest authority on magic, and the magical powers of Celestia and Luna have appeared to have the greatest consequences on the world. Twilight has been touted as one of the best magic users in Equestria after doing things like teleport blinks, gravity spells, and very brief time travel. Celestia and Luna move celestial bodies and walk through Pony's dreams. Princess Cadence was able to trump a villain that Celestia couldn't handle, and was the vessel for the power that would banish King Sombra. The most powerful magic that Twilight has been a part of is the magic unleashed by the elements of harmony, which is fueled by the power of friendship and channeled through Twilight. Each time that Twilight accesses this power, she goes into a mysterious god mode, which she goes into one last time in Magical Mystery Cure before transforming into an Alicorn. The elements of harmony were activated each time through friendship and the channeling of its magic. The first time it activated was simply on the first occasion that Twilight and her friends became connected, even before they had ever become friends, signaling their eventual destiny. The second time was when Twilight first realized what friendship is. The third time was when she remembered again how important friendship is, and the fourth time was when she proved to have an understanding of friendship so great that she didn't need to learn anything. At this point, Twilight had fully grasped the nature of friendship, unlocked the full potential of its magical power, and transcended the need to be reminded or learn anything about it further. She had mastered the most powerful magic that exists, and this led her to transcend her unicorn body. Why did this happen? The answers are not entirely clear. However, again, it's clear that Alicorns possess the most powerful magic that there is. Ostensibly, what separates an Alicorn from a unicorn is just a set of wings, yet somehow Alicorns clearly have more power than any unicorn, suggesting that something about the Alicorn form inherently allows for greater magical power. Maybe this will be explored in Season 4. Only time will tell. What is clear is this. To reach this form, Twilight had to exhibit this understanding of magic, and from the events in Magical Mystery Cure, we can infer that this understanding qualified her as a princess of Equestria. We don't yet know if this is the only thing that can qualify someone as a princess. We would surmise that Princess Cadence is a princess because of her understanding of love rather than friendship, and in fact there is now a children's book out there which explains how Princess Cadence became an Alicorn, and she was originally a Pegasus who became an Alicorn after character exhibiting a dense knowledge of the concept of love. Whatever the case may be, it is clear that Princess Celestia guided Twilight Sparkle's learning to achieve this understanding and become an Alicorn princess. In retrospect, the idea that Twilight would become Celestia's successor is kind of obvious. Right from the very beginning, Twilight's element of harmony takes the form of a tiara just like the one that Princess Celestia wears, even though all of Twilight's friends receive necklaces. Twilight is considered the princess's immediate apprentice, which would ordinarily mean that Celestia was training her for her position. If Twilight wasn't being trained specifically to be a princess, then there would be no reason that some other powerful unicorn couldn't have trained her. However, Princess Celestia specifically chose to train Twilight herself so that she could guide her in this direction. Twilight Sparkle's course in life was destined to lead up to her becoming a princess. Her aspiration happens to align with the qualification of princesshood. Everything that she is what it means to be the princess of Equestria. The title is less of a definitive change, so much as it is an affirmation. It's like how after you've been writing for 10 years, when you publish your first book, suddenly you are a writer, and new doors are opened, and your life changes forever, and you feel like the luckiest person in the world. Being a princess and being an Alicorn seem to come hand in hand, possibly because both are the result of reaching this state of power. Therefore, Twilight Sparkle became Alicorn Princess Twilight Sparkle. I understand that some people may disagree with my reading of what Twilicorn is, and others may agree completely with what Twilicorn is and still dislike the idea on a conceptual level or in the way it's presented. And those people are entitled to their opinion. It's an opinion that I don't agree with, and one that I don't really understand, and it's definitely one that I don't want to argue with. I've made my case and my point, and I don't find others' visions of the character terribly interesting. Why? Maybe because I thoroughly enjoyed Magical Mystery Cure. I have no problems with the concept or the execution, and in fact I am enamored with both of those things. Maybe it's because I relate to Twilicorn as someone who's just recently found my wings, so to speak. I know exactly what it's like to be working single-mindedly with the goal of bettering myself, and then to suddenly gain a massive amount of power in an avenue that I never saw coming. It literally just happened to me. TLDR, I'm a fucking Alicorn princess. I have a rather complex relationship with the concept of authorial intent, and it's something I've really got to talk about if I'm going to keep bringing it up. You may have noticed that in prior videos, I've simultaneously used authorial intent to drive home my points, while also proclaiming that I'm a fan of the idea of the death of the author. It's not that I'm being inconsistent, it's just that my reading of the show is complicated. Actually, before I continue that train of thought, I want to address the idea that some people have brought up that my videos might be reading too deep into MLP. Ordinarily, I'd ignore these vapid comments because obviously I'm doing these videos for fun and other people are enjoying them, which is proof positive that analyzing the show is worthwhile. Moreover, I can analyze absolutely fucking anything on this level if I want to. The reason I don't watch TV with my parents, for instance, is that when I'm watching, I constantly analyze everything that happens, including all the commercials, and my parents tell me to shut up and I get bored and leave the room. I have no off switch for this. But more importantly, I do totally think that this show has a ton of thought put into it, and in fact, I think that's true for most shows. A lot of shows are just built on stupid and boring thoughts, more so than they are built on thoughtlessness. As a creator myself, I know how difficult it is to write something thoughtlessly. Like, when you watch one of my videos, for instance, everything that you see and hear is thought out. Even though I write these videos in one breakneck sitting, there's still a lot of little considerations along the way. I choose my words carefully, I edit my sentences so that they flow well, I read my stuff in a voice that's easy to listen to, and I edit out the mistakes and breaths. I often throw in little jokes, either in the text or in the dialogue or in the editing, and all of these are on purpose. My color choices, my font choice, all of these are chosen with a purpose, even if that purpose is simply I like it. I also know how easy it is to make mistakes. Every day I get a comment about why Fluttershy raises chickens and a comment about how I mispronounced femininity. These are things that slip through the cracks. I also fail to get my point across sometimes. I can tell from a lot of the responses to my Destiny video that I did a poor job of clarifying what the word Destiny means to me. Even though everything in the video was thought out and not careless, I still made a mistake and didn't get my point across well enough. I got onto this train of thought because the other day I was listening to this excellent interview with Dave Polsky over on Celestia Radio. If any writer has faced accusations of thoughtless writing in this show, it has been Polsky, and if there's one thing he proved beyond a shadow of a doubt in this interview, it's that he puts plenty of thought into his episodes. In fact, the things that make his episodes feel distinct are in fact things he brought to the table on purpose, and even his interests as a math and philosophical science major play a role in his writing. In this interview, Polsky talks about the message that he and the rest of the staff were going for with Feeling Pinkie Keen. He mentions that in the process of making the episode, no one had really considered the idea that the message could be taken from a religious angle. The story that they'd set out to tell was more about trusting your friends and trusting in things that are clearly true true even if there isn't yet an explanation for them. He actually brings up a famous moment in science history as an inspiration for the events in the episode. I'd go into more detail, but you may as well just listen to the interview yourself. In it, he also basically corroborates my ideas about Fluttershy and Keep Calm and Flutter On as well. But the reason I'm bringing this up isn't to say that anyone has been reading the episode the wrong way. Polsky himself recognizes why people interpreted Feeling Pinkie Keen the way they did, and recognizes their reading as valid, even if it's different from his own. And I feel the same way. I don't think we should necessarily follow creative intent so much as our own idea of what's being presented. I've seen cases in which fans consider the author to flatly be wrong about what happened in the episode, and that's fine. Headcanons are fascinating precisely because they allow for individualistic expression in response to given content. The reason that I find authorial intent fascinating has less to do with trying to read the show the correct way, and more to do with the fact that the way I read a show usually lines up with authorial intent anyway. I don't know why, but I've always been pretty good at reading through the text into the author's feelings, and in cases where I can't confirm that I'm on the mark, I usually wonder about whether or not the author feels the same way about their work as I do. The more I watch interviews with the writers of MLP and read their Twitter feeds, etc., the more I feel like I get where they're coming from. My friend Misfortune Dog wrote a lengthy expansion of the ideas from my Over a Barrel video, in which he really got into the bones of things that I kind of glossed over in my video, and he actually got Polsky to read it. Polsky found the post to be very much on the mark. Meanwhile, I got M.A. Larson to watch my Alicorn Princess video, which he said he'd have liked to retweet but thought he shouldn't get involved. Good idea. My video has weird and contentious points in it. I involved my own headcanon about Starswirl the Bearded, and I took a relatively forceful tone regarding certain aspects of canon, so supporting it beyond the sentiment would kind of be dangerous for him. Nevertheless, I think the sentiment counts. Perhaps the most fascinating thing about authorial intent for me is that it is possible to read through or around it. I've done my share of reading through authorial intent into my own headcanons, but I usually don't try to read around it. Not because I think reading around it is invalid, but because when we enter the realm of personal interpretation, we can go anywhere. I usually try to limit myself to what I see as there. Things that are present in the text to me, so that I don't end up going off the rails with my own canon and making it unrecognizable to anyone who isn't living inside my own mind. That said, I do think that headcanons can be awesome, and I'd love to see people share their visions of what the true nature of the show is. The story of Princess Luna has been among the fandom's biggest headcanon sources from the very beginning. A sad story of a younger sister who went mad with jealousy and tried to plunge Equestria into eternal night. An older sister who banished her to the moon for a whopping 1,000 years. Some fans think that Celestia is a liar. History is written by the winners. Some are wondering if there was more to the disagreement. Many are upset that Luna's dream-watching ability, brought up in Sleepless in Ponyville, makes it seem like Ponies sleeping through her night shouldn't have been a big deal. I think that Luna's crisis was an existential one. It was the realization that she is ultimately useless. Ponies are meant to relish in their destinies. A happy pony will discover their destiny at a young age and work to fulfill their place in society with satisfaction. But is every pony necessary? Are their destinies all helpful or even unique? In Magical Mystery Cure, we saw that Ponyville needs a competent weather pony. That without Pinkie Pie, the town goes to shit. That only one pony can truly manage the apple farm. That animals will only respond to Fluttershy. But you know, the absence of Rarity didn't cause a citywide fashion disaster. And how would things be without Twilight? Probably the way they were before she arrived. The only significant loss is that winter wrap-up will still be late every year. I mean, look at me. I've got an analysis cutie mark, and I make videos about MLP on the internet. What I contribute to society is great, but it isn't necessary by any means. Even though I do something unique that only I can do, my doing so is not necessary. And there are plenty of people doing necessary jobs that anyone could do. My point is this: when Princess Luna was banished to the moon, Equestria was just fine. Celestia controlled both the sun and the moon. Luna was completely forgotten about. No one cared. This is Luna's existential crisis. She spent her life doing a thankless job that she wasn't even needed for, and instead of enjoying herself, she grew bitter and rebelled. She tried to leave her mark and bend the world to her will, and when she wouldn't listen to reason, she was imprisoned. Luna's dreamwalking ability poses some interesting questions though. While she was on the moon, was there some pony else to fill this role? Did one or more dreamwalking ponies emerge over the years? Or did Equestria suffer under their crippling nightmares without even realizing it? Was Luna blind to her own usefulness and necessity? These days, a lot of us wonder what we would do without the internet. Will the next generation of Equestria wonder how old generations made it through life without the guidance of Equestria's Batman? And while we're on this train of thought, will Twilight come to fulfill a similar role and bring Equestria into a quad princess golden age? I need to write a fanfic, don't I? Ask Pinkamena Diane Pie was a short-lived Tumblr Ask blog starring the straight-haired Pinkie Pie that everyone knows from the Cutie Mark Chronicles and, more prominently, Party of One. The comic was a riff on the infamous Cupcakes fanfiction, in which Pinkie Pie horribly murders Rainbow Dash and makes a suit out of her wings while grinding the rest of her into cupcakes or something like that. I haven't actually read Cupcakes because it's notoriously awful, but it was also the launching point for an assload of dark, disturbing MLP fanworks, which are collectively referred to as grimdark. I have nothing against grimdark as a concept, and if anything, I'm more or less a fan of extremely violent stories. Like any story, what matters really isn't the concept, but the execution, and the Ask Pinkamena Tumblr is the best executed grimdark MLP fanwork that I've seen. I wish I knew more about how the Tumblr came to be, or what it was like when it was running. From what I understand, it became fairly popular and was very influential in the world of Pony Ask blogs. However, the author apparently didn't like the attention and closed it down. Now we only have an incomplete archive of the original Tumblr's pages, with small parts of the storyline lost in the void. The author has changed profiles and accounts on art websites so many times that I'm not even sure I should share their current names because I might accidentally drive them more attention than they want. As for what the Tumblr was, it was a gritty, very stylish Ask blog in which the straight-haired Pinkie would horribly murder ponies and generally be moody and hate life, in between answering questions. Before long, she took in Scootaloo as an assistant and they had a great dynamic together. Right before the blog ended, Mrs. Cake also became part of the murder party after the realization that she was eating her husband turned her on. Pinkamena Diane Pie is about as grim as it can get, with mutilation, sexual violence, and all other morally dubious ideas being more or less celebrated, but what makes it special for me is that the Tumblr has a kind of chipper attitude about it all. Even though Pinkamena is depressed, the Tumblr rarely feels like a sad fic, and even though the pages often have a comedic and sadistic slant, it never feels like the author is just relishing in doing mean things to ponies. Rather, Pinkamena comes off as a sympathetic and well-realized character. The most interesting aspect of this Tumblr is actually that Pinkamena's life is on the upswing. As the Tumblr goes on, she finds that she's been less depressed lately and increasingly values her friendship with Scootaloo. Rather than enjoying murder and rape out of bitterness, she seems to be taking passion in them and enjoying herself, which is probably why her story is resonant with people who are passionate about things themselves. In the comic where Pinkie is bragging about the outfits that she's made, using phrases like, "the art piece formerly known as Fluttershy," she's enjoying herself so much that we can step into her world and feel enjoyment over what she's doing. The artwork of Ask Pinkamena is dark, atmospheric, and brilliant. The use of all red tones and a dirty-looking brush style give it a blood-soaked basement atmosphere, and there's often a feeling of claustrophobia as Pinkie holds the fourth wall camera way too close to her face. Her demented expressions are a ton of fun, and of course I can't get enough of the dark circles around her eyes. The art style reminds me a lot of Tamaoki Benkyo's work, especially Tokyo Akazukin, which is one of my favorite manga, and whose protagonist has similar interests and appearance to Pinkamena. The entirety of Ask Pinkamena Diane Pie can be read in like 15 minutes, and it's a little sad that there isn't more of it, but at the same time I think it accomplished all that it needed to. It created a hell of a lot of atmosphere and character in such a short time, and definitely serves as an inspiration to me and to Mizu Takashima, who drew the excellent background for this video. I'm not sure where the author was going with the addition of Mrs. Cake, and maybe they weren't sure either. The last page is a clear farewell, playing to the biggest narrative strengths of the story. Its final message tugs at the heartstrings and appears in the song Never 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 by So Great and Powerful and Psychedelic Brony, which was my introduction to the Ask blog. As the Tumblr fades into obscurity, I'll always remember it as one of the few works that took My Little Pony in a dark and terrifying direction and did it with meaning and resonance. Okay, this one is a little cruel. In Friendship is Magic Part 1, after meeting Applejack's family, Twilight is all overstuffed from eating too much. Right up until a second before Rainbow Dash crashes into her, Twilight still has a fat belly full of food. However, once she gets up, the fat is all gone. My headcanon is simply that Twilight puked her brunch into that mud puddle. I know, I should probably be punished for this one. Here's one of my favorite moments in Friendship is Magic.
She seemed fine to me. Woo! Woo!
It's a pretty dense moment with a lot going on, so I'd like to go super in depth about it for a bit. First things first, we've got Pinkie Pie and Twilight Sparkle. Both of these are awesome characters. Pinkie Pie has one of those brilliant designs that tells you what she's all about just by looking at her, though the Pinkie magic far more often comes through in her animation. Even as early as episode 4, Pinkie had by far the greatest quantity of unique poses in the show, firmly establishing her as the most unique and out there of the main 6. Twilight is also very well designed and realized even this early into the show. We know her to be studious, serious, and most importantly, attentive. She was the only one who noticed the return of Nightmare Moon after all. But another character is implicitly involved in this moment, and that character is Applejack. She's the one who Pinkie's talking about when she says that she seems fine to me. This episode had begun by first showing us that Applejack is stubbornly ambitious. It then showed us that Applejack is also incredibly dependable by having her save Ponyville from a stampede of cows. And if that weren't enough, enough, we also had most of the main cast tell us that they think Applejack is super great and dependable as well, and that they will all be relying on her for something over the course of the day. However, everyone's expectations have just been shattered by the arrival of a tired Applejack who doesn't quite seem right in the head. This leads up to the moment in question. Now, having established the who of this scene, let's take a look at the what. This moment consists of a line of dialogue from Pinkie, followed by a facial expression and a sound from Twilight. Andrea Libman's delivery of Pinkie's line is spot on as always. She sells the fact that Pinkie is completely oblivious to Applejack's sleep-deprived state and makes the woo woo sounds just as obnoxious as they need to be while still being funny. Her use of this sound is also calling back to a moment prior in which she joined Applejack in making funny sounds while looking at her warped reflection in a giant trophy. What really sells this moment though is the facial expression from Twilight. The implication is that Pinkie's comment is what finally convinced Twilight that Applejack was acting suspiciously. Pinkie Pie's spontaneous break into a woo woo sound makes her seem less than sensible, which puts her observational skills into question. If someone as backwards as Pinkie thinks that Applejack seems fine, then it stands to reason that Applejack might not be fine. This is the joke, and all of it's pretty obvious in the text. But if we wanted to, we could even step into some light headcanon territory here by expanding on our own perceptions of the characters. For instance, I don't necessarily buy that Pinkie is blind to Applejack's eccentricity in this scene. Rather, I think that Pinkie is enjoying Applejack's attitude without realizing that it's harmful. Pinkie Pie seems to know her friends too well to not notice that one of them is acting bizarrely, but she might not realize how those bizarre actions would affect them in a social context. In other words, she thought, this Applejack is fun, without really considering that this Applejack might be dangerous. Of course, she learns this the hard way later in the episode. By now, you must be wondering why I've chosen to break this scene down to such an extent. My objective here is just to show you how dense My Little Pony is with things to appreciate. What's great about animation as a medium is that it allows for so many things to be woven together in creating the experience. Narrative, sound, and video all converge and enhance one another to create a dense and satisfying whole. Just one moment of MLP can combine music, sound effects, voice acting, art, animation, and words, and wrap them all up in a context that gives them all an extra layer of meaning and togetherness. It's because of this density that I can never really hate an episode of MLP. There are episodes that I don't like, especially when stacked up against other episodes of the series, but it's very difficult for me to not find something to love in a show as dense as this one. The artwork and animation alone are so great that they can be enjoyed even just like set to songs and sound clips that have nothing to do with the show whatsoever. The voice acting is so great that a 10-second soundbite from Tara Strong can become its own phenomenon. Each character is so interesting that they can drive me to read fanfics and theories about them. The narrative is involving enough to drive me to analyze it at great lengths. The music is so good that I can listen to it on its own and enjoy it even as it's being transformed into 100 remixes. And all of this comes together into one package when I'm watching the show. That, to me, is the real magic of MLP. It's not about any one element, but about all of the elements working in harmony. Double Rainboom is a really cool fan project created by Flamingo Rich Productions. Assembling a huge staff of animators, voice actors, sound designers, etc., and directed by Zach Rich, Double Rainboom was an animation project that Zach did for his college finals and spent over a year in production. He billed it as the first fan-made full-length episode to feature show-quality animation, and indeed, as an animation test, the episode is quite impressive. However, what interested me the most while watching the episode is that the animation doesn't actually look like the show. I mean, yes, all of the poses and facial expressions are pretty much lifted straight from the show, but the way they're actually animated is quite different. The two big differences between the look of Double Rainboom and the look of the show are the frame rate and the smoothness of the animation. It's actually hard for me to say if Double Rainboom has a lower frames per second count than the show, but it wouldn't be surprising. After all, this is a completely non-profit project, and adding in more frames would ordinarily be a matter of increased time and budget. There probably weren't as many people doing in-between animations on this episode as there would be on an ep of MLP, wherein the studio can probably send the episode to some studio in Korea or something to produce extra in-betweens. More importantly though, what makes the style different is the lack of bounce in the characters. In MLP proper, there's a lot of bouncing in all of the animation, as well as a lot more instances where the animation goes between extreme positions very quickly. In Double Rainboom, a lot of movements don't feel as fluid as they would in the show because they're actually given too many frames. This is kind of hard for me to explain because I'm not actually an animation student, and I suspect that Zach Rich himself himself could even explain this better than I can, but basically, to make animation look natural, there has to be a certain speed and fluidity to it. For instance, let's say we were animating a walk cycle. In order to make the walking feel natural, we can't just have every frame of the hoof's movement evenly spaced apart, because when you walk, or more prominently here, skip, not every part of the movement takes an equal amount of time. If this is hard to understand, or if you really want to learn more about how animation works in MLP, I definitely recommend checking out Grant Budet's MLP animation analysis videos. Not only does he go super in-depth on analyzing movements from Pinkie's walk cycle in the Smile Song to the way that speech is animated in the show, he also shows you how to do it all yourself. If you watch these videos for yourself and then watch Double Rainboom, then you'll probably start to see what I'm seeing here. I don't imagine that this artistic difference was unnoticed by Zach Rich. More likely, the scale of the project and the fact that it was a completely non-profit fan work means that certain things were just allowed to slide. There are a lot of moments in Double Rainboom that feel more like the show than others, so it's kind of a case-by-case thing with the moments that do or don't reflect the show. What this caused for me overall was a sort of uncanny valley effect. The uncanny valley refers to the fact that the closer something gets to looking real, the more obvious its unreal traits become. In the case of Double Rainboom, the uncanny valley is both in the subtle animation differences and in the voice acting, which obviously isn't the original voice actresses. Now, I've seen ton of MLP fan animations which look and sound nothing like the show, but it doesn't feel jarring because those are their own things. It's only because Double Rainboom comes so close to actually looking like MLP that the differences become really unnerving, which is a kind of sad way to prove just how good Flamingo Rich did in nearly capturing the show's style. But before I'm done talking about the animation, let's move on to the point where it actually gets interesting. Midway through Double Rainboom, Rainbow Dash is teleported to the city of Townsville from the Powerpuff Girls. This part of the show is very interesting because it doesn't look like the original Powerpuff Girls, but definitely looks like what Powerpuff Girls would look like if it were made today. Because Powerpuff Girls had been cell animated back in the day, it didn't have the consistent outlines and character models that the Double Rainboom version has. It kinda looks like if you combined the thick outline style of PPG with the clean stylistic backgrounds and models of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friend. An appropriate combination since Lauren Faust worked on both shows. The coolest thing about this section is that even though Rainbow Dash is drawn in a different style, all of her movements are still taken directly from MLP. Now, instead of looking strange because they aren't quite the same as the show, the movements become fascinating because they've been reimagined in this new style. So that about wraps up my thoughts on the animation, but I think I'd be remiss if I didn't also talk about the cultural impact and reception that this episode has had among the fans of MLP. There was a pretty interesting paradigm shift here in which expectation and result came to an impasse and, hold on, something's happening. This is, what?
Double Rainboom has been touted since its reveal as the first fan-made episode, and while Snowdrop may have beaten it to release by a week, Double Rainboom still beats it out in terms of overall runtime. Not that any of this is a competition. Anyways, it's actually rather unfortunate that Zach and co have been using the fan-made episode catchphrase so strongly since, ironically enough, that's probably why there's been such a large portion of detractors for this project. By using the term fan-made episode, as well as pushing so strongly for show-accurate visual and audio styles, everyone, myself included, was expecting to have a 22-minute experience that was trying to be as close as possible to what we see on the Hub every Saturday. Of course, it only takes watching a few minutes of Double Rainboom to realize that this was never the goal of the project to begin with, and it's here that we begin to see how the project's tagline shot itself in the proverbial foot. A fan-made episode to most doesn't simply mean that it meets the length required for an episode of MLP. It means it's indistinguishable from the real thing. And since Double Rainboom obviously never intended to do this, it creates a false pretense that many viewers simply couldn't look past. Add in the aforementioned uncanny valley effect from a technical standpoint, and we're left with high expectations that were not only impossible to meet for a non-profit project, but, even worse, were never the goals of the project to begin with. Double Rainboom is a tribute and parody animation. A long one, but a parody nonetheless. It's not attempting to be a canon episode of MLP, but in an effort to keep the surprise second half under wraps, Zach never really revealed their true intentions for the tone of this project, and thus allowed themselves to present a work that looked like it had one goal in mind, but really had another. To a lot of fans, this total shift was a deal-breaker, regardless if the product itself had any sort of intrinsic merit.
This whole scenario reminds me a lot of the lead-in to the now extremely popular anime series Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica. Leading up to its release, Madoka was billed as a lighthearted magical girl show. The studio and director behind it were known for their often eccentric styles and had done shows running the gamut from comedy to gothic horror. The writer, Urobuchi Gen, however, had exclusively worked on uber-dark horror stories. Leading up to the release of Madoka, Butch Gen put out a statement that he was trying to move in a new direction with Madoka and do something lighthearted for once. When the show came out, it was was obvious that it was a bit more disturbing than your average magical girl fare, but this was just attributed to the usual eccentricity of Studio Shaft. Only after a huge, shocking moment in the 3rd episode did it turn out that all the marketing had been a deliberate lie to give a false sense of security. Once the episode aired, Butch again revealed that he'd been holding on to this secret for months, and viewers like myself who weren't prepared were blown away. That said, in the case of Madoka, the show was so under the radar before its release, and the twist was so mind-blowing and the show was so good, that it was received positively. As for Double Rainboom,
it does have intrinsic merit, and that's something that can't be ignored. This is a nearly 30-minute animation done as a labor of love by the community that's incredibly complex on a technical level. Add to the fact that it's a massive multinational collaboration organized entirely online, and we have something impressive just for the sake of what it is. Yes, Double Rainboom isn't a legit MLP episode, but as soon as you can move past that and ask yourself, okay, so what is here? There's actually a lot to love. Despite it being done a bit differently, just look at the animation on display here. It's reaching an incredibly strong high and doesn't waver from that bar throughout its runtime. This is a beautiful piece of work, especially when we see more of the Canterlot Wedding style animation as Twilight predicts what her talent enhancer's effect will be on her friends. The fandom references in the first half are out of place for a legitimate episode of Ponies, but these same gags would have been lauded in any other fan animation, and having them here doesn't make the ideas themselves any worse. The animation gets even more insane in the second half when Dash goes to Townsville, as we not only get to see Rainbow Dash in a whole new visual language, but we also get to see what Powerpuff might have looked like if done with today's technology. This fact alone is pretty amazing for fans of Powerpuff like myself, and it's kind of funny that an MLP animation is now probably also the most technically impressive Powerpuff Girls fan project as well. Add in the fact that we got to see the effectiveness of a weaponized Sonic Rainboom and more Pinkie Pie 4th wall shenanigans, all adds up to an amazing amount of awesome bits sprinkled throughout the runtime that makes this project memorable. The fact of the matter is, looking at this project not as an episode of MLP, but rather as something like epic wub time on steroids shows just how much of a massive achievement this is, and not the dismal failure so many seem to be ready to call it out for being. My only real complaint is that, despite showing all the big names from Cartoon Fridays, the only ones we really get to see are Powerpuff Girls and Fosters, making the whole thing feel a bit like more at this point unnecessary Faust worshipping. But if there is one way to finally put the idolization to bed and send it off with a tribute for the ages, I can't think of a better way to do so than Double Rainboom.
Thanks, Brony Curious. Those are great points altogether. Personally, I didn't get that much invested in Double Rainboom. I totally appreciate what it is and how much it does, but in terms of appealing to me on a personal level, I just didn't care all that much. If you want to see an animation that came out the other day that I did enjoy a lot, watch Once Upon a Time in Canterlot by Kanashi Panda. Yep. You guys got to me, and I'm glad you did. I wasn't going to talk about Snowdrop because I didn't have anything meaningful to say about it before. You guys kept asking me to do it, and I did say I was giving in to the demands of my viewers, so I gave Snowdrop another watch and discovered that I liked it a lot more than I expected, and I found something to say about it. First of all though, I should address why I didn't want to watch Snowdrop in the first place. Originally, I watched the first few minutes of it with my brother while we were setting up for a live stream, and I quickly got the impression that it was supposed to be a sad fic. This term usually refers to a sad fanfiction, but I often use the phrase sadfic to refer to any story that goes out of its way to be deliberately tear-jerking. The top tier of sadfics, in terms of being exactly that, are the works of Maeda Jun, such as Canon, Air, and Clannad. I don't like sadfics. I don't put much value into a story's ability to make me cry, because to me, it's very much a smoke and mirrors act of trickery for an emotion that doesn't mean a lot to me. Allow me to explain. When I watched episode 9 of the anime series Clannad, I cried like a baby. I didn't care about the characters or the story in the slightest. Hell, I barely remember what the episode was about, but the way that it was put together perfectly pulled on the heartstrings. The way it was directed, the pacing, the music, the voice acting, the animation, they were all constructed in a way that elicited the maximum outburst of emotion, which caused me to cry about something even though I didn't care about it, and found it completely unmemorable. My first impression of Snowdrop, which I still hold to be fairly true, was that it wanted to make me emotional, and it seemed to be going about this in the cheapest way possible. The main character is an ultra adorable little girl with a disability, specifically blindness, and she lives in a world that doesn't know how to take care of her. This scenario could ring true and could be incredibly sad, but it would have to be explored extremely in-depth before it would start to resonate with me. The only story I can think of that pulls off that kind of depressive atmosphere while still being a resonant and human story is the classic HBO drama The Wire, which is an amazing show that I still have trouble going back and watching just because no matter how resonant it is, it's still depressing, and I don't particularly like to feel depressed about things. Snowdrop was obviously not going to be on that level, and I wouldn't expect it to be, whereas I would totally expect it to be a cheap grab at my heart using the cruelty and ignorance of its characters to make me feel bad. When I watched this episode, my feelings weren't, oh man, I feel sorry for Snowdrop. My feelings are, fuck that teacher, holy shit, fucking be her partner yourself, you failure. Hey asshole, if the blizzard is so bad, walk the fucking blind pony home. So yes, the story successfully generates emotion in me, and for a lot of people this would make it good. However, for me, generating an emotion that I don't like and am not interested in feeling means that I would rather not watch it. When I felt that the story was deliberately making me pissed at the world around Snowdrop in order to find sympathy for her, instead of making me sympathetic for her by showing off how interesting and cool she was on her own, I decided not to continue. But as I mentioned earlier, this isn't really the story of why I don't like Snowdrop, it's the story of what I did like about it after returning to it. Before I say anything else, I'll point out that Snowdrop is definitely well constructed. The animation is solid, it's paced well, and while I may not agree with the techniques that it uses to develop sympathies, the dialogue itself is not bad in any way, and the story has no intrinsic flaws. I would not ordinarily bother pointing all of this out, but after my double Rainboom review, I've been told that people really want me to mention stuff like this, so here it is. And since this statement, while not important to me, will probably be vindicating for a lot of people who watched both reviews, I will state openly that yes, I think Snowdrop is altogether better constructed than Double Rainboom. The animation may not be as technically impressive, but the production altogether has way more tonal cohesion and tightness that makes it feel like a solid piece of work, rather than a lot of hit or miss ideas flying around. We all happy now? So, why is Snowdrop interesting? Because the central conflict and its resolution, what Snowdrop is trying to accomplish and the way in which she accomplishes it, are interesting to me. Snowdrop's goal is simply to prove that she isn't useless. That even though she can't see and doesn't have any particular talents, there must be something that she's good for. And as it turns out, she expresses this through art, in a startlingly realistic representation of what art is and what it means to people. You could compare Snowdrop's snowflake to something like a Jackson Pollock painting. To a lot of people, such as the other kids at the celebration, the painting is meaningless and stupid. However, the art piece manages to find its audience in Princess Luna, and just as an artist like Pollock could have a place in life as long as there was someone who would pay for his art, Snowdrop's creation was embraced by a backer who mattered enough to give her a place in the world. The romance of making art is a lot like the romance of love. If you've ever read the kind of romance where a character says that their life has meaning as long as they can be with their lover, the same is often true of art. It has meaning even if only one person can see that meaning, and if that person happens to have a lot of money, then the art can be allowed to flourish. This is the same magic that Kickstarter operates on. The idea is that a piece of art doesn't have to appeal to a wide audience, it only has to appeal to an audience that's willing to pay for it, and as long as you can get someone like Notch, the creator of Minecraft, to see something in your work, you're pretty damn likely to get funded. Snowdrop's initial snowflake is not exactly well made, and it's interesting that she was not even necessarily passionate about the construction of the snowflake. Her passion was to prove herself useful, and her creation reflected that meaning. She wanted to show that anything could have a purpose and bring joy to someone's life, including snow, which was typically treated coldly. She does this by comparing snow to the night sky, which she knows can bring joy, and this conflict immediately resonates with Luna, whose inner conflict over the lack of appreciation for her night had once been so intense that it led her to transform into Nightmare Moon. So yeah, this is pretty interesting stuff, and I appreciate this kind of hardship as an artist myself, who for a very long time had an audience of just a handful of people that really appreciated what I was doing. They were sort of like the Lunas to my Snowdrop, and now my snowflakes are popular with a much wider audience. By the way, while we're still in me giving into my fans mode, a lot of people have been bringing up that I haven't done a second video on Magical Mystery Cure yet, which I said I was going to do at some point. The thing is, I kind of shot myself in the foot by intending to do something really big, and then the fact that it's big makes it scary and I don't want to do it. There is a video, Bronies React to the Season 3 finale, and that video is awesome, it's hilarious, and it says most of what I wanted to say. I wanted to go through scene by scene and talk about each little fun thing in the episode, and those guys did that, and they did it with like a lot of people, and it's really hilarious. So go watch that, and that'll tide you over until maybe I do something some point in the future, maybe, possibly, at some time. Also, while you're watching pony videos, you should definitely check out this epic review of A Canterlot Wedding that was done by Anthony C. and Brony Curious. Anthony C. is, in my opinion, the best person doing pony reviews out there. He is my favorite. I love his videos. He only has like 3 or 4 videos because he puts so much effort into them and he takes so long to put them out, but they're amazing, so definitely go check that video out. They put a lot of work into it and it's really, really good, so watch that. Watch it now. My relationship with Ghostbusters has been long, storied, and to me, fascinating, so I'm about to detail it extensively in what may be a very long road to actually reaching any kind of point. The first time I saw Ghostbusters while marathoning the show, I thought it sucked in general, and had it not been for Twilight's massive feat of conquering the baby star bear, I might have stopped watching the show there and maybe never gotten back to it. At this point, I wasn't being super analytical about MLP yet, but the long and short of why I disliked it is that the characters were being hot-headed and confrontational, and I'm just generally not a fan of that. You may think it's a broad and strange complaint, but it's actually a pretty big deal to me. I've never liked shows wherein the characters just argue all the time, or episodes of shows that center on petty arguments. This is probably because I avoid those kind of arguments in my everyday life. You may have noticed that for the most part my videos are extremely non-confrontational and that I'm always polite and laid back in my comments because I don't want to get into some kind of stupid argument. This is also why I stopped doing the Crepuscular Bronies Discuss podcast. I just simply couldn't deal with Biter's uber-confrontational attitude anymore. In some cases, this aversion of confrontation is actually an obstacle to enjoying something that is otherwise pretty good. For instance, I think Look Before You Sleep is a great episode, but I didn't enjoy it the first time I watched it because AJ and Rarity wouldn't stop arguing. But that's for another video. When I saw the main characters getting into petty squabbles over stupid bullshit, I ended up being annoyed with them and didn't enjoy the episode at all. Adding to that, this episode has a lot of dialogue from Spike at perhaps his most obnoxious ever, constantly repeating his same lines about how Twilight is amazing, and if he wasn't enough, Snips and Snails pose as a foil to him with their love of Trixie, and between the 3 of them is easily the highest obnoxiousness quotient in the entire show. After completing MLP, I completely forgot about Ghostbusters and wouldn't have given a second thought to the great and powerful Trixie if I hadn't launched myself headlong into Bronydom and seen a whole new side of her personality presented by the fandom. Trixie is a character that completely and stubbornly fails. Her most defining moment in the episode is when, after being completely shown up by Twilight, Trixie claims that she's still better than Twi and runs off into the night. It shows her to be exactly as petty and silly as the ponies had thought that she was, and for my money, this makes her a much more interesting character than she would have been if she turned out to be a good guy. Mind you, I still think that her redemption at the end of Magic Duel was a great extension of her character because it showed that Trixie can recognize when a line has been crossed. Yeah, she's still completely full of herself and she doesn't lose that even when she's apologizing, but even she can tell that what happened with the Alicorn amulet was farther than she would have ever taken things. She wants adoration and to think that she's the best, but that doesn't mean she wants to dementedly subject everyone to her whims. But I talked about this already in that video, so let's get back to Ghostbusters. The exact moment when I became a Trixie fan was after watching the fan animation Trixie Alone by Tiara Y. It's a story about Trixie's downward spiral and is at once both tragic and hilarious. After this, I fell in love with the pompous showboat, and there's a number of fan works and images of her that I love. When I eventually came back to this episode, I enjoyed it a lot more just because I got to watch Trixie. All of her animations were things that I'd seen used in countless parodies, and I'd heard all of her dialogue used in the song Trixie's Good Side by Pinkie by Swear countless times. I could enjoy this while turning my brain off to the rest of the episode. I think this speaks a lot for the dynamic nature of entertainment, and that's why in my original Ghostbusters video I clarified right at the beginning that I don't think a review of an episode is ever truly done. Feelings change and evolve and certain things remain ambivalent and unsure. Even if I say in 1 minute that Ghostbusters is really awful, I might turn around much later and watch the episode and find that I enjoy it just because I care or there's some affection or nostalgia for it. Back when I started doing episodic analysis in a text-only format, I ripped Ghostbusters to shreds. I considered the episode's lesson and its characterization to be totally inept, and I felt that Trixie only started making sense if you read into the subtext of her character. I love the idea that the fans have come up with, that Trixie's magic is stage magic and Twilight's is a more all-encompassing magic, because this setup would tie beautifully into the idea introduced in this very same episode that every unicorn has their own unique kind of magic. The idea that Trixie uses stage magic, though, never comes up, even in Magic Duel, which I still think is a crying shame. In that original post, I did praise all of the unique poses and expressions that Trixie has, which I still think are the saving grace of the episode. I also said that while the Ursa Minor fight is impressive, it doesn't hold up as a great imperative to return to the episode at this point. It's cool and all, but on the level of just being visually or contextually impressive, it pales in comparison to the show's later feats, like the entirety of A Canterlot Wedding. Soon after I wrote that initial post, Magic Duel aired, and I did an analysis of that episode, in which I criticized Ghostbusters offhand rather harshly. Shortly thereafter, I followed up with a video about Ghostbusters, which combined the points of my original post with conversations that I'd been having with frequent blog commenter Misfortune Dogged about the episode. As you all probably know, that video is the only one that fell victim to Hasbro's Content ID bullshit, so if you live in the US, you probably haven't seen it yet. Since since I'm readdressing a lot of that video's points in this video anyways, there's only one segment from the original that I'm going to restate in full, which is my bit about pacing. In my Magic Duel video, I said that Ghostbusters was paced like a hard shit, which it is. However, it was wrong of me to make this sound like a huge detriment, because bad or awkward pacing is something I often apologize for. The problem with being judgmental about pacing is that in the long run, it usually doesn't matter. Pacing is all about a play of expectation, and when you know what to expect, it has a significantly smaller effect on the manner in which you interact with a work. You might still think of it as being slow or fast-paced, but upon rewatching it isn't as likely to affect your enjoyment. Ghostbusters is paced badly, but the real reason I dislike it is the reason for that bad pacing, the fact that there's almost nothing going on in the episode. I put a lot of value on density in all forms of media, and it really shows when you look at a list of my favorite MLP episodes. I love episodes that have a lot to say about the characters, like Lesson 0, Party of One, Applebuck Season, Luna Eclipse, and A Friend Indeed. I love episodes that have a lot to say about the world and its lore, either visually or expositionally, like Hearthswarming Eve, the Cutie Chronicles, and The Return of Harmony. I also love episodes in which a lot of awesome, hilarious, and fun things happen, like Sweet and Elite, May the Best Pet Win, and the Super Speedy Cider Squeezy 6000. Ghostbusters is significantly lacking in all of these departments, and its narrative concept is paper thin. From there, I went on to talk about why I think this episode misrepresented Applejack's character, because I don't see her as the type of pony who would jump into such a petty conflict at such slight provocation. I still feel this way. I think that Applejack, Rainbow Dash, and Rarity were totally in the wrong by getting so offended at Trixie's show and starting a ruckus about it. There's no real evidence to suggest that anyone else in the crowd was offended at Trixie, and these three come across as hecklers whom Trixie then shows up like no pony's business, more or less serving them right. In a context where a character gets served justice for believably being a douche, it can be entertaining to see, but in this case, I just couldn't buy into the idea that this representation was congruent with these characters. And you know what? I can totally understand why others wouldn't feel that way about the situation. This is one of those moments wherein each person's unique perspective can be strongly felt. YouTuber Clover Keen wrote a lengthy rebuttal to my Ghostbusters review in which she defends the episode, and her points aren't at all invalid, because they simply come from a different perspective, and that's fine. If you liked this episode and you wanted to seek confirmation for your ideas about it, she's probably the person to go to. Meanwhile, if you really want to get into the bones of what's wrong with this episode, you need look no further than the writings of my friend Misfortune Dogged. When I put out the original Ghostbusters video, a lot of people in the comments were defending the episode, and Dogged read those comments and he got pissed, and he wrote an epically dense close reading of the episode that crushed any desire I had to talk about it anymore. The two of us agreed at the time that we were done with this episode, and then of course my video got blocked, making it the only episode that I absolutely had to talk about again. Dogged did eventually return to the episode in an excellent blog post which you can find in the description, which is much easier to read than his old one. In it, he summarizes the episode's biggest flaws in 5 bullet points, which I will read off now. 1. We have no narrative clue leading us immediately to criticize Trixie the way the main 6 did. No plot context suggesting anything this negative. Certainly not after a mere 2 sentences easily and commonly understood, rightly or wrongly, as hyperbolic. We're left to extrapolate smugness, but only from 2 facial expressions. The second, vaguer and explicitly noted one made while Applejack is confirming something Rarity has already said. By extension, we don't lucidly understand the main 6's thinking. Scorn cheap pyrotechnics on the fly if you want, but not attitude. 2. Trixie responded to what she reasonably perceived to be heckling. Her responses may or may not have been over the top, but it is believable. 3. Trixie's challenge is odd, because if there was the possibility of her being beaten by her own terms, and logically there's reasonable chance, why would she articulate said terms in a show that has barely begun to a host of people she barely knows? Rainbow Dash, after all, could simply have pointed out that Trixie can't and didn't fly. 4. Twilight's hinted moral conflict is dishonestly morphed into a fear of irritating or harming others, even though the denizens don't care, and her friends have asked her to get involved in showing up Trixie. These elements are obvious, yet the text doesn't make it clear why her hesitation is warranted. And 5. Saving a town from imminent destruction is not the same as sticking up for your friends. Trixie didn't threaten the lives of Twilight's friends, and presumably Twilight never would have hesitated to do what she could to protect lives. So, bringing this overly long and self-indulgent analysis to a close, I rewatched Ghostbusters one last time to confirm my thoughts, and at this point I find the episode nigh unwatchable. I'd rather get my Trixie fix from Magic Duel or Equestria Daily and my Pony fix from any other episode of the show. I'm pretty content to finally put this episode to bed and just not think about it anymore. In this video, I'll be talking about 4 different aspects of what makes characters engaging, starting with depth and development, and then moving into the more interesting aesthetic, persona, and chemistry. When people talk about what makes a great character in fiction, the words that get thrown around a lot are depth and development. A deep character means one with complex emotions and motivations. Deep characters appear to exist as actual persons, whereas shallow characters exist more as concepts. concepts. King Sombra, for instance, is a shallow character because we don't really know anything about him other than that he's a bad guy. His motivation seems to be nothing more than be evil. On the other hand, Rarity is an exceptionally deep character. Her motivations stem from a childhood desire to dazzle people with her work, and a deep interest in fashion that developed out of embarrassment over her unfashionable parents. Her passion is to have others appreciate her work, and this sometimes gets in the way of her desire to please her friends, whom she loves because of their densely established connections over the course of the series. Her emotions and motivations are complex. But more importantly than that, we also have context to appreciate those complexities. This is where I bring in a term that you've probably heard me use on other videos: well-realized. A well-realized character is one that the audience understands and resonates with because of the context given to their complexity. For instance, a character that is deep but not really realized is Princess Luna. The story of Nightmare Moon and the story of Nightmare Night both suggest complex emotions and deep motivations, but we don't really get to see these things. Luna feels like a kind of weird character because we don't completely get how she is the way that she is. We can rationalize with her that, yeah, being stuck on the moon for 1,000 years makes you socially awkward, but it feels weird because we don't really get to see what Luna was like before she was on the moon, or how much the world has changed since then, or what she's been doing since she's been back, and things like that. She's a deep and interesting character, but not terribly well realized. Meanwhile, let's look at Rarity again. We totally get her and what she's all about. In most episodes, her actions seem congruent with her established character, and we just sorta get it. In Sweet and Elite, we never have to sit around and wonder how Rarity is having this conundrum. We know that she is, on the one hand, the element of generosity and an excellent friend, but on the other hand, we know that Canterlot and popularity mean a lot to her. Because she's a well-realized character, the conflict resonates with us, whether we come out of it loving Rarity or hating her as a result. Now let's talk about character development. This is the process by which a character evolves over the course of a series. If depth represents the complexity of a character's emotions and motivations, development follows how these things change over the course of a work. Rainbow Dash exhibits strong character development over the course of the series. A lot of her episodes mark definitive changes in her life, which are felt continually over the course of future episodes. After May the Best Pet Win and Read It and Weep, she learns to accept things which she'd previously considered lame, and becomes a more honest individual because of it. In Wonderbolt's Academy, she shows a perfect cross-section of depth and development when she resigns from the Wonderbolt's training due to personal moral obligation, which may have extended from lessons that she learned in previous episodes. For a character who never really shows any development, let's look at Princess Celestia. Over the course of the series, what little we see of Celestia suggests her to be a dignified, magnanimous, seemingly all-knowing, and extremely manipulative leader. Her character is well realized and certainly has some depth to it, but it doesn't really undergo any development. Depth and development are both excellent literary tools, but I feel that both of them are extremely overrated when it comes to exploring what makes a character or a series great. After all, many people would argue that Celestia, Luna, and even King Sombra are great characters, in spite of their lack of development, realization, and depth, respectively. Well, those people are just biased. Of course they're biased, everyone's biased, but why are they biased? Why do they like those characters if it has nothing to do with depth or development? This is where we come to the topic of aesthetic persona, which is a phrase that I made up because I don't know of any existing phrase to describe it. If you know one, or at least a similar one, let me know in the comments. A character's aesthetic persona is the raw appeal of being who they are. It's a combination of how they look, how they sound, and just what they do. Let's look at Celestia's aesthetic persona. Starting on the technical level, she's designed by Lauren Faust and exhibits the characteristics of Faust's design sense and the general design sense of Friendship is Magic as a whole. Compared to other ponies, she's very tall and regal looking. She has a white coat and a flowing, multicolored pastel mane, which definitely sets her apart from most characters. This is her visual aesthetic, which could be enough to attract fans all on its own. Her voice is that of Nicole Oliver, who plays her with a very smooth, calming, and motherly tone. Her clarity of speech gives it an air of officiality. Her dialogue is usually restrained and dignified, yet approachable, so much so that we often feel the other ponies are overreacting when they're bashful around her, yet we also have no doubts about the fact that she is the princess and that she is deserving of respect. This sense of understanding her character just through her look, her speech, and the way her character is written comprises her aesthetic persona. Depth and development can play a role in a character's aesthetic persona, but they don't have to exist for the viewer to connect with a character. Plenty of people adore Celestia just for what she is, regardless of how few appearances appearances she actually has and how little she actually does in the story. While I'm on the subject of characterization, there's one last thing that I'd like to talk about, which isn't so much about how a character works as an individual, but how they work in the context of the story, and that thing is chemistry. Chemistry between characters can best be described with an analogy to chemistry itself. Mind you, this example will be extremely simple, and my chemistry knowledge is on a middle school level at best, but for the sake of example, think of carbon and oxygen. When you combine them, you get carbon monoxide. You no longer have just carbon and just oxygen, but something entirely new which has come out of combining them. When characters have chemistry together, it means that something new has been created which you couldn't have with just one character or the other. For instance, Rainbow Dash on her own is a pretty fun character, but she really becomes interesting when paired up with one of the other ponies. When paired up with Pinkie Pie, we get to see how frustrated Rainbow gets when trying to deal with Pinkie's eccentricities, as well as how she acts with a good friend doing some of her favorite activities. When paired with AJ, the two of them have a strong sense of understanding and camaraderie that comes from sharing a very physical lifestyle, as well as a strong competitiveness. When paired with Fluttershy, we see just how much of a bulldozer Rainbow can be when paired with an introverted character, and Fluttershy gets dragged into social situations which she wouldn't be interested in ordinarily. The chemical bonds between each of the main six, as well as the chemical that you get when you put them all together, plays a huge role in what makes their group dynamic work so well, and why it's so easy to feel connected to the whole main six. The characters don't exist as islands, but as part of a greater and more interesting whole. To see a great example of just how much aesthetic persona and chemistry can do, just take a look at Octavia and Vinyl Scratch. In the context of the show, aesthetic persona is literally all these ponies have. In both cases, the character design, the facial expression, and the action being performed by the characters is the whole of their existence. Yet, based on these aesthetic personas alone, the fandom determined that these characters would have great chemistry together, and as a result, they've become one of, if not the most popular fan pairing in the entire series. While each character is appealing on their own, their chemistry together is what makes them so fun to write about. I'm very interested in hearing your thoughts on these aspects of characterization. Do you like deep and developed characters the most, or does aesthetic persona resonate strongly with you regardless of whether a character is well realized? Are there any characters that you wouldn't have cared about if they didn't have such a great chemistry with other characters? Buy some apples! I love Applebloom. When I first watched MLP, Applebloom was one of my favorite characters and the one that I related to the most. The core of Applebloom's character is that she hasn't figured out what she wants to do in life yet, which was how I felt about a year and a half ago. I kept throwing myself at a bunch of different activities, trying to find one that suited me best, before realizing that my one obvious skill, which I'd been performing the entire time, was the one I should probably try and make a career out of. This isn't the most important way in which I relate to Applebloom, which I'll get into when I talk about the showstoppers, but it definitely helps me to appreciate her conflict. That said, Applebloom's conflict pretty much defines her character. Yeah, you could say something about her relationship with Applejack and her friends and blah blah, but seriously, she ain't the most deep or complex character on the show. And that's fine. It just means that there's not much to say about her that isn't completely obvious. As a result, this video is going to deal less with analyzing Applebloom's character or the storyline of the episode, and more to do with looking at a bunch of random things that I noticed while I was watching it. First of all, I know this scene is just meant to be a convenient way to set up the plot, but man, the equestrian school system must suck all kinds of balls if these ponies are getting a lesson about cutie marks at this age. Not only do all of them know this stuff already, but most of the class already has their marks. The sad thing is that having been taught the history of American settlement at least 4 times between elementary and middle school, I can't even say this is hard to believe. This scene also gives us 80s Cheerilee, which a lot of people have pointed out as a way of debunking my theory about the main six's ages, though I'm not sure why. The idea is that Cheerilee was in Rarity's class in elementary school, so they must be about the same age. However, Cheerilee's picture shows her appearing to be a teenager, and because of the 80s iconography, it suggests that this picture was taken a long time ago. It's perfectly possible, though, that this picture was taken, say, 4 years ago when Cheerilee was about 12, and that the style was just going out of fashion. The kids would still be too young to really remember it, and Cheerilee would still look a bit younger than she does now in the picture. Yeah, it seems like a stretch in the context of this scene, but in the context of the greater canon, I'm willing to accept it, because because I still am very attached to the theory that the main 6 are all in their mid-teens. Keeping on the subject of Cheerilee, the story of her cutie mark is actually a pretty great insight into the nature of cutie mark designs, and just how unclear their meanings can be. Cheerilee's, for instance, is a group of smiling flowers, which could just have easily suggested that she was some kind of florist. Instead, the flowers represent the smiles of her students. The case has been made again and again by analysts that the cutie marks don't directly represent a pony's talent, but are metaphorical, and Cheerilee spells this out in her dialogue. Fun fact about Cheerilee's mark, by the way. In Japan, the word hanamaru, which literally translates to flower circle, is used to describe these little flowers with smiley faces that teachers award students with in kindergarten for doing a good job. If you've ever played Yoshi's Island or watched the anime series Hanamaru Kindergarten, then you may be familiar with this concept. I'm very interested in seeing how Cheerilee's dialogue in this scene will be translated when this episode airs in Japan. One last thing worth noting about this scene, which you've probably noticed yourself at some point, is that of the 9 ponies in Miss Cheerilee's class, none of them are Scootaloo or Sweetie Belle. By the time the Showstoppers rolls around, they appear to be classmates, and are shown to have replaced former classmates in the Season 2 episodes where they appear. If this was just an inconsistency, it would be a particularly weird one, because it's not like they were trying to retcon Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle into having been classmates with Applebloom from the beginning. She actually meets the duo at the end of this episode, so it stands to reason that they were supposed to go to another school until now. So what gives? My best guess is that the two of them actually just transferred into Applebloom's class after becoming friends with her. Given the way that young ponies have a tendency to move to entirely new places during adolescence, I imagine that the transfer process in equestrian schools is fairly easy. Moving along now, here's something that I'd really like to see some headcanons about, and yes, I realize I've just damned myself to watching at least 5 to 10 more inevitable headcanon videos. Why do the members of the Apple family get their cutie marks late? Applejack remarks that herself, Granny Smith, and Big Macintosh were all the last in their class to get their mark, and that it might run in the family. I've actually got a theory about this, which I'll share in a future video, but until then, I'd like to hear what you think. Here's one for all you guys that have been losing your minds trying to figure out the equestrian economy. Applebloom tells customers that we take cash or credit. Now, how exactly does credit work in this economy? Look, I'm not going to think about it too hard myself, because equestrian economics make my head explode. It's bad enough that Applejack pays Bonbon in like 200 apples just because her little sister's being a brat. I didn't put those in my bag! It's interesting that Rainbow Dash's strategy for obtaining cutie marks, which is to do a bunch of random shit until a mark appears, is actually what the CMC continue to use as a strategy in all of their adventures. This just goes towards proving my theory that Rainbow Dash is a terrible role model corrupting the children. The cute Senora is a pretty interesting concoction. You've got Pinkie Pie hosting the party at Sugar Cube Corner, which is hardly surprising, and it's easy to imagine Pinkie doing this for everyone. The weird part is how there's a bunch of adults at the party who don't seem to be related to the kids, suggesting that this is a pretty open social gathering. But also, the kids don't seem to have their parents there. Maybe Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon's parents were busy, though DT's dad in Family Appreciation Day doesn't seem like the type who'd miss his daughter's big celebration, which suggests that maybe cute Señoras aren't that big a deal? Leave your comments about how I'm reading way too deep into a poorly thought out scene in a kids show below. Alright, that covers most of the analysis, so let's point out a bunch of random stuff. Derpy Bloom. This symbol in the karate dojo which has Celestia and Luna on it. Pinbro and Berry Punch, reaffirmed as 2 of my favorite background ponies. This scene is incredibly awkward. Twilight's "fuck you just say to me, bitch" face. This kid who thinks they may have gotten their cutie mark too soon, which might suggest something interesting about ponies' relationships with cutie marks, but more likely is just a dumb kid getting hyped on the CMC speech. Also, I can't play it for you, but the music in this scene seriously sounds like 90s gangsta rap. I'm American. And that should about do it. Though I feel like I might have forgotten something. It's probably nothing. This one's gonna be a little bit more of a speculative stretch than usual, but hey, it was only a matter of time before random headcanons was gonna get a little out there. Let's talk apples and cutie marks. In my last video, I asked for headcanons about why the members of the Apple family are always the last in their class to get their cutie marks, and about 95% of the explanations I received followed the same train of thought. The idea was that because each member of the family has grown up on the farm and done apple-related tasks for their entire lives, those tasks seem normal to them, not like a special talent. Because they haven't had a moment of realization that they are skilled at these tasks, they haven't realized their talent yet. Others have also noted the possibility of rebelliousness, citing the case of Applejack, who didn't want to live on the old farm and tried her luck in the city. It was only after realizing that she missed her home that she got her mark, at least according to her. Some also speculated that the Apple family are just genetically late bloomers, with the entire concept of Call of the Cutie being a metaphor for puberty, which I think Applebloom's name makes rather obvious. I like this idea from a literary theory standpoint, but from the standpoint of figuring out the show's canon, it isn't all that helpful, so let's talk about another idea. What's particularly strange about Applejack's Cutie Mark story is that it's completely unique from almost all the others. Everyone else so far has had a moment of realization directly related to figuring out their talent. Where the stories differ is that some of the ponies were already working towards the talent that they eventually found, whereas others discovered it all at once. And this gave me an idea. Maybe the acquisition of a Cutie Mark really requires two things. One is the realization of what a pony wants to do, and the other is proving that they can do it. After all, Twilight Sparkle had already set her heart on learning magic, but it was only when her full potential became apparent that she got her mark. The same goes for Rainbow Dash, who was already in love with speed but pulled off a feat of badassery to prove herself. Rarity was already a fashionista but realized her talent when she found her creative voice in the form of gems. These weren't moments of realization, but moments of proving themselves. Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy both have moments of realization and moments of proving themselves right in order. Pinkie Pie learns about fun and then proves that she can bring it. Fluttershy witnesses scared animals and then finds out that she can soothe them. And while we're at it, even Twist, whom I can't believe I'm acknowledging, already knew that she loved making sweets. It was only after making what I guess were some really fucking good pepper sticks that she got her mark. So this just leaves Applejack. If all it took for her was a moment of realization, then that must mean that she'd already proven herself beforehand. This would put her in the same boat that many think the Cutie Mark Crusaders are in, where each of them has an obvious talent but hasn't realized it yet. But what if the truth is that Applejack was like some kind of savant? Like, what if she was just really unnaturally good at apple farming before her realization? The reason I bring this up is that if we consider the other ponies who were or are late bloomers, their talents can be kind of difficult. Big Macintosh's talent seems to revolve around, well, being big. He bucks trees, carries heavy carts, and is generally known for being the big guy. So if his talent revolves around being big, then maybe he didn't have his mark yet because he wasn't big enough. He couldn't prove himself as a kid because being a kid was a poor circumstance for his talent. As for Granny Smith, it's hard to say. I would have loved it if she'd gotten her Cutie Mark from discovering the Zap Apples in Family Appreciation Day, which would mean that her talent couldn't emerge until she found out about them. But unfortunately, I think it was too late to retcon her Cutie Mark into dealing with this. It would have been a great idea, though. So maybe only Big Macintosh was a late bloomer due to physical limitations. I wouldn't be surprised if the same turns out to be true of Scootaloo. I'd love to see something like this happen as a plot point, where a character doesn't find their talent until undergoing some kind of major physical or locational change, or reaching an appropriate age for their talent. I mean, after all, you know, somewhere out there's gotta be a prostitute pony, and I think we'd all like to believe he was a little older when he got his mark. I've seen this question countless times. Why are there so many more mares than there are stallions in Equestria? The answer I've come to is, there aren't. We're just looking for them in the wrong places. It's easy to see where the misconceptions come from. There's a lot of crowd shots in MLP, and most of them seem to feature mostly mares. They also tend to feature about 6 ponies clone stamped over and over again, but that's besides the point. Also besides the point is the fact that the male to female ratio improves dramatically on a regular basis in seasons 2 and 3, suggesting that the animation staff has had time to create a hell of a lot more templates, but that's not too important here. Think about it. Not every scene has a disproportionate representation of mares. Some of them feature a disproportionate representation of stallions. Just look at the ponies plowing the fields in Winter Wrap-Up. All stallions. Now look at Celestia's Royal Guard. All stallions. What these shots suggest is that there are certain jobs that are primarily held by stallions in Equestria. I can understand resisting this notion a little out of fear of promoting traditional gender roles, but the reality is that this makes perfect sense, especially in a world where a pony's natural talents are the focus of their role in life. For the most part, stallions are just better built to be plowing the fields and guarding the castles. AJ's line about how Twilight's plowing awful fast for such a little pony comes to mind. Digi, surely you aren't suggesting that almost every stallion in Equestria is doing field or guard work? Of course not. Plenty of stallions up in Canterlot are living the high society life. Plenty of stallions in Appaloosa are doing stuff Appaloosans do. Plenty of stallions in Cloudsdale are doing generic dude shit. Plenty of stallions at the Wonderbolt Academy trying to become Wonderbolts. Plenty of stallions in the Crystal Empire being all depressed. So no, I wouldn't suggest that the majority of stallions in Equestria are working in the fields, but I would suggest that most of the stallions in Ponyville are working in the fields. Think about it, this is a rural town. It was founded by Earth Pony farmers and ostensibly is still a primarily Earth Pony town. Obviously there are exceptions such as Mr. Cake and the Sofas and Quills guy, but that's why we see those guys, because they're the ones who aren't in the fields. Think about it. How often would we see Big Macintosh if he wasn't Applejack's brother? If Applejack wasn't a member of the group, you'd see no more Big Mac than any other stallion because he wouldn't be around most of the time. Now, think about the scenes that show a more even gender split in Ponyville without involving some kind of dude-related job. There's stallions around during Nightmare Night, Hearts and Hooves Day, the Summer Harvest Festival, all of them are holidays, days when the stallions wouldn't be out in the fields. Further supporting evidence comes from the Ponyville Schoolhouse, which often has a good representation of male students. They haven't yet grown up to possibly take on careers in the fields or elsewhere. Yes, MLP has some scenes that carelessly have an overrepresentation of females. While it may be an understandable generalization that guys might not be as interested in singing musical numbers or something described as a pageant, it's particularly strange that there's no stallions whatsoever during the running of the leaves and a few other events of that nature. Still, to say that these moments are evidence of a total lack of stallions in Equestria undermines the fact that they are still quite present and have a solid reason to be underrepresented. After all, the main 6 are a group of 6 mares, none of whom has any real stallion friends aside from their brothers and neighbors. It's not that strange that in following their adventures, we wouldn't see as many stallions as we would if, say, the main 6 were comprised of Big Macintosh, Shining Armor, Fancy Pants, Pony Joe, Brayburn, and Snowflake. Holy shit, I would watch that. Aw yeah, Season 2. We're finally here. This season kicks off with the most memorable and popular 2-part episode of the entire series, the introduction of Discord. Applejack seems to be growing corn for some reason. We already know she isn't exclusively an apple farmer, but it does raise questions of whether there isn't another pony with a corn cutie mark out there. I've often thought it would be interesting if multiple ponies have the same mark and have to compete, or the idea that if there's a role not filled by a pony in town, some other pony has to take up the mantle. Applejack seems some of that clever wordplay the writers like to employ that probably soars over a lot of heads, like bring those high-strung storm clouds down to earth. So the first scene post-opening song is sort of like a miniature episode that predicts and foreshadows the message of the whole 2-parter. The 6 ponies work together to solve a problem, and Twilight even tells Spike a moral lesson about how ponies should never give up, because together there's nothing they can't do. This, of course, the fact that Twilight will be of this by
what if all the statues in Celestia's garden are ponies turned to stone?
Applejack apparently radioed in her friends to help with troubles on the farm. Discord, of course, is a blast to behold with all of his visual gags. Among my favorites are when he innocuously creates physical representations of the dialogue. For instance, after the phrase, "big deal," he suddenly grows much taller. The episodes are sprinkled with bits, describes the element of magic as the most powerful and elusive, goes towards the theory I heard recently that maybe a holder of the element of magic only comes around every so many years, and Celestia's school for gifted unicorns was built on the principle of finding one. Oh. Can I talk now? Okay, so anyways, Discord's hedge maze gambit is an interesting bit of narrative trickery, played both on the expectations of the viewer and the ponies themselves. It might be obvious to us that the elements were never going to be in the hedge maze, but less obvious is that there's no real method to what Discord is doing either. The whole setup is chaos, as evidenced by his turning of Fluttershy. There was never a real method to his madness. Return of Harmony. There's nothing really worth saying about this episode. The narrative is paper thin and it's just an excuse to be a dumb Alice in Wonderland knockoff. Why are we talking about this anyways? My Little Pony is a kids show. It's not like there's any depth to it in the first place. Analysis is supposed to be an objective study of a work's quality, not some postmodern bullshit based on the opinions of some unemployed loser. Fuck this fandom, I quit.
Digibrony, snap out of it!
Oh, this asshole. Quit fapping to horse porn, faggot.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about how this show can only be enjoyed by perverted, neck-bearded man-children!
Alright, Digi, then what's up with all these videos you made? Have a look!
Videos? What are you? Why? Maybe because I thoroughly enjoyed Magical Mystery Cure. I have no problems with the concept or the execution, and in fact, I am enamored with both of those things. A character's maybe it's because I relate persona to is someone who's just recently found my wings, so to speak. I know exactly what it's like. Seriously, these aren't just fun. These are classic jokes to me. We're talking about my favorite episode of my favorite show. Designed by I'm a fucking Alicorn princess. Of course! I remember now! My Little Pony is the shiznit! Admit it, Dipcord.
All right. Friendship is magic.
The Return of Harmony is a brilliant set of episodes, not so much as a standalone, but because of how they interact with the rest of the series. Getting to see the characters turned on their heads is a blast, especially Flutterbitch, and the voice actresses turn in some dynamic and brilliant performances all around. Besides them, the animation staff clearly had a blast with Discord, and even the sound editing of this episode is top tier. This is the show cranking everything it does well up to 11 and just coasting on how awesome it is. The conflict is truly that of power of Discord versus the power of Harmony. None of the games that Discord plays has any real meaning, except to showcase how powerful confusion and chaos can really be. Twilight then turns it around using Harmony, and again, it isn't so much about bringing Harmony out in the characters, but more about the literal force of Harmony as magic, in contest with that of Discord. More than a moral lesson that Harmony is stronger than Discord, this is more like a world-building element, that one magic trumps the other because that's how the world works. Going back to these episodes is always a blast, just for the audio-visual feast, and to be blown away by the height that it reached. This episode marked the moment that I became a fan of MLP the first time I watched it, and it continues to be one of my favorites, marking the entry to the Unstoppably Badass Season 2.
Oh, Luna, why did I tell you guys I would cover all the episodes of the first and second season as well? Those are all called coffee! Why are you guys so interested in my opinion on what is water under the bridge by now? You know what? Screw this. This is my channel and I do what I want. I won't do any videos on old episodes. That's it, and there is no pony who could ever change my...
Hey, every pony.
What the buck are you doing here, Digi? This is my channel. Also, how did you get here?
Oh, I was just passing by when I noticed that giant rift in the fourth wall of your channel. As the guardian of all stuff MLP analysis related, I thought I better check this out. Did you do anything recently that might have caused a disturbance in the YouTube continuum, by chance?
Well, there was this big explosion in the middle of my Magic and Mystery Q review with the Voice of Reason that transported the two of us from my channel to his.
That sounds like it could be a problem. You should have this looked at. A rift in the fourth wall of a YouTube channel can lead to all kinds of crossovers and collaborations and... Anyway, what are you up to?
Not reviewing the pilot episodes, that's for sure.
Well, the title of this video says otherwise, and we already wasted a lot of time establishing this story arc and all, so you better get started.
Was? Wie? You are not supposed to mention metafacts like the video title or that there is some story arc happening as we speak. That's like me saying that we actually wrote every single line we are saying right now down before, and both of us are just reading out a script. Oh snap. Why did I just say this?
Yep, rift in the fourth wall, nasty, but compulsively revealing metafacts is a rather harmless symptom. Now, you really should get the show started.
Alright. Hello out there, this is the ANY Pony and welcome to my review of Friendship is Magic Part 1 and 2 with Digibrony.
Hey, every pony.
That's it, the one big opener, the two-parter that started it all, Lauren's legacy. And how does it hold up after 2.5 years? Okay, I guess it wasn't so great to begin with.
Interesting. I seem to remember you calling the Crystal Empire the weakest two-parter, but a good set of episodes altogether. If this one is better, then how can it not be good?
Well, it is. I mean, the Crystal Empire is the weakest, but the pilot episodes are pretty flawed themselves. Okay, let me start at the beginning. From a technical point of view and in regards to dispelling my disbelief, as well as the flow of the plot at some points even single scenes, the pilot episodes were still in the let's figure this out phase. It was a completely new series with its very own art style and done in Flash, a tool that Lauren and DHX had experience with, but that is still not really common in high quality mainstream production. Naturally, after 2 rather successful seasons with more experience and routine, as well as a growing library of resources like animations and models, every single episode of Season 3 was better looking than especially the very first episodes.
Well, that much is a given. More experience, better budgets, more and more love for the product, newer eps are bound to look nice. And what issues do you have with the suspension of disbelief? This is a show about talking Technicolor horses that live in a fantasy world and do magic and shit.
I don't have problems believing that. It is a fantasy setup after all, but a reasonable one. Usually the ludicrous, far-fetched nonsense comes from within the fandom, like Chrysalis had been Luna the whole time.
Heyo!
But seriously now, I know that the stories in MLP have a tendency to just turning out well by lucky coincidence, and I can take that to a certain degree. But in the pilot episodes, I have the feelings that the whole script had been written by the plot convenience fairy. Twilight just happens to read about Nightmare Moon one day before her return. In Ponyville, she then just happens to run into exactly 5 other mayors who just happens to decide to become her friends and later just happen to turn out to be the elements of harmony. After Nightmare Moon's appearance, those 5, even though they had not really been that close at that time, also just happened to be the only ones following Twilight as a group into the library and later into the Every Forest, in which they just happened to encounter exactly 5 trials that they happen to be able to master thanks to their elements. Sorry Digi, but these are just a few coincidences too much for me to take. And don't you dare to say the word destiny.
Destiny, determinism, fate, certainty, course of events, design, divine decree, finality, fortune, inevitability, kismet, ordinance, predestination, predetermination, destiny. And what about the flow? I thought it was pretty fine, at least in part 1.
Well, first of all, there is this stage-by-stage structure both episodes have in their middle part. In episode 1, Twilight gets to meet one character after another, going through a short characterizing interaction, including a hint towards each one's future element of harmony, and ending with some kind of one-sided expression of friendship. Same in episode 2. One stage, respectively trial, for each of the remaining 5 to show off their respective element once more, before we return to a more natural flow of events. And even though the dialogues had already an amazing natural feel to it for a very first episode, there were some minor hiccups every now and then. For example, the flow in the first half of the scene when Twilight first meets Rainbow Dash, it feels somehow off, if you get what I mean. The awkwardness in the opening dialogues between those two in Double Rainboom reminded me of that scene.
So why exactly do you still call those 2 episodes better than the Crystal Empire?
Well, as I mentioned, those technical issues and a better feeling for the flow just needed time to develop. Many series don't even officially release their initial pilot episodes, or they re-edit them before calling them canon. I cut MLP a lot of slack for sticking to it. Also, those are the exposition episodes. It is always very tricky to find a good balance between information and entertainment in such episodes. And within a total of 40 minutes, we get introduced to the world of Equestria, parts of its lore, the main character, her number 1 assistant, the remaining 5, basically the whole setup for all the episodes to come. And to keep things interesting, we get an engaging adventure arc as framework. Maybe the story itself wasn't all that great, but look at the foundation it left us. This is a starting point for each of the main 6, and all the adventures, slice of life stories and headcanons their combination made possible. It gives us this great new world with its magic, creatures and mysteries. Compare that to the Crystal Empire. We got an exotic looking new location. Okay. We got this new type of pony that doesn't have any exciting features except the new look. And we don't get any new characters, except maybe Sombra, but his underdevelopment as a character is rather infamous. And he gets literally blown away at the end of the story. Not exactly a second Nightmare Moon / Princess Luna, whose tragic backstory and adorableness inspired endless fictions, drawings and compositions. In conclusion, as a story on its own, the pilot episodes were rather mediocre, and from the technical side of things was MLP literally just starting out. There's a reason why many bronies explain that they had not been hooked after seeing those 2 episodes, and why they would not show those 2 as an introduction to potential new bronies. But, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is Lauren Faust's legacy. This is where the direction of the series had been set. A direction that is, despite all the changes that happened in the later seasons, still present. The guideline around which the MLP universe is still growing. The next time you give those 2 episodes a wee watch, keep in mind everything you love about later episodes, the inspiration that series gave to you, and the fandom that developed around the series. All of this started there, with a purple, socially awkward unicorn reading a picture book.
That's nice. Okay, whatever, I'm out.
Wait, Digi! What about the rest of season 1 and 2? Do I really have to make reviews for all of them? Brony Curious already realized that fully developed reviews for the old episode are not really worthwhile.
I really fucking don't care. Find a format or something. Don't you have that yay and nay thingy?
My top 5 yay and nay lists?
Yeah, whatever, do those.
Okay, I will. I won't let you down. You'll see, I can do it.
Don't care, Ollie's outie. A number of people have asked me to describe Digibrony the character and how he might be different from Digibrony as a representation of myself. I wanted to try and reveal facts about Digibrony using short fanfics, subtle hints in my videos, and things like that, but since fanfics aren't really my thing, I figured making an analysis video about it would be much easier. I'm a lot better at just explaining these kinds of things if I haven't made that evident already. Digibrony is a fun character because he simultaneously is myself as well as a separate entity. For all intents and purposes, he is Digibro, the human brony that writes analysis on the internet. But he also is Digibrony, an analytically minded pony living in Ponyville. Digibrony shares all of my thoughts and memories, but he also has his own, which I can interpret as my own as well. None of our feelings are independent of one another, even if they don't define one another. After all, Digibrony exists inside of my head since he's a fictional character, so he can't have thoughts without me having given thoughts to him. If he were to have thoughts independent of me, then I wouldn't know about them unless they were someone else's thoughts given to him, which were then shared with me, a la fanfiction. Digibrony lives in Ponyville and is familiar and even friendly with some of the main characters of MLP. Because he has all of my thoughts, he understands these characters both as ponies that exist and as the cast of a TV show. So everything in his world has a dual existence. For instance, to him, Ponyville is both a town designed and built by architect ponies and a town conceptualized and drawn by the creators of the show. I realize this is a little bit of a head fuck, so I'll move along to what things actually set Digibrony the character apart from the human that he represents. Digibrony lives in the second story of a house in Ponyville, stationed over a laboratory run by scientist ponies, who rent the space out to him. His room has one of the only computers in Ponyville and is full of weird contraptions and half-finished experiments, similar to that of Sherlock Holmes in the Guy Ritchie movies. The duality by which he recognizes Ponyville residents makes them difficult to talk to, and he always feels that he has to hold back in conversation, which has left him rather reserved. He likes to observe ponies from a distance and admire them. He has a bit of a crush on Pinkie Pie, which I wrote a fanfic about from his perspective, which is linked in the description, and also has a crush on Applejack, which is more or less because of me. Digibrony is a huge fan of all 4 of Equestria's princesses and finds them both fascinating and inspiring. In particular, he is a hardcore loyalist to Princess Celestia. Beyond those elements, Digibrony's life is still pretty mysterious since I haven't dreamed it up yet. It would be interesting to see what kind of life Digibrony might have outside of my own mind, as well as what kind of things I might dream up for him to do in the future. And then we have Discorded Digibrony, who is an even more interesting character. This one will require some canon dumping, including major spoilers for the Discorded Digibrony Ask Tumblr if that's something you actually were worried about getting spoiled for. Discorded Digibrony lives in an alternate universe that I've come to refer to as the Spiteverse, which was created at a divergent point during the events of Return of Harmony. In our universe, as seen in the Thoroughly Fanboying video, Digibrony was discorded but was returned to normal by Brony Curious, who showed him a bunch of his old videos just as Celestia did for Twilight Sparkle. However, the Spiteverse is a reality in which Discord won, both in the show's canon and in Digibrony's canon. The point of divergence happens right after Discord corrupts Twilight Sparkle and Twilight is planning to leave Ponyville. In this timeline, Discord immediately traveled to Canterlot and murdered Princess Celestia and Luna so that no one would stand who could oppose him. Twilight never remembered all the friendship lessons and the entirety of Equestria was discorded. However, Twilight still hated Discord for what he did, and she learned to harness the elements of disharmony in order to create a new dark magic. Twilight remained the most powerful magic user in Equestria, and her magic became synonymous with disharmony as opposed to friendship. She overpowered and destroyed Discord, became an Alicorn, and took over the reins of Equestria as the Princess of Spite. Discorded Digibrony lives in this world, and while he hates Twilight Sparkle and what has become of the world, he doesn't actually remember what it was like to be Digibrony. Unlike Digibrony, while Discorded Digibrony likewise exists inside of my own head and has the history and personality that I give him, he does not have my knowledge or memories the way that Digibrony does, meaning that he is purely a fictional character rather than a metafictional one. Nevertheless, he still has a lot of Digibrony's likes and dislikes, but approaches things in a different way. Whereas Digibrony thinks that analysis is inherently subjective objective and totally dependent on the person making the analysis, Discorded Digi thinks that analysis should be based on examining objective truths and making quality judgments. Whereas Digibrony has a positive, extremely optimistic attitude and approach to everything, Discorded Digibrony has a negative, extremely pessimistic approach to everything. Like Digibrony, Discorded Digibrony is aware of My Little Pony the TV show, but he sees it as propaganda created by the Spidercorn overlords, and he sees bronies as ignorant people with the wrong idea of what's really happening in the MLP universe. He isn't aware that his timeline has diverged from the original one. However, not everything in his world is darkness and gloom. While he's usually angry in his replies on the Ask Discorded Digibrony Tumblr, that's mostly out of spite towards bronies and because he doesn't like a lot of the questions. While Disco Digi is uptight and suffers from depression, he still has levity in his life like everyone else. And in this universe, he's actually married to Discorded Applejack. Also, the Ask Discorded Digibrony timeline takes place 5 years after our own. So that about sums up what I've dreamed up for these two characters. I'd love to flesh them out more in the future through fanfics and stuff, and if you want to write fanfics about them yourself, then be my guest. It would be interesting to see just how many divergent canons and interpretations could come out of these characters, and I'm sure that the Spiteverse could be opened up into its own expansive fanfic universe over time. I'm definitely looking forward to fleshing it out more over the course of the Ask Discorded Digibrony Tumblr myself. By the way, if having all of this come out of Digibrony's mouth isn't the most confusing thing ever, then I just don't know what is.
Oh, like a virgin, touched for the very first time, like a virgin. Hello there, Digibrony.
What? Oh my gosh, could it be? Have I been visited by my role model, my inspiration, my fantastic Princess Celestia?
Not quite.
Oh, my.
My faithful, adorable student Twilight Sparkle showed me one of your videos. It was very cute. But I was shocked to find there wasn't a single video analyzing the royal plot.
But, well,
This will not do. Digibrony, I demand that you analyze my blog immediately.
Of course, Your Highness. Ask Princess Molestia is one of the longest-running, most active, and most popular pony art tumblers out there. Drawn by John Joseco, Jose JJ, and started in late 2011, the comic spans hundreds of pages and has been very consistently active. Originally, the comic was based around a kind of one-note joke in which Molestia, an alternate universe variant of Princess Celestia, abuses her monarchical powers to basically rape and molest everyone in her kingdom to her heart's content. The comic has never taken itself seriously, but early on it definitely did a bit more to play up Molestia as a kind of creeper. Everything was in good fun though, and Molestia's victims never suffered more than a bit of embarrassment from her harassment. If anything, most of them either enjoyed it or learned to enjoy it. This kind of joke has always been a bit contentious, and your mileage will most certainly vary on how acceptable you find the story. The fact that it's justified in-universe is satisfying enough to me because I'm willing to sever it from reality. Yes, rape is something Molly just kinda gets away with, but it's a fantasy story and that's kinda the point. But this is getting heavy, and nothing in Molestia really goes for heavy. Except maybe Molly's ass.
Hey!
It's a compliment. You know, more cushion for the pushin'.
I like that. Carry on.
Will do. After a while, the comic started to split its airtime between Molestia and her sister, Gamer Luna. The two of them have a sort of manzai comedy thing going on, with Luna as the straight mare. By now, Luna is as much the star of the comic as Molly, ostensibly because she's probably a bit more interesting to write about. Luna acts as JJ's stand-in to talk about video games, even if it's mostly just to geek out over them, and she generally has a more multifaceted personality than Molly, who's mostly about perversion. Which is fine. I've made the case for aesthetic persona already, and Ask Princess Molestia thrives precisely on the aesthetics of Molly's persona. One of the things I find to be particularly distinctive about the comic's art is that it really emphasizes Molly's larger-than-life nature. Just as Celestia is in the show, Molly is much taller than the average pony, and as such, her presence utterly dominates the entire comic. JJ frequently draws her taking up huge amounts of panel space, shoving her giant ass right into the proverbial camera, which just makes her already dominatrix personality that much more overwhelming.
They don't call me Big Sexy for nothing.
You're the only one who calls you that. Anyways, Ask Princess Molestia has a number of fun recurring gags and character interactions. Molestia's intensely intimate relationship with the extremely cute Goody Two-Shoes Twilight Sparkle is always a blast. It's an interesting relationship because even though Molestia will molest absolutely everyone she gets her hooves on, she seems to be in a genuine relationship with Twilight. JJ plays on this further when he starts to establish an S&M relationship between Twilight and Trixie, which Molly is only as jealous of as she is enjoying. There's also strong shipping between Luna and Derpy, which is adorable but never really seems to go anywhere. Derpy is played straight as a lovable ditz, and it's always a joy to see. Other Ponyville residents make recurring appearances but have minimal impact. The last element that needs to be brought up is the fantastic videos that are put together by JJ and voice actress MemJ0123, also known as Jen. She started doing voiceovers of Molestia comics about a year ago with the support of Hannah May as Gamer Luna and a number of other voice actors and actresses. The moment I actually became a fan of Ask Princess Molestia was when I saw the April Fool's role reversal video featuring Gamer Molly and Lusty Luna. Jen brings an incredibly smooth and sexy voice to Molly, and in one spectacularly meta video, her OC, Gem, trolls Molly on the phone by using her own voice against her.
So you think my voice is sexy, do you, Digi?
My role as a metafictional doppelganger of my real-world counterpart makes this really awkward to answer.
Don't worry, Digi. There's more sexy where that came from.
What? Okay. Ah! My Molestia's beard!
You mean this beard?
What is that even? Oh.
How's this for thoroughly analyzing?
Fucking subbed. Let's get to it then. The Best Night Ever is the first season finale in MLP, as well as the end of the first recognizable plot thread running through the series, making it kind of a big deal. The first time I watched it, I'd forgotten about the Ticketmaster, and I didn't really get what was going on. Once I'd checked myself and rewatched the important episodes, I realized how big of a payoff The Best Night Ever really was for those episodes. The relationship between the Ticketmaster and The Best Night Ever is kind of brilliant because it retroactively shows us just how wrong all the ponies were in thinking that they had good reasons for going. Applejack, did you even think about your marketability in Canterlot? Rainbow, did you really think it was going to be all about you? Pinkie, did you know there's more than one kind of party? Etc. I've been a fan of Miss Fortune's theory that the ponies who really had the best reasons to go to the gala were Pinkie and Fluttershy, since they seemed to have goals that could most reasonably be expected to happen. But this episode proves that the whole idea that any pony had the best reason to go is a complete farce. This episode is relatable on two levels. If you've ever had really high expectations going into something only for them to be utterly shot down, you'll know what this is like. I developed the motto, high hopes, low expectations, out of situations like this one. It's also relatable in the way of painting the main six as outsiders and betraying their expectation that other places are just like Ponyville. This theme was brought to the forefront in Sweet and Elite, wherein Rarity's friends are painted strictly as country folk, but it's perhaps even more effective in this episode, wherein no pony really sees it coming. Canterlot is stuck up and haughty, but more importantly, it's different. It's so different that even the animals are too good for common folk. One of the complaints I've seen raised about this episode is that it doesn't make sense for Fluttershy to fail at communicating with animals, since this is supposed to be her special talent. But that's the point. Pinkie Pie's special talent is that she makes ponies happy, but she can't do that here. Applejack's talent is making and selling apple products, but no pony wants what she's selling up in Canterlot. These ponies don't belong here. One of the more entertaining parts of this episode for me is watching Rainbow Dash follow the Wonderbolts around. It's interesting to note that the Wonderbolts aren't really different from the main six in terms of attitude, but they're famous athletes. They have the presence of sports stars that everyone else in this party has probably staked money on here and there. A team like the Wonderbolts comes to a place like this to pick up sponsorships and to make deals, not to hang out. It's awesome that they recognized Rainbow Dash from the Sonic Rainboom episode, but this really wasn't the time and place to try and talk. I've often thought that if Rainbow actually found a chance to meet with the Wonderbolts while they weren't busy, they'd probably give her more time of day. Coming at this episode more from a meta-contextual perspective, it seems to be a parody of the fairy tale idea of the one night that can change the main character's life forever. It shows deliberation in this regard by making slights at the classic Cinderella fairy tale at every turn. It's evident that this isn't going to be like the fairy tales right from the start, with Twilight's friends reacting to her mouse-horse abominations. Later in the episode, we also get an epic throwback to Cinderella's glass slipper, wherein Rarity smashes hers to pieces to ensure that a certain asshole prince will never find her. Looking at it from the perspective of Lauren Faust's ambition with My Little Pony, to buck the trend of lame girls cartoons being full of empty romance and characters who expect to be swept off their feet and carried away instead of earning victory by their own hooves, the episode delivers a very bold message. Fairy tales are bullshit and the real world can be harsh, but you make the most of it and enjoy what you get by having good friends. The themes of subversion and pulling back the curtain on fairy tale tradition run heavily throughout the episode. At the start, Rarity locks Spike out of the dressing room because guys shouldn't watch girls getting dressed, only for Applejack to remind her that they don't usually wear clothes to begin with. As a result of being in the dressing room, we get a behind-the-scenes look at how the feminine mask comes on, so to speak. Instead of the girls just disappearing for a little while to return all prettied up, we see Rarity putting on fake eyelashes, Applejack spit-shining Fluttershy's hooves, and Pinkie's hair refusing to cooperate. Twilight reassures Spike that everyone will get to spend time together and he'll be able to have fun, only for the entire group to leave him in the dust the moment the song is over. Even the part where Spike whips the ponies pulling the cart, only to get a curt reaction from one of them, serves as a subversion. Of course, we know how the rest goes. It's not enough that none of the ponies succeed, they all have the rugs utterly pulled from under them. Twilight actually gets to stand next to Celestia, Rainbow gets to talk to the Wonderbolts, Fluttershy gets to see the cool animals, Rarity actually courts the prince, and Applejack even makes at least one good sale. The only pony who doesn't even begin to succeed is Pinkie, which is even more hilarious considering my earlier statement that she had the most reasonable ambition of all. Around the 12-minute mark, there's this great moment in which all of the ponies realize that they aren't in a fairy tale. Nothing is gonna happen on its own, so they decide to make it happen. If this was an anime series, all that hard work and guts might have led to a happy ending, but MLP doesn't even bother. This isn't an episode about living your dreams. It's about realizing that your dreams are shitty and unrealistic, and they're gonna put you on the path to insanity and alcoholism, and sometimes it's better to just enjoy life as it is. Or at least it's a lesson about having down-to-earth expectations and not thinking that reality can live up to what's in your head. Either way, it's brutal, and I love it. I've been trying to figure out what to say about this episode the whole time I've been making videos, and the trouble I'm having is just general ambivalence towards it in terms of personal enjoyment. On the one hand, this episode has a spectacular lesson, stars my two favorite ponies of the main six, and is great in terms of character development. On the other hand, it has a number of cartoon tropes that I can't stand. The dialogue and conflict are extremely repetitive without a lot of really funny moments. Plus, I don't enjoy stories about characters arguing with one another. Every time I watch this episode, there's a layer on which I really enjoy and admire it, and another one on which I just find it boring and tired. So, jumping right in, let's talk about this moral and why it's so important. This episode is all about embracing what makes us different, which happens to be my own moral crusade and a core tenet of the show, so I'm going to go on about it for a bit. The opposite of this moral, which I absolutely hate, is the one where it's asked that we look past our differences and focus on the ways in which we're alike. This is pretty wrong-headed, even from a genetic and evolutionary standpoint, like a metaphorical equivalent of saying that we should inbreed. No offense to any incestuous listeners, I respect your diverse lifestyle. We need our differences, and it's very important that we not look past them, but look at them and embrace them. Now, I do think that there are irreconcilable differences, and I think that compromise is a big part of functioning as a society. Obviously, if someone is really into murder, that's not a difference we should be quick to embrace because it ultimately hurts our society more than it helps. But that doesn't mean we need to abandon that person, it only means that we need to seek compromise and attempt to reconcile the differences as best we can. I'm getting off topic though. In this episode, we are shown how Rarity and Applejack have different modes of thinking. In a video which sadly won't be out until November, Brony Curious astutely observes this difference as one between a creative individual and a non-creative individual. Rarity is good at going into what John Cleese describes in this awesome video that you should totally click on as the open mode of creativity. She sees the world as something that she can play with and express herself with. Applejack is always focused on the task at hand and thinks in terms of the big picture. However, she doesn't know how to enter a creative mode and concentrate on the more detailed aspects of whatever she's doing. Rarity is creative, but she can't control what things she becomes fascinated with. She becomes absorbed in the minor details of the first thing that catches her eye without relating that thing to the greater whole of the situation. These opposite modes of thinking lead the two ponies to have extremely different sets of of values and very different tastes. However, the things which make them different are what make them functional. Applejack offers Rarity focus and drives her in the right direction, while Rarity compensates for Applejack's lack of ideas. While Applejack is the one who recognizes this dichotomy and communicates it to Rarity, it is not framed as if one of them has the correct mode of thinking, nor is either of them expected to take on the other's mode of thinking in addition to their own. They remain individuals, but ones whose collaboration makes them a greater whole. This is the essence of harmony, and in many ways is the central lesson of the entire show. At the end of the episode, both of the girls are still set in their ways. Neither of them has had to break their own values to comply with the others. They've simply managed to accept that even though another pony is different from themselves, it doesn't mean that that pony is wrong or that they can't collaborate to the betterment of everyone. The episode conveys the differences between the characters and how far-reaching those differences are very well. It's just a shame that the dialogue in each sequence puts the ponies at one another's throats constantly. The point that these two ponies don't see eye to eye was made really early on, and it wasn't necessary for every difference between them to be argued about in the same way. It doesn't hurt the message at all, and if you're not bothered by this kind of repetitiveness, then it won't even matter, but this is quite literally the cartoon episode structure that annoys me the most, which is why it's ironic that it has my favorite lesson and some of the best character development in the entire show. That said, there are still some memorable moments, like the pillow fight scene and the bed scene, and there are some excellent little bits of animation and voice acting throughout, and that lesson...
But I found out that if you embrace each other's differences, you just might be surprised to discover a way to be friends after all.
So good I could cry. I've never been able to buy into the idea that Applejack represents the element of honesty. I've talked about how her initial trial doesn't really make sense as a test of honesty, and over the course of the show, I don't think she's ever really connected with that trait in a meaningful way. Just look at all the other elements. Rarity has had 2 fantastic episodes about the highs and lows of trying to be a generous pony. Pinkie Pie had an episode dedicated to explaining and analyzing what it means to be the element of laughter. Fluttershy had a great episode about being the element of kindness, and Twilight's element is the magic of friendship, and understanding this element is the basis of her entire character arc. A great point was made by my buddies over at Friendship is Witchcraft with the joke in episode 3, and in the video Separated at Birth, about how Applejack and Rainbow Dash seem to have been given one another's elements. And I think that's true, but I wouldn't keep the words the same to describe either of them. Applejack describes herself as the loyalist of friends and most dependable of ponies in episode 4, but I think dependability is the thing which represents her more. Applejack is the foundation of the main 6, like the bass guitar in a rock band. She's someone that the others can fall back on and count to keep the group together. What makes Applejack a great friend is that she's always there for you. She represents camaraderie, togetherness, and family. Applejack's first scene shows her introducing Twilight to her entire family, but the important message of this scene is when AJ says, "You're practically part of the family already." Applejack represents home and having someone to come to and rely on. Nearly all of her episodes deal with this attribute. She had an episode about realizing that having fun with her family isn't about what they do together, but the fact that they're doing it together. She had an episode about realizing that her family wasn't going to be disappointed if she didn't live up to their expectations. She had an episode about friends and family sticking up for one another, kinda. She had an episode about learning to depend on others as much as they depend on her. And while we're on the subject, Rainbow Dash would well represent the element of honesty, but it would be best if we broadened it to be the element of authenticity. This is the subject of nearly every Rainbow Dash episode. She's had more than one episode about learning to be honest with herself, and she had one episode wherein her crowning moment of awesome was being honest to her convictions over her desires. Not to mention that unlike AJ, who is honest in a general sense, just like the rest of the main 6, Rainbow Dash is honest to a fault, to the point that she doesn't know how to be dishonest for the sake of others. I feel like there was a huge missed opportunity with these two when it came to choosing their elements, and the lessons of their episodes would be felt much more strongly if they'd been switched around and modified a little. What do you think? Nobody cares about Twist. I'll probably never write a video about that.
Digi!
Huh? Calcos?
Hey, Digi, I've got a great idea for a video about Twist.
Really?
I've got a headcanon about her that's gonna blow your mind.
Really?
You want me to tell you or not?
Well, it'll give me an excuse to make another video. Alright, let's hear it.
Okay then, let's get started with how Twist got her lisp.
I'd assume her lisp was naturally developed. It's nothing special, right?
Wrong. We have to start with her special talent. making candy, specifically making candy canes. In the real world, candy canes are made by machines that can precisely handle the melted sugar in such a way that the cane can be properly formed. Before machines, however, candy canes were made by skilled artisans with lots of training. It takes a lot of dexterity to properly wrap the stripe around the cane, especially when you're dealing with a material that melts at 186 degrees Celsius, which is over 350 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
In the world of My Little Pony, whenever the characters need to do something that requires a fair bit of manual dexterity, such as writing, they use their mouths. Hooves simply aren't good enough to do the job. And because large computerized candy-making machines don't exist in her universe, as far as we know, Twist must use her mouth to morph and mold the sugar so the red stripe curls around the cane properly.
Wait, so you're saying that...
Now, when you eat really hot food and it accidentally burns your mouth, that food is around 200 degrees Fahrenheit, so you can only imagine how much pain Twist is in every time she makes a candy cane. Except, she doesn't feel much pain at all. Over time, calluses developed inside her mouth and lip area, which reduced the pain. However, these same calluses completely altered how she talks, causing the infamous speech impediment she's so well known for. This same lisp tends to make her a complete reject in social situations. Not only that, but the burns she suffers from on a near daily basis probably ruined her ability to make taste buds. She can't even fucking taste anything. Twist is one of the saddest examples of how your special talent can change you forever. She sacrificed her social life, her speech, and even her sense of taste for her candy. Is that one any good?
If I may backpedal a bit, you said that her lisp ruined her social life, right?
Pretty much, yeah. It made her sound awkward and goofy, unfortunately.
That might explain a lot about why Twist rejected Applebloom after she got her cutie mark.
It does, doesn't it?
Social structure among the youth of Ponyville tends to function a lot like it does in the real world. The situation with Twist and Applebloom after Applebloom discovers that Twist got her cutie mark in episode 13, Call of the Cutie, seems to play out much like it would play out in the real world. As you grow up, you start to develop different interests and personality traits, and as such, your friends start to change too.
A lot of the time, the friends you had in 2nd grade aren't the same friends you had in 6th grade, and the friends you had in elementary school aren't the same friends you had in high school. Sure, there might be those 1 or 2 friends that stay your friends throughout most of your youth, but generally speaking, as you change, so do the people you want to hang around with.
When it comes to Diamond Tiara's cute Senora, Twist has one goal: to fit in by any means necessary. She's tired of being excluded from social gatherings, and she's tired of being a social reject because of the way she talks. So she uses the cute Senora as a way to make new friends and to move up the social ladder.
However, she goes about it the completely wrong way in the episode. By saying what she says to Applebloom, she tells her that having a cutie mark makes you better than a pony that doesn't have one. It's possible that being rejected socially has stunted her ability to act properly around others, resulting in even further social awkwardness.
Simply put, what we hear from Twist is, "I'm better than you because cutie marks, so piss off." When in reality, what Twist means is, "This is my big chance to make more friends."
More or less.
Fuck. Twist is actually a really interesting character.
I know, right?
I feel like I should care about her now.
I know, right?
But I don't. At all.
Hey there, every pony. So, a lot of you have been wondering about my Canterlot Wedding review with Anthony C. Could what you said at the very end be really real? And all that. Well, anything's possible, but nah, it was just a fairly average episode all the way through. Luna's absence was simply a final buckle in the body bag, so to speak. But that got me thinking. This episode isn't all bad. It had so much potential. I wonder if there's any way it could have been better. And then I found something. Something that just might blow your mind. Oh, speaking of which, say hello, Anthony. Oh, come on, man.
Dude. It's dead, dude. We killed it. It's over. We're like... It took 8 months. We murdered this episode to death. What more could you possibly have to say?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Come here for a sec.
You what?
Just come here for a minute.
Oh no.
Just a few minutes, I swear.
No, thank you very much. Been there, done that.
Just an hour, tops.
Yes, thank you, but bye-bye. I'm leaving. I'm out the door.
All right. Have it my way.
See you later now. Bye-bye. Oh, come on, dude.
I told you there's no escape.
You titanic ass.
I got something you have to see.
I couldn't see it from my continent?
Nope.
Oh, hey guys, what's going on?
Now, what fresh hell is this?
Oh, hey, Digi, welcome aboard.
I feel different.
Digi? Well, if it isn't Her Highness himself.
Hi there! Have you guys seen this video?
Yes! Which video?
This day is going to be magic.
Oh, for the love of Steve.
The kind of day of which I dreamed since I was small.
Yeehaw! How awesome is that?
I know, dude!
Sanity now, hoochie mama!
No, dude, you're going to love it. Seriously, every pony, shut up and watch this.
This day is going to be perfect, the kind of day of which I dreamed since I was small. All those armor-loving boars say I look great in uniform. What they don't know is that I have fooled them all. This day was going to be perfect, the kind of day of which I dreamed since I was small. But instead of having cake with all my friends to celebrate, my wedding bells may never ring for me at all. I care not a thing about the ring, I won't partake in any cake. Vows, well, I'll be lying when I say that through any kind of weather I'll want us to be together. The truth is I don't care for her at all. No, I do not love the bride, for my heart is dead inside. But I still want her to be mine. We must escape before it's too late, find a way to save the day. Hope I'll be lying if I say I don't fear that I may lose her to one who wants to use her, not care for love and cherish her each day. For I also love the bride, oh, in my heart she does reside. Oh, Princess Cadence, I'll soon be by your side. Finally the moment has arrived for me to take a very lucky bride. Oh, the wedding we won't make, she'll end up marrying a fake. Princess Cadence will be mine, oh mine.
That was incredible.
I told you.
What was that?
That was This Day Aria Cult version by Victor Frost.
Nicely sung, sir.
But it gets better. Imagine the implications of this rendition.
What do you mean?
Imagine that a fake shining armor had been the antagonist the whole time.
Okay. Nope, I don't get it.
I think he means that the biggest problems you guys had with the Canterlot Wedding all revolve around Chrysalis and her plan. Not much of it makes any sense for reasons you both already pointed out, but now picture every single problem that you had through the lens of this song. Firstly, Cadence makes a much more logical target for the changelings than Shining Armor. In the current canon, Chrysalis targets Shining Armor seemingly to shut down a trap that she tripped, and casts aside Cadence for no real reason. However, usurping, then discarding Shining Armor makes more sense, because he wouldn't be nearly as important as an Alicorn princess under your power. Plus, Cadence is the princess of love, the source of a changeling's strength. Having Cadence under the changeling's control gives the hive access to a huge supply of nourishment that they can generate at will. You know, unlimited power. To say nothing of the fact that Shining Armor is the one with the power to put Canterlot on lockdown, which in turn would explain why the wedding wasn't postponed. And an evil Shining Armor wouldn't want the wedding to be put off because the plan would now be for the wedding to go forward and rescue Cadance as a prize. Targeting Cadance gives a Rule 63 Chrysalis a reason to be in Canterlot.
Whoa, Pony MacGuffin. But hey, that doesn't explain why the shield was erected in the first place. The Changeling ruler would still have to have been in the city when it happened.
That could really have only ever been a mistake, but so long as he wasn't alone when it happened, it would be fine. Might even make more sense. Some changeling smunderling goofs up and trips the alarm.
And I like it because it would furnish us with deeper information on Shining Armor as a character, not making the BBBFF song feel like a cop-out. Twilight wouldn't awkwardly declare a Shining Armor evil, but instead continue to struggle emotionally as her brother seems to replace her, and have the audience further empathize with her plight. Plus, with no reason to establish an emotional connection with Cadance, she could be a stranger, developing Twice's feelings of isolation even more effectively.
Did this guy just fix the entire episode with one music video?
Yes. I know I did a video thoroughly fanboying the return of Harmony a couple months ago, and I love that video, but it is what it's called. Over time, I've been giving the episode more thought, and I've come up with some observations on the way free will is treated in Equestria, as well as on the moral structure of this fantasy world. To start with, let's talk about Discord. I've seen the case made a number of times that Discord is not evil, and I'm here to disagree. But first we need to clarify just what good and evil are. After all, these concepts are completely subjective, and most people will give you a different answer when asked. Personally, I like to refer to good as anything that promotes life and livelihood, whereas evil is anything that disrupts life and livelihood. I could probably go on for hours pontifying on things being good or evil, but that's neither here nor there. What's more important is that we figure out the show's definition of good and evil. Friendship is Magic is sparing on using the words good and evil, which is great because given the subjective nature of the words, they tend to be unhelpful. Teaching a lesson about the more concrete elements of harmony and discord has a lot more weight and meaning behind it than the battle of good versus evil would have. But make no mistake that in the context of this show, harmony and good are synonymous, and the same is true of discord and evil. Taken straight from the ponies' mouths, when the CMC speculate that the discord statue could represent confusion, evil, and chaos, Cheerilee tells them that all three are technically correct. It's not that discord isn't confusion, evil, or chaos, it's simply that discord is a more specific and efficient word for describing what the spirit represents, a lack of harmony between ponies, directly in opposition of Equestria's ultimate force of good. In representing discord as an antagonist and allowing the protagonists to defeat him, the show is promoting the triumph of good over evil, of harmony over discord, and I think we'd all pretty much agree that it's a lesson worth teaching, right? Except, we wouldn't all agree. There are bound to be those who would favor Discord's way of life over that of the ponies. After all, if we are to ascribe a meaning to the word evil, then there must be people whom we regard as evil. By using these words, we're taking sides and making convictions for ourselves to stand by, and while that may seem very obvious and like something everyone does, it's nonetheless an important fact. Friendship is Magic takes a moral stand. It makes statements about what is or isn't okay, and it's actually very adamant about these things. In Equestria, you are not allowed to be wrong. Evil does not go unpunished, and you will be forced to conform to the moral standard of society whether you like it or not. Whether or not that's a good thing is an interesting question. Here in the Western world, and in a growing part of the global community, we put a lot of value on the concept of free will. Us Americans in particular are very proud of our freedoms, and we will champion the idea that anyone can do anything within certain, often unclear boundaries. We are often violently opposed to the idea of monarchy or dictatorship determining what we can and can't do and who we can and can't be. But as I've claimed in nearly all of these observation videos, Equestria is not the Western world and is in fact a society based around embracing the ideas of determinism, which is what I usually mean when I use the word destiny. Yeah, I need to rewrite that video. Equestria is in fact a monarchical society, if not a quadrarchal society and follows a moral standard ultimately set by its leaders. I mean, when a new villain shows up, you never see a Congress meeting about how to deal with them, just Celestia telling Twilight to go stop them pronto. There is no scene in The Return of Harmony or Friendship is Magic Part 2 or The Crystal Empire or A Canterlot Wedding or Equestria Girls wherein the main six attempt to reach a compromise with the villain or weigh their differences. What we get is the main six telling the villains, you are going to conform to our moral standard whether you like it or not, and then proceeding to force them to do so. And the roads to these final confrontations are filled with some really interesting themes, especially throughout all 3 episodes of the Discord arc. The Return of Harmony is essentially a struggle between Twilight and Discord over controlling the value sets of Twilight's friends, and the battle is handled with a decidedly determinist slant. At first glance, Discord's game looks like some sort of Faustian gambit, in which he tricks and tempts the ponies into changing their values into those of disharmony. But this isn't really the case. The ponies aren't really transformed by their own emotions, but by Discord's magic. We see this clearly in the scene with Fluttershy, wherein Discord fails to make her depressed and just transforms her anyway. Other than Twilight, the main six are not transformed by their own free will, but by Discord casting a spell on them to make them act that way. And when Twilight changes them back, it's the same story. She forcefully reinstalls the memories of each pony being an element of harmony back into their heads to reinstill the value sets that she wants to preserve in her friends. Remember in my Look Before You Sleep video how I claimed that differences between people should be embraced, but that some differences are irreconcilable if we hope to maintain a functioning society? The Discord arc is about how ponies deal with irreconcilable differences. Their initial tactic is outright imprisonment, and their second tactic is reformation by force. In Keep Calm and Flutter On, Discord is not given any options. Twilight fully intends that if Discord does not somehow alter his mindset to fit in with society, she actually can use a spell to reform him by force, an outright Orwellian tactic of forced conformity. And with Discord having eaten this spell, if he hadn't conformed, they would have simply turned him back to stone. In conclusion, Equestria does have a strict moral standard and absolute monarchy, and does not seem to put much value into the idea of free will. The reason their society still resembles ours is that for all of our ideas about freedom, even we ultimately have a strong underlying moral foundation determined by the majority, and regardless of what we believe, the inherently determinist system of our universe will cause us to work in that system regardless of how we perceive ourselves operating. Equestria isn't really different from our world systemically, it simply is a society that recognizes and embraces those systems more openly. This is it, my friends. We're finally taking on Season 2. I know I've covered Return of Harmony twice now, but I've always considered Lesson 0 to be the true start of Season 2, partly because Return of Harmony was originally meant to be part of Season 1 anyways, but mostly because this is the first episode to feature the new, more epic opening song. The episode itself is practically structured around being the start of a new season, with a storyline that's heavily steeped in the series meta. In particular, it makes reference to the fact that the one episodic constant in Season 1 was Twilight Sparkle writing a letter to Celestia at the end of each episode. The part that makes it really meta is the context that Twilight has in fact been sending one letter a week to match up with the show's release schedule. This episode exists to both transition the structure of the show into the format of Season 2 as well as advance the storyline in doing so. Return of Harmony proved that Twilight and her friends had a firm grasp on the magic of friendship, so Lesson 0 asks, what's left to learn? What will happen when Twilight already understands the basic foundation of what it means to be a friend? The reason Ponyville is running out of friendship problems is that so many of them have been solved, and the show does not default on its progress. In Season 1, we resolved the differences between Applejack and Rarity, Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie, Twilight and Pinkie Pie, and Apple Dash. Rainbow got her confidence back, Pinkie Pie beat her anxiety, Zecora is a respected member of society, and the best night ever has come and gone. The friends have learned a lot, and their harmony has grown strong enough to alleviate most of their worries. Of course, there's plenty more for everyone to learn, but they've already learned so much that they can't expect to always have new lessons every week. Not only does this shift in format advance the show's storyline, it also opens the doors for characters to have more focused individual episodes without involving Twilight, and as I will explain in future videos, it also leads us into a season where we see more of the friends teaching lessons to one another, independent of Twilight. The meta aspect of the storyline is hammered home through frequent breaks in the fourth wall. Spike repeatedly interacts with visual elements that shouldn't exist in the show's reality, and there are a few more glance at the audience moments than usual. Studio B clearly took the idea of playing with the show's structure and ran with it. it. Meanwhile, on a character level, this episode portrays Twilight as having a surprisingly straightforward case of obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. Seriously, each scene in the first half of the episode goes down a proverbial checklist of symptoms for the disorder. The distinctly psychological slant of the episode likely is what inspired the design of Twilight as a therapist. What interests me most about Twilight's cumbersome use of scheduling and organization is how it necessitates the use of Spike. Twilight is constantly trying to keep tabs on and organization over way more things than she can possibly handle. To use an analogy that totally doesn't work on Ponies, she's trying to fit so much stuff into her hands that a lot of it slips through her fingers, which is why she needs Spike around to pick up whatever she drops. The episode's lesson is another fantastic one, relatable for me and I imagine a lot of you as well. You've probably had a moment wherein something legitimately bothered you but other people told you it was no big deal or that you needed to get over it, and it probably didn't help your situation much except to piss you off. The only sad thing about this episode is that it teaches the viewer that they shouldn't be dismissive of others' problems, but it doesn't really show how to respond appropriately, which would have been an incredibly relevant lesson for people of all ages. Nevertheless, it's still a great lesson in a great episode that does a great job of kicking off our journey into the magnificent Season 2.
What a monstrosity!
Why would you do that? Why? Why?
Oh, hey guys, what's going on?
Don't look at it, you fool! Run! Run while you still can!
Oh wow, is that Equestria Girls?
No, Digi. That is hell.
Oh man, I love this movie.
Oh my god!
That's right, Equestria Girls finally came out on Blu-ray, and I watched it and I thought it was totally awesome, so let's take the next 20 minutes or so to explain why. Pinkie, please approximate audience state of mind.
I'm so nervous.
By which you mean ambivalent. I've decided the best way to cover everything I want to talk about with this movie is to go through it chronologically and dissect it moment to moment. As I go along, there are some core points that I'm going to try to focus on, so I'd like for you to keep them in mind. 1. Equestria Girls is primarily a reminiscence on My Little Pony Friendship is Magic as a whole. 2. Equestria Girls is not a real high school movie, but uses the meta of high school to inform its setup. And 3. This movie is drop dead gorgeous. Keep these things in mind as I guide you through this mammoth of a video, and you'll start to see the threads come together as we go along. Before we get started for real though, I'd like to clarify something. Equestria Girls is definitely a mess. I'd argue that Friendship is Magic itself is a pretty big mess in terms of narrative, but EQG is a pretty big mess. I'm not going to stand here and attempt to justify the plot conceits from a narrative standpoint, nor am I going to bother contemplating the motives behind making the movie, which you already well know about. I'm not just doing this in the name of defending the movie or making a positive review to contrast all the videos that consider the movie mediocre or even terrible. I'm doing it this way because it's more interesting for me. The fact that the movie is narratively questionable doesn't bother me as much as it honestly probably should, and it's definitely not what I'm thinking about while I'm watching it. The purpose of this video, as is the purpose of all of my videos, is to explain what I think about when I watch this movie and why I enjoyed it so much. So to start with, the movie opens with the cover of Acid Rap, and then we get our first scenes of the newly appointed Alicorn princess walking around in nature, as well as an awesome Transformers reference. Twilight Sparkle shows us she can't seem to fly just yet, proving that she was mostly just gliding during her coronation, and is likely meant to be a subtle retcon for the sake of a future episode about Twilight learning how to fly. Why is Flash Sentry in the Crystal Empire? Or in this movie? I don't know. I don't even care. Do you care? I don't care. I'm surprised everyone who accuses this movie of demographic pandering doesn't bring up how a princess summit sounds like the kind of things little girls with a distinct slant for political fantasy daydream about. Twilight immediately starts addressing the very questions that every MLP fan was asking after the season 3 finale, even sharing their concerns. And then we get something that struck me as very meta right off the bat, the opening song. When I rewatched this movie with my brother, he said exactly what I had thought the first time. The opening video looks and sounds like the kind of stuff the fans make. An electronic remix of the opening song with heavy use of sample loops, a minimalist presentation with focus on striking colors and lots of neat transitions. I mean, if you want a perfect example of what came to mind, just watch the intro to the Brony Chronicles. So why does this opening video look fan-made? Because as much as people like to deny it, and whether or not you think it was a success, this movie was made with the Brony fandom in mind. I think Megan McCarthy was the first one to point this out, but no one believed her. Later, at their BronyCon panel, the team that makes the MLP comics bluntly stated that the fandom caused the movie to be made because of all the humanized fan art that we produce. Just watch the clip.
That's the kind of strength that this fandom has. And Hasbro is paying attention, guys. They really are.
Mm-hmm.
And on another note, for those of you that didn't like Equestria Girls,
it was all your fault. Oh my God, you have no idea.
All that fan art.
Yeah, all the fan art of
that
the
human eye,
the
that human Equestria that you wrote.
Hasbro looked at that and said, "Oh, this is what they want."
They have volumes of fan art
that they keep.
If you don't want it, don't make pictures of it.
This is what they're looking for. So you guys do have an influence. You really do. So
blame it on yourselves.
Yeah. But
take some responsibility.
Again, whether you think Hasbro was in their right minds making this movie, which, given the fact that they had theaters packed with bronies across the country and record-setting numbers for all demographics when they debuted on TV, they were, when you look at the thing, it makes perfect sense that this was their intention. There's no other way of explaining the sheer number of callbacks, fan-centric references, and meta text otherwise. So, moving along, we've got a whole break-in scene with a badass, memorable reveal of our main villain, whose design I at least approve of. Then there's some exposition, and we step through the magic mirror! That went well. So Twilight gets turned into a human. Everyone always asks how she came through with clothes on, and my theory is that the saddlebags became her clothes. After all, Sunset Shimmer had saddlebags too, and Twi's don't seem to translate into the real world. Doesn't explain Spike's collar, but oh well. The scene where Twilight discovers her new body is a lot of fun, as it almost looks like the animators were just toying around with their new Flash puppet by making it perform every movement it realistically could. We also get this piece of hilarity. By the way, just to clarify up front, I have no intention of pointing out every single background character or clear reference to the main show. I'm saying this now because I know I'll get 20 comments about how I forgot Derpy or something otherwise. I've put a link to a video in the description where someone else took painstaking effort to find nearly every reference to the show in the movie, so go watch that if it interests you. There were actually some things in that video which I hadn't noticed in my own 3 viewings of the movie and constant saturated exposure to everything the fandom ever does at all times. All that said, shoutouts to Normal Norman and the ever-amazing vinyl scratch design. Back to the movie, next we have, Okay, so, just to speak a bit about my personal experience watching this movie for the first time. The exact moment I was completely sold on the EQG character designs was in this scene. Fluttershy is so goddamn adorable! Look at her! Seriously though, if you didn't catch on already, I really like the character designs in this movie. Like, I love them. If they had actually made toys that looked like the movie, I probably would have bought some, and I was spamming Tumblr with gifs from this movie for days after first watching it. The reason I'm putting so much emphasis on this is that, well, it's kind of a big deal. A huge part of why I, and many others, love Friendship is Magic is because we adore the cute little ponies and the spectacular way that they're animated. However, even though bronies can all agree that the ponies look great, the movie's character designs are hugely divisive, and the fact that I love them so much has a lot to do with why I'm able to enjoy this movie while others find it falls flat. The simple act of watching these characters move and be adorable on screen is enjoyable to me, so there's already a pretty high baseline for enjoying the movie on my part. So Twilight and Fluttershy recreate their scene from the opening episode, and then Twi does some more ridiculous shit and, okay, well, let me just take back what I said about the designs. At least in this case. The next exposition scene sets up the premise of how Twilight is eventually going to get everyone to vote for her by presenting the segmented social order of the high school. This serves an obvious purpose as a trope in referencing pretty much every high school movie cliche, but one of the things that makes me sad about this movie is how it goes completely underexplored. We never see any more of these cliques or how they interact until Twilight's already uniting them with her song, so there's no real sense of tension between the groups. Which isn't that problematic, and it didn't need to have a whole subplot dedicated to it, but even a few lines of dialogue about how the different cliques didn't realize how much they really had in common, or how they're not really sure how we got so segregated in the first place, might have added more weight to this plot element. Then we meet Pinkie, and my favorite thing about this scene is how Pinkie doesn't even flinch when Twilight puts the pen in her mouth. I also love the big meet the villain scene and how it takes place in a fucked up secluded part of the school. This scene also sets up the interesting way that this movie utilizes the meta and tropes of a high school movie to tell a story about something else entirely. You see, in a real high school movie, Twilight's inability to fit in, the school's segregated nature, and Sunset Shimmer being a bitch would all be melodrama, relatable for nerdy teens and meant to send a message about accepting people and all that good stuff. But in this movie, all of it is recontextualized into a sort of high-stakes game being played by Sunset and Twilight. Sunset Shimmer doesn't care about being popular in the context of high school. She cares about literally holding power over others. Her motivation for winning the fall formal is that she can win the crown and use it to rule over Equestria. Twilight Sparkle isn't worried about fitting in for emotional reasons, but because she needs to win the crown to protect this world. Rather than being a petty teenage conflict, the players are recast as strategists, studying the tropes of our world in order to best take control of it, and the battle is a good old Empire versus Rebellion political fantasy in a high school setting. And no, this isn't the first story to basically do this, nor does it do nearly as much with the concept as it could, but in my opinion, it makes the movie a lot more interesting, and definitely marks it as way more self-aware than anyone seemed to have expected it to be. I mean, if this scene didn't make that evident enough. Another thing about this movie that I love is the idea of using modern technology to trip up Twilight. Even if Twi understands emotions and friendships just as well in both worlds, one thing that outright doesn't exist in her world is computer technology. I love the idea that Sunset Shimmer, who we know to be studious and knowledgeable from her backstory, would have come to this world, immediately outed technology as the most powerful weapon she could utilize, and learned how to do so immediately. She also knows that Twilight is oblivious to this technological power and seeks to strike a decisive blow against her with it. Oh my god, YouTube comments. It's so beautiful. I also love the ways this movie continues to call back to the first episode, only with Twilight now being the character that she's become as of season 3. Twilight is concerned that the parallels of her friends seemed to have been friends in the past, but aren't anymore. She starts worrying about them, and in a role reversal from the first episode, Spike essentially reassures Twilight that she didn't come here to make friends. Of course, what Twi quickly remembers is that making friends has pretty much always been the best way to solve problems. It's a shame, though, that this whole subplot wraps up in like 5 minutes. So anyways, this brings us to perhaps the most legendary scene in the movie, which has this fucking awesome lead-in moment before breaking out into an epic dance sequence. I love this scene. Why? Because giant synchronized dance numbers are awesome, especially when they basically turn the movie into a sudden music video, and especially in animation. Dancing is one of the few things other than fights and chase scenes which can really bust animation chops in terms of fluidity and complexity of motion, and they also carry an infectious meta aspect. I got big into otaku fandom right around the time that The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya was a big smash hit, and the show was most famous for the amazing dance sequence ending theme, the Hare Hare Yukai, which would be performed en masse at anime conventions for years. For a while, dance sequences were becoming frequent in mainstream anime and the surrounding culture, possibly as a reflection of the ever-growing popularity of idol groups in Japan and Korea, basically being the superpowered badass versions of the American boy and girl bands that were powerhouses on the pop charts during the turn of the century. Equestria Girls utterly owns it with a gorgeous, colorful sequence and a dance that I'm going to be pissed if I don't start seeing group videos of more often. The song has also been pretty popular, and while I didn't really get into it at first, there was a definitive moment where this song clicked with me. That moment was at BronyCon 2013, wherein the Musiquestria band all took the stage together just to do a rock cover of this song, and it was amazing. It made me realize how anthemic the song was for the themes of group participation, and it really needs to be heard in a context like that of the show, with a group performing before a huge audience. And then we have some kind of pointless scenes and... oh fine, let's address this. Look, I really want to like Flash Sentry, or at least his place in the meta context. I appreciate that he mostly exists to give Twilight a date for the fall formal in keeping with the tropic traditions of high school movies, but his one important plot moment moment is so phoned in that it makes no impact whatsoever. It just comes up and then it's resolved instantly just so Flash has something to actually do in the movie. But it's not interesting and it doesn't work. I don't hate Flash Sentry, and if anything, I'd love it if he was actually awesome, but he's not, and this scene is dumb. This scene, meanwhile, is weird, but the way it plays out is so perfect that I love it. If I hadn't been convinced that these characters were the ones I knew and loved, this scene proved it. The next song is the one I like the most from this movie, and the scene accompanying it reminded me a lot of the greatest story about high school ever, Gakuen Utopia Manabi Straight. In that show, the energetic new leader of the school council tries to interest a small student populace, in a future where schools have gone by the wayside in favor of specialist training, to embrace friendship and school spirit so that they can have an epic school festival before trekking into adulthood. That show is amazing and you should go watch it. Yes, I totally just took time out of this review to advertise one of my favorite shows just because it has a kinda similar theme. The fall formal dresses look fantastic and the reveals are superbly done, sort of like the best night ever but without the subversion and more genuinely embracing the event as kinda epic. Then we're led into the big finale, and it's weird. Really weird, to the point that honestly I can't claim that I get it. Now, I don't think that this whole plot about the element of harmony turning into some weird machine of evil in another world, or Sunset Shimmer's convoluted plan to lead an army of zombie teenagers in a siege of Equestria is intrinsically broken. If I wanted to sit around making logical leaps and trying to justify it, I probably could, mostly by pointing out that there's just a lot about this we don't know, and we know that Sunset Shimmer isn't an idiot, so we kind of count on her to know what she's doing. But to be honest, I'm not that interested in justifying it, because some of the people who've criticized this plan have good points. Brony Curious has pointed out a number of times that we saw how difficult it was for Twilight to learn to use a human body, yet somehow Sunset thinks she's going to turn this entire human army into ponies and it's all going to work out fine. No mention of how Twilight and company could run through the portal first and give warning, or how the portal's just going to lead into the Crystal Empire basement and the invasion force is going to be met with Equestria's princess trifecta and an army of armed guards right on the other side. And like, Sunset's army is pretty small, and she thinks she can take over the world with them, even though these are just normal teenagers, and Equestria is full of magical ponies. It's a mess! Just because it leaves enough up to the imagination that I can try and make up my own logic for it, doesn't mean I care to, nor that the flaws in logic don't seem more glaring and obvious. However, everything that comes with this ending sequence is totally awesome. I can't even tell you how brilliant it was to see an MLP Magical Girl transformation. Several times I've credited my love of Magical Girl anime as the reason I got into MLP, so seeing this obvious callback to that genre was especially appreciable from this movie, and it happens in glorious form. I also adore Sunset Shimmer's reformation scene because I think it simultaneously reveals and ties up a character arc that was almost hidden in the movie's subtext all along. Let's have a look at Sunset Shimmer's dialogue and motivations. Throughout the movie, it is made clear that the only thing Sunset cares about is power. Her backstory is that she quit being Princess Celestia's student when she saw Celestia as refusing to teach her about the more powerful magics that she'd discovered in her studies. But perhaps the most telling line about Sunset's character is when, after threatening Spike and Twilight telling her not to hurt him, Sunset says, "Of course. I'm not a monster, Twilight." The irony behind this line is that Sunset transforms into a monster mere minutes later, but what this suggests is that Sunset Shimmer doesn't really see herself as a bad guy. She doesn't quite realize that her lust for power has, in fact, made her a monster. I noticed on my latest watching of the movie that Sunset frequently gives snarky apologies to Twilight throughout the movie, such as, "Sorry it had to be this way," when she first takes the crown. It seems as though Sunset's worldview is that she must do anything she can to achieve power, even if it means knowingly making others miserable, and she sees her own selfish progress as a justification of her actions. She knows that she's fucking people over, but she thinks that as long as it's in the name of gaining more power, then it's all okay. In the end, Sunset Shimmer is crushed by a far greater power that she never knew existed. All at once, she realizes that the real reason Celestia wouldn't teach her about these evil powers is because those powers were weaker to begin with. In the face of the untold power of harmony, Sunset not only realizes that her knowledge has betrayed her, but that all the terrible things which she had justified to herself as necessary to her personal progress were actually unnecessary, and she would have been infinitely more powerful had she been a good friend instead of a bitch. Upon this realization, she immediately seeks to turn her life around and become friends with everyone again. I love to imagine that after Twilight Sparkle leaves, Sunset Shimmer is taken in as the new sixth member of the group. Once the others have educated her in the way of harmony, just as Twilight's friends did back home, Sunset's natural skills as a leader and a tactician would lead her to become the president of the United States or whatever. Anyways, Twilight goes back home. Cadence makes an awesome face, and the movie ends. Good times are had by all. You know what I hope? I hope this world goes beyond this movie. I want more exploration of Sunset Shimmer's character before and after the movie. I want to know more about what the EQG versions of Twilight's friends and their school were like before the movie. And yeah, I'd like to have some kind of exposition ass pull to try and retcon that ending into making sense. There's just too much potential in this movie for cool and interesting stuff for it to just pop in and out in 70 minutes. A longer movie would have been nice. A TV show would be excessive, but you know where this would be perfect? The comics. There's already a 44-page Equestria Girls comic set to come out soon, which could very well do some of what I just mentioned, and I'd love to get a Sunset Shimmer microcomic at some point. The comics have done an amazing job expanding on the series lore and filling in plot holes already, so if they could do that for this movie, I think we'd be left with an ultimately well-rounded and enjoyable experience. Phew, god damn, that video came out long, but I'm glad it's finally done, and I'll never get another PM or comment or tweet or Tumblr ask or DeviantArt comment or PM or email or blog comment or EQD comment about it ever again. Though if you want to reach me about something else, I'm linking all those profiles in the description. Big thanks to Jay Angel for providing the Equestria Girls versions of Digibrony, as well as to ANY Pony, Anthony C, and the Voice of Reason for providing their own voices and ponies in this video. Luna Eclipsed is one of the best and most influential episodes of MLP, as the one episode that centers around Princess Luna. Those newer to the fandom might not realize just how big an impact this episode had, or realize the gravity of the fact that Luna was barely a character up until this point. For the first year of her existence, all fans knew of Luna was what they got out of the Nightmare Moon arc. Nevertheless, countless headcanons, artworks, and fanfics were made about the mysterious princess, and lots of people had their own ideas about what she was really like. Very few of those people expected her to be quite so loud, or quite so tall, or a socially maladjusted princess looking for companionship from her subjects. The fan reaction was mixed, but ultimately positive, and the already beloved character only skyrocketed in popularity. Seriously, with the amount of fan content centered around Luna, you'd think she was one of the main characters. I know this fandom produces a lot of stuff for all of the background ponies, but the sheer amount of high-quality Luna content is kind of astounding. One of the hardest things about making this video was just deciding which song about this particular episode I wanted to use for the ending. Hell, one of the like 3 pony songs I've ever made was a retelling of Luna Eclipsed. So what's up with this episode that makes it and Luna so interesting? Part of it is the mysterious nature of the character and the show in general. I've noticed that among people who are really invested in the world building of Equestria, Celestia and Luna tend to be the most talked about characters because they give the most insight into Equestria's history and systems of operation. Add to that a really tragic backstory, a magnificent character design, and the mysteriousness of being a princess of darkness, and you've got a character that digs her way into the audience's mind. But Luna isn't carrying the weight all on her own. In typical M.A. Larson fashion, the episode has numerous callbacks, such as Rainbow Dash being dressed in a Shadowbolt costume, and it sets up one piece of background continuity which runs throughout seasons 2 and 3, the introduction of Starswirl the Bearded. Beyond the plot intrigue, the episode also has a distinct aesthetic, being the only episode to take place entirely at night, meaning a total change in the color palette. Not to mention, all of the characters appear in costume. This results in an episode that feels totally unique from the rest of the show. The actual plot of the episode is very straightforward, though it does contain some interesting little mechanisms. For instance, the disconnect between what the citizens of Ponyville think about Nightmare Moon and what she actually is. The reason no one saw the attack of Nightmare Moon coming in the pilot episodes is that they all associate her with a different legend than the one that matters. Remember that several characters regarded Nightmare Moon as just an old mare's tale in the first episodes, and when it's revealed who she really is, no one had to ask who the hell is Nightmare Moon. That's because they think of Nightmare Moon as the spirit of Nightmare Night, to whom candy offerings are made so that she won't eat anyone. The disconnect in the minds of the townsfolk is so strong that none of them mentally associates the Nightmare Moon that got turned into Princess Luna with the Nightmare Moon of Nightmare Night. And you can hardly blame them. They barely had time to figure out what was happening in the pilot episodes, and when it was wrapped up, Luna looked like this. Now she suddenly reappears looking more like she did when she was a bad guy, and instead of being all, "I missed you, big sister," she's all like, "Citizens of Ponyville!" I think I'd be a little intimidated too if someone I mostly remember as a villain made an entrance like this. And it's worth noting that the main 6 all act relatively in character about it. Twilight and Applejack quickly realize the issue, Rainbow Dash only arrives to play pranks on Luna, and Fluttershy's reaction is, well, very Fluttershy, especially very M.A. Larson's interpretation of Fluttershy. Pinkie Pie's reaction is used as a clever bait and switch. She drives a lot of the fear of the townspeople with her overreactions, but actually knows that Luna isn't out to hurt her. She's just trying to have fun by embracing the Nightmare Night tradition without realizing the pain that she's accidentally causing for Luna. Another interesting aspect of the character's participation in Nightmare Night is that it reminds us how the main six are all young adults, as they interact with the holiday in the way that young adults do Halloween. For Twilight, it's a chance to show off her hoof-stitched costume. Applejack is a community organizer. Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie enjoy the night with a childlike wonderment, but in Pinkie's case, she's doing it as a facsimile. Unlike the kids, who are genuinely scared, Pinkie is psyching herself up so that she can enjoy the thrills. I know a lot of people who do stuff like this on Halloween, by marathoning classic horror movies and walking around in the woods and stuff. Even Spike, perhaps as a result of being around young adults most of the time, has a more disillusioned approach to the holiday, with his comments about how the mayor's wig ruins the thrill of her speech for him. Before I close out on this analysis, I want to revisit Starswirl the Bearded, since this character has been under ever-growing scrutiny as he keeps getting mentioned across the series, and especially in the Season 3 finale. Twilight mentions that the book she'd given to Spike to read about him was called Obscure Unicorn History, though she then goes on to say that he was among the most important sorcerers of the pre-classical era, and has a wing named after him in the Canterlot archive. Starswirl's obscurity fits with the idea that he never made any friends in his lifetime, and it seems likely that his work was largely respected and preserved by the princesses themselves. I love that Twilight's Starswirl costume creates a way for her and Luna to connect instantly as two of what is probably a very small handful of ponies that actually remember him. DigiQuickie! I forgot I had this series. Well, it's kinda useful. By the way, I'm a little sick, so I'm gonna sound a little funny today. This video is to address one of the questions that I get a lot and has sort of festered in my mind and got me thinking about it. You see, I've answered a few times why I analyze My Little Pony. I answered it at the very beginning of the thoroughly analyzing panel at BronyCon, where I talked about how, mostly for me, it's fun. I also defended the idea of analyzing the show because people say, oh, it's a kid's show, and I'm like, yeah, bullshit. I've also talked about why MLP is my favorite show, because that is a huge part of why I bother to analyze it. It does happen to be my favorite show of all time. I would even say my favorite work of art of all time. Like, there's no book or movie or anything like that that I enjoy more than My Little Pony. I love this show more than anything. And that's a very good reason to be analyzing it. And if you want to know why I love it so much, there's the Observations on MLP Density video is probably the best explanation. But another question I get that I find rather interesting is when people ask me, why am I analyzing MLP instead of, like, Breaking Bad or The Walking Dead or some other big show that is seen as, like, intelligent or important or something that should be analyzed, as opposed to MLP? This is a question I've gotten a few times, even an accusation I've gotten a few times. People are like, fuck you for doing MLP instead of Breaking Bad or whatever. And there's a couple of reasons for that. But the first one is just that I'm not very into those kind of shows. And it's not that I don't think Breaking Bad is a great show. I'm sure it is. I've only seen a couple episodes of it, not in order. I just kind of watched a little bit while other people were watching. Doesn't really seem like my kind of show for a few reasons. One, it's extremely depressing, and I just don't tend to want to watch, like, super depressing shows. And another thing is that I tend to favor the narrative structure of something like MLP, where there's an overarching plot line and there's character development, but each individual episode has its own story, because it just means that there's more going on at any given time. Again, it's a matter of density. I like these uber dense shows a little bit more than I like shows that are more straightforward, like Breaking Bad, where in a show like Breaking Bad, it's more about the big twists and the build-ups, you know, where there might be like a lengthy amount of time building up to some big moment that's like, ooh, shit. Game of Thrones is a lot like this as well. A lot of people ask why I don't do Game of Thrones. I've seen a good 5 or 6 episodes at complete random across the entire show. I've even seen, like, the season 3 finale and stuff. And yeah, it's very much a show that's about, like, these slow build-ups to big moments with there's great characters, great memorable characters and stuff. But here's the thing. What this all really comes down to is that you don't need someone to analyze those shows, because they aren't difficult to grasp. And this is not me saying that My Little Pony is difficult to grasp at all. But what I am saying is that My Little Pony's intricacies are not obvious Like, when you watch the show, you don't immediately think about some of the stuff that I talk about in my videos, you know, some stuff that I come up with after watching the episodes again and again. When you watch Breaking Bad or you watch Game of Thrones, you're expecting there to be the certain kind of depth and a certain kind of character development, and the show does exactly what you think it's gonna do. It's always... it's not predictable, because that's against the point. It's great and it's dramatic, but everyone who watches the show kind of has the same experience of it, because it's, you know what you're getting into, basically. With My Little Pony, there's this other side to it, where you could watch it completely ignorant of any depth to it, and then you could go back and suddenly find depth to it. And a lot of that just comes from the fact that My Little Pony's not super well written. I mean, it can have its moments where it really shines, but altogether, it's not clean. It's not really together. There's moments where you feel like they didn't plan ahead, you know, like the first season feels like it was planned without another season in mind, and then you slowly get more parts where like it starts to connect, and then there's different writers have different ideas about the characters, so you have shit like Ghostbusters where everyone's out of character. You've got inconsistencies about what the elements of harmony can do across different episodes and stuff. It's a kind of a mess, but because it's kind of a mess, you have to stop and really dig into it. You have to figure out what might be there, as opposed to just knowing, because the show is super squeaky clean and it's super easy to watch. So in some ways, it's the weaknesses of My Little Pony that make it interesting to dissect. And another thing is, actually two things. One, there's probably someone already analyzing Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones out there. Like, those shows have huge communities around them. Go to Reddit. Go to the, like, Breaking Bad subreddit or the Game of Thrones subreddit. You'll probably find fuckloads of people talking about it there, because those are people from that fandom. I'm not in that fandom, so asking me to analyze those shows is weird. I'm in the My Little Pony fandom. I analyze My Little Pony. Like, it makes sense. And second of all, if you think that there is something deeper in the show to be explored, why don't you analyze it? Why don't you go out and make those points? This is actually a problem I have a lot, where people come to me, even in context of My Little Pony, and they want me to analyze something that they've already analyzed. And I'm like, you did it, or you could do it. You know better than I do. I didn't come up with it. So if you want to see these other shows analyzed, go analyze them. Watch them yourself. Dig deep. Make your own videos or your own text posts or whatever. I don't see why I have to do it. So anyway, yeah, that's basically why MLP as opposed to anything else. Thank you. While applicable to and inspired by My Little Pony, this video is about a cultural trend that I've picked up on and at times been worried about as of late. Namely, the growing backlash against characters that are too good, meaning either that they are too morally correct or that they don't seem to face significant flaws or character defects. The pervading explanations for this backlash are firstly that characters who are too good are unrealistic, and secondly that these characters are poorly written. I don't think either explanation really cuts to the heart of the issue, though. First of all, if you think that people who are unquestionably, unwaveringly good don't exist, then go read up on Mr. Rogers. Yes, the guy from the show when some of you were kids and others of you weren't born yet. I can almost promise that you'll walk away with some renewed faith and goodness in the world. And secondly, there are no shortage of spectacularly written, iconic, and memorable characters who are unwavering statues of goodness. Look at Captain Picard from Star Trek, or Luke Skywalker, or indeed the current state of Twilight Sparkle. These are great characters, not in spite of, but because of their greatness of person. These are characters that we're meant to aspire to be, and whose meaningful transformation into better people we get to witness along the way. Twilight Sparkle didn't start out as a paragon of goodness, she became one by slowly learning the magic of friendship, conquering her anxieties, and emerging as a powerful force of good. She's supposed to be a symbol of what we're capable of, how we can better ourselves, learn from our mistakes and from our friends, and become more rounded, capable individuals. She shows us how we can rise up and seize the reins of history. So why are there so many people claiming that Twilight is boring now that she's conquered most of her problems? Why has this deep, developed, and at this point iconic character been written off by some as a Mary Sue, a derogatory term used for poorly written characters. I think what it comes down to more than anything is that Twilight is difficult to relate to, and by that I don't mean because she's written unrealistically, but that she literally requires the audience to undertake a difficult thing in order to relate to her. Twilight Sparkle is constantly seeking to better herself, and she gradually succeeds. She faces many challenges, both internal and external, and comes out victorious. Yet, I see people complaining that they miss the Twilight who was always paranoid and anxious. That's because Twilight's anxiety is what made her relatable and interesting to a lot of people. But in conquering her anxiety, Twilight challenges the audience to do the same. She shows us that in order to ascend to a higher plane of being, we must constantly work to better ourselves, and for many people, that leaves them feeling left behind. Many people feel that they can't better themselves, and a lot of people outright don't want to. The reason some people are upset when villains are reformed is that it suggests the need to change and better ourselves. Phrases like "good guys are boring" suggest glorifying our own lack of desire to be good or to improve ourselves, and the comfort of doing what we want without having to feel that we're underachieving. The fear of change evoked by Alicorn Princess Twilight Sparkle is not only a fear of change happening in the show, but a fear of facing the need to change within ourselves. Those are my speculative ideas on the matter anyway, and I'm curious to hear what you all think. Have you ever felt that you related to Twilight Sparkle? Do you find her personal betterment inspiring, or does it feel like she's left you behind? How about your relationships with other characters? Tell me about all of it in the comments. Comics. If you haven't read the My Little Pony comics yet, you've probably been wondering, are they any good? Are they important? Should I read them? The answer to all of these is absolutely fucking yes. These comics are pure gold. The mainline series features incredibly detailed, gorgeous artwork that's made Andy Price into one of my favorite comic artists. Each arc is paced perfectly, packed with content, and often does a better job telling its story than most episodes of the show. Characterization is completely on point, and characters who don't get enough screen time in the show get more in the comics. They give backstory, explain plots from the show in greater detail, and certain arcs are possibly better than anything the show has ever done. And it's all canon. The comic writers work directly with the show writers to make sure that everything gels perfectly. Most of the issues are packed with Easter eggs and tons of pop culture references, and are allowed to venture into much darker and scarier territory than the show is at liberty to explore. The hand-drawn art style allows the characters a much larger range of emotive expressions, and my god, have I mentioned how fucking great the art and colorization are altogether? I'm telling you all this because, unlike episodes of the show, a significant portion of the MLP fandom hasn't actually read the comics, so for the first time on my channel I feel the need to give a spoiler warning. If you've been on the fence about the comics until now but still don't want to be spoiled for them, take my endorsement and go. If you can't find them in stores or online, you can buy electronic versions of them from Comixology linked below. And if you really truly can't afford the comics or get a hold of them in your area, it may behoove you to dig around in the description of this video. I'll be breaking this video into sections for each arc of the comics so that those of you who aren't caught up won't be spoiled either, and within those sections I'll start with more summarizing points before moving into the spoiler territory. There should be extensive annotations in the description to help you navigate the spoiler minefield. The first arc of the main series is the return of Queen Chrysalis. It's an adventure arc in the vein of a season premiere and mostly acts as a way of introducing us to the comics with a lot of flair. The story is pretty standard for Pony. The changelings take over Ponyville and kidnap the Cutie Mark Crusaders, so Twilight and friends have to journey to Chrysalis's castle in order to save them. It's simple enough, but the format is tight and perfectly structured. Whereas episodes of the show tend to linger too long at the beginning and end and rush through the midsection of the adventure, the 4-issue structure of this arc allows it to really flesh out each scenario that the characters go through and pack them with great jokes and exciting visuals. Throughout issues 2 and 3, there's a storyline about the changelings turning the main 6 against one another by using their voices to say awful things about each other. And at first, I could have sworn the show had done this plotline already, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The closest things I can think of are the Discord arc and Party of One. I guess it just shows how Pony is kind of predictable in an endearing way. Like, this plot was such an obvious choice that it's shocking it wasn't done already. In any case, it's handled very well in the comics as a way to split the group into 3 separate adventures while creating conflict at the same time. By far the coolest thing about this arc though is just getting to spend more time with and learn more about Queen Chrysalis and the changelings. We actually get to see what happened to them right after they blasted off from Canterlot and learn a little about how they operate. Chrysalis even gets some hilarious hilarious running banter with the Cutie Mark Crusaders at their funniest. Up next is the Nightmare arc, another 4-issue adventure story that would actually have been kind of a letdown if not for the final issue. It starts off with each of the main 6 having nightmares corresponding to their greatest fears, and this time you definitely have seen elements of this storyline throughout the show, so it's a little disappointing to see it used so lazily here. It leads up to Rarity being kidnapped to the moon by creatures from the Nightmare dreamscape, which raises this arc's point of interest, an explanation for how Nightmare Moon works. The Nightmare powers seek out those who are afraid of being alone and take over their body, playing on their fears. The Nightmare powers want Luna to come back, but they take Rarity in the meantime, knowing that the elements of harmony can't be used while Rarity is on their side. You can probably imagine how this is going to end though, since the trope has been used a million times and this arc plays it straight. The midsection is a serviceable action comedy, but a lot less funny and with a lot less going on than the other arcs, most likely as a result of having a different team behind it. Heather Newfer and Amy Meberson are a great writer and artist respectively, but stacked up against Katie Cook and Andy Price, they just don't quite impress. Nevertheless, the last part of this arc manages to strike all the right emotional beats with the development of the ever-fascinating Princess Luna and the decent side story of these possibly gay moon creatures. For me though, the comics really hit their stride in the 9th issue with the start of the big Macintosh arc, Zen and the Art of Gazebo Repair. This arc is a comedy romp that somehow manages to seem at once both slice of life and like a zany thrill ride, thanks to Big Mac's down-to-earth collectedness against a backdrop of constant comic mishaps. That the arc manages to pack such heaps of content into just 2 short issues without feeling rushed for a moment is a testament to both the mastery of the team behind it and to what the pony world and characters could be used for when freed from the formulaic rhythm of their TV show. Big Mac's inner monologue paints him just as the kind of guy we all thought he was, at least going by the fanfics I've read. A sort of classic straight man in a sea of mares and over-the-top characters. He'd rather be at home fixing the damn gazebo, but at the end of the day, he's too warm-hearted to not love the wild and wacky world around him. This arc also utilizes an incredible number of supporting characters, playing their story beats perfectly, as well as the almost wordlessly hilarious admirer Fleetfoot. But the arc which blows all of these right out of the water is the latest one as of this writing, which tells the story of the courtship between Shining Armor and Princess Cadance. I am one of many people who've been dying to see this couple explored in depth, as they both have so much potential to be interesting characters that the show just doesn't give them the space to explore. The comics, on the other hand, dedicate 2 issues to making them into the most endearing couple I could ask for. The first half of the arc is from Shining Armor's perspective as the adorkable D&D nerd who falls in love with the most popular and beautiful girl in school. He and his nerdy friends plot a scheme to win her over before the school bully/football champ can get to her. The arc relishes in its anachronistic storyline and contextually gets away with it by being a backstory. It throws a litany of pop culture and trope references our way without forgetting to make likable characters out of Shining's friends. At one point, Shining Armor sings Cadance a love song to the tune of Little Girls by Oingo Boingo, and if you know the song, you know why I completely died reading it. Then we switch over to Cadance, who points out first some of the embellishment in Shining's story, and then proceeds to tell her bit and continue where he left off. In this rare trope reversal, Cadance reveals that she was helplessly in love with Shining as well, and gets one of the best character bonding moments in the entire series when she comes to a young Twilight for help. By the end of it all, we've got a pony discovering his possible love of drag, Cadance looking way hotter than this pony can handle, and Fancy Pants reenacting When Doves Cry. I mean, what more could you possibly want? While the next arc is still yet to be released, we are far from done. The last 8 months have seen the release of the character-specific micro-comics as well, which will wrap up with the 10th issue at the end of this year. These comics all have self-contained stories with different writers and artists for each issue, so they present quite an interesting mixed bag to explore. First up is the Twilight Sparkle Micro, which in my opinion is the only completely skippable issue of the comic. It's about Twilight meeting the female pony version of J.D. Salinger, Jade Singer, haha, and convincing her that someone understands her one published work well enough that she should totally do more. It's trite and boring, and the art style doesn't work for me in the slightest. Next up is easily the most bizarre pony comic out of the bunch, starring Rainbow Dash. The actual storyline is just some fluff about Rainbow Dash fighting an evil rain cloud, but the way it's written is incredibly strange. The dialogue consists entirely of hipster lingo and old pop culture references and is randomly strewn with vocabulary way outside the range of most prospective readers. It also features a sonic double Rainboom predating the fan film and beating it out in presentation. Art-wise, this comic is show accurate to the point point that I wonder if it was drawn in Flash. Issue 3 features Andy Price and Katie Cook once again, and is unsurprisingly the best of the micro-series comics. It stars Rarity alongside hilarious hippie archetypes Flaxseed and Wheatgrass, whose commune-esque spa she industrializes into a beauty product empire. Rarity is played with the sureness of character that makes all of her episodes great, and the side characters are instantly memorable. One-offs can't really get better than this. Fluttershy's micro brings Tony Fleeks, bringing the same show-accurate art to the table that he did in the Rainbow Dash micro, but with a different writer who seems much more in tune with the My Little Pony style. The micro plays off of Fluttershy's inclination towards artistic craftsmanship hinted at in Suited for Success by revealing that she is secretly a master of extreme knitting. The main lesson is about learning to withstand criticism and recognize the worth of your own work, which is a great lesson in itself. More interesting, however, is Fluttershy's in-depth analysis of her own work and back and forth with Praiser Pan over the worth of craft as art. It was a relatable and fascinating discussion for me, and did a lot to make me care about Fluttershy more than I ever have before. I also love the way that Fluttershy's creations are drawn. Pinkie Pie's micro is very similar to the story of A Friend Indeed, being about Pinkie trying to help an old guy regain his lost happiness. However, it feels a lot more personal and resonant, as in this case it's actually Pinkie's own idol, a famous clown, and the message is about finding new avenues to work within your passions after age has made you less capable. While nothing surprising for a Pinkie story, it's a good one nonetheless. Applejack's micro, honestly, take a guess. What do you think it's about? Family, tradition, Applejack being stubborn and working herself way too hard? Of course it's about all of those things. Still, it's a very fun and cute story, and hella more interesting than Apple Family Reunion. It also doubles as an early Christmas special and has its own song in the middle. As much as I'd love to see Applejack do anything other than stubbornly get in over her head for her family's sake, as an AJ fanboy I wasn't disappointed with this one. The Cutie Mark Crusaders micro is as adorable and adventurous as you'd expect, with a storyline about a mimic that keeps transforming until it finds the form that it stays in for the rest of its life. The CMC draw an obvious parallel between this and Cutie Mark acquisition, so they indoctrinate the mimic into their gang. Most notable about this comic is the sketchy manga-esque artwork, which I was shocked to discover was done by the same crew who did the Pinkie Pie micro. They really look nothing alike, and I've gotta say, I appreciated the adventurous style of this one the best. Lastly, we have the Celestia micro, which is extremely similar to Family Appreciation Day, but from the perspective of a concerned adult who actually remembers personally how great her senile friend once was. It's actually fairly sobering, especially when you see, though aren't explicitly told, how Inkwell's eye was damaged in a Canterlot war. I could see this story being really emotionally affecting for some, and Meberson shows that while maybe not as amazing as Andy Price, her pony art is still lively and better than most of the micros. Even with all of those wrapped up though, we've still got one more thing to tackle: the 2013 annual comic My Little Pony Equestria Girls. Right off the bat, it must be said, this comic is so many fathoms better than the movie that it's kind of astounding. And remember, I genuinely liked the movie. However, while my reasons for liking the movie mostly involved audio-visual splendor and metatextual hijinks, the comic is more directly involving and outright good. Great characterization, a genuinely interesting plot, and hella style and presentation. The first 8 pages recount the story of Sunset Shimmer's time with Celestia, perfectly as I imagined and hoped that it would, with Cook and Price returning to deliver writing and art. Once Sunset steps through the portal, the artist and writer completely change, and the story takes on a fresh angle as we learn the history of the EQG Main 5 from the perspective of them all sharing their stories on a documentary. Somehow, all 5 stories are emotionally effective, fleshed out, and interesting at the same time, and the characters kind of take on their own life beyond merely being counterparts to the show's main characters. The artwork altogether is kinda weird with on and off moments, but it's totally worth it for the storyline. And that finally covers all of the comics for now. If you're wondering why I chose to simply review these rather than analyze them on a more in-depth level, it's because the comics are fairly straightforward. Most of what makes them interesting and cool is evident on the surface. I wanted to do a video about them anyways though, just to express how great they really are and spread awareness, since so many people don't seem to have read them yet. If there's anything about them you'd like to discuss more in depth, hit up the comment section here or on my blog where you can leave comments as long as you like. Now to get back to pumping myself up for season 4. See ya around! If you scroll back through my videos as far as you can go, you'll find a 20-minute documentary on celebrating Hearthswarming Eve as a real-life holiday. It doesn't have many views, but I think it's one of the most fun videos on my channel. That said, the white space behind it is deceptive, as this was not my first video. Newer viewers may not remember that for the first month or so, my videos featured full-screen footage of the show before Hasbro started blocking pony videos in January 2013. Eventually, to avoid the risk of more copyright strikes, I removed all of those videos. But the first one I ever did was actually thoroughly analyzing Too Many Pinkie Pies on November 29th, 2012, 1 year ago. To celebrate the 1 year anniversary of my channel, I'm gonna have a little fun and answer a question I've gotten a number of times. Any follower of this channel will know that I'm a big fan of Applejack, and that Applebuck season is my favorite episode of My Little Pony, but also that I've found every Applejack episode since then to be sorely lacking. The question posed at both me and at the community in general has been, what do you think the writers could do to make a good Applejack episode? My biggest concern with Applejack is that they keep trying to give her personal issues to deal with, but these issues don't resonate with us because we already understand Applejack's character and development too firmly. She's stubborn and her family matters to her. We get that so early on that it seems weird to keep dedicating episodes to these facts. Applejack, more than any other pony, does a lot of legwork as a support character throughout the episodes and gets so much footage of being a straight mare and a family mare that reiterating these points in full episodes feels like a waste of time. Applejack doesn't need more episodes dedicated to her old conflicts, nor does she need the show to invent new ones for her. What Applejack needs is more episodes in which she helps other ponies with their problems. AJ rocks in major support roles like in Sisterhooves Social, Sleepless in Ponyville, and even the otherwise maligned Spike at Your Service. She's a great pony for others to bounce their zaniness and problems off of, so what if there were an episode all about Applejack trying her hardest to find solutions to the complex problems of her friends? She'd essentially be playing Twilight Sparkle for a day, but whereas Twilight solves problems with magic and knowledge, AJ would be solving them with intuition and her down-to-earth rugged cunning. Another idea might be, what if AJ had to shoulder some problems with major real-life consequences, not just for her family? Maybe she'd be tasked to lead the season's harvest in some fashion. But again, the issues which arise are not her own, but with the ponies she works with. It's not her stubbornness or perfectionism which gets in the way, but her struggle with being a good enough leader to figure out ponies with very different sets of problems. Again, this would come out a bit like Twilight's role in Winter Wrap-Up though, which leads me to think that maybe too many of the things Applejack is good for are things that Twilight is good for, which might be why the show focuses so much on the traits that they don't share. The Applejack episode I've always wanted the most, however, is a purely slice-of-life story with no overarching conflict and as little dialogue as possible. You might be thinking that this sounds incredibly boring, but that's exactly the point. In Japan, they have this genre and general concept called Iyashikei, which roughly translates to healing. Some relatively popular Iyashikei anime are the likes of Aria, Yokohama Shopping Log, Hidamari Sketch, and Natsumeyu Jincho, etc. These are shows that generally have a very slow and relaxing tempo, often with a focus on atmosphere and heartwarming dialogue over major conflict. Applejack would be the perfect character to have an Aria-esque daily life episode, starting from her morning routine, going up through farm duties, little interactions with her family, quiet scenes of relaxation, chilling out with one or two friends for a little while, and hanging up her hat at the end of the day for bed. The episode almost writes itself, yet there's virtually no chance such a boring episode would ever be put into the show. The reason I want an episode like this so much is that, as meaningful and interesting as it can be to witness character conflicts, it can be equally resonant to be reminded of our everyday lives with their own little highs and lows, periods of quiet and introspection, and day-to-day micro-conflicts, problems that solve themselves, little arguments that aren't ordeals of differing view sets, and days when everything just goes right and you have a great time. Applejack is perfect for this kind of role because, unlike Rainbow Dash, Rarity, and Twilight, she isn't really striving for anything more than what she already has, and unlike Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie, she isn't struggling with any major personality issues. The lesson of this Applejack episode would be to experience satisfaction, contentedness, being reminded that sometimes we don't need to be worried about who we are or what's up ahead, but can just relax relax and enjoy life as it comes. It's a lesson that's less about growing as a person and more about achieving fullness as a person, feeling not just that you've accomplished something, but that you're content with what you've already accomplished. Anyways, that about wraps up the first year of my channel. More so than Applejack, I feel like Twilight Sparkle as of Season 4 moving forward. I've got these new wings, but I'm still figuring out how to use them, and I'm not really sure what the future might bring. There's a few more keys left to unlocking my full potential, and I've got a lot of adventures left in me before I'm really gonna hit my stride. That said, I'm proud of where I've come, and I'm confident that I'm going to continue doing well for myself. Here's a toast to everyone that's followed this channel over the past year, friends and trolls alike. You guys helped make this by far the best year of my life, and I hope you'll stick with me as I make next year even better. Sisterhooves Social continues the trend of Season 2's stellar opening arc, with an episode that not only provides a pitch-perfect portrayal of familial feuding, but was the fodder for one of the fandom's most popular parody pictures, the Friendship is Witchcraft episode, Nay Soul Sister. I watched this episode while marathoning the show in early 2012, but I got some interesting insight into the initial impact of the episode at last year's BronyCon when Griffon Lewis of Sherclop Pones explained the inspiration behind the SweetieBot character. Up until this point in the show, Sweetie Belle had been so underexplored and seemingly devoid of personality that fans considered her a frivolous character, hence the idea to make her a robot. However, when Sisterhooves Social came out, Sweetie was suddenly the most developed member of the Cutie Mark Crusaders, so the joke was to make the robot the most well-realized character in Friendship is Witchcraft. This episode also introduces us to Rarity and Sweetie Belle's parents, who give a surprisingly subtle insight into how Rarity came out the way that she is. Because her parents are decidedly unstylish Midwestern commoners with equally common interests, Rarity's passion for high fashion could be seen almost as rebellious, or a sign of wanting to escape her lowly status. This might also explain why Rarity is so paranoid all the time about whether or not she can succeed in the world of high fashion. Being born to such humble beginnings probably fills her with doubt about the legitimacy of her high society social skills. In her heart of hearts, she knows that she's the product of a small town and plebeian parents, and part of her will always be connected to that. Rarity's episodes have always shown her to be an obsessive perfectionist, holding herself to the highest imaginable standard of quality in every endeavor. In this episode, we get some insight into how that brand of professionalism would affect her interactions with the ponies closest to her. To be a perfectionist is, in many ways, to stand alone. To have an exact vision that you want to express, you often have to create everything on your own, because others cannot understand your vision the way you can. As a matter of fact, the reason I work alone for the most part is that I tend to have a very clear idea of what I like to see and an exact knowledge of how to make it happen, so involving others only convolutes what I'm trying to do. That said, I'm not nearly the perfectionist that Rarity is, and I will gladly involve people who I think have a better visionary style than my own, but I can completely understand the mentality of not wanting anyone to help you, even doing the most basic stuff like cooking, because you want it to be done just right. Likewise, I relate to Rarity's room and its organized chaos all too well. I can't say there's ever been a time when my room was consistently clean, though it's not nearly as bad now as it's been in the past, but even when my room is a total clusterfuck, I generally know where everything is. Sometimes it can be more confusing to look for something where it's supposed to be, when I'm used to it just being lying around somewhere. Every once in a while, for some reason, when I'm out on a long trip, my mom will randomly decide to clean my room while I'm gone, and while I totally appreciate it because having a clean room is awesome, it's always a little bit disorienting at first. That said, by not having Rarity's knee-jerk reaction to change, I'm also able to capitalize more easily on the resultant threads of inspiration. Creativity that springs out from changing or limited circumstances is often where some of the best ideas come from. Many artists, such as filmmakers, animators, and video game developers, have to make use of the restrictions that come with smaller budgets and teams by taking things that appear to be a disadvantage and turning it into a creative advantage that enhances the work even more. For instance, my favorite anime director and studio are Akiyuki Shinbo and Studio Shaft, who are known for making up for their small staff and budget restrictions by making highly stylized shows whose unique visual style makes up for their lack of budget. When your sweaters shrink, you make cat sweaters. When your creative mindset changes, you make something new. Sometimes that which seems like a waste can turn out to be a great piece of work if you look at it the right way. Sometimes creativity is really all about working with what you have and making the most of it. I realize at this point I've mostly been talking about Rarity, but equally important to the episode is Sweetie Belle, whose struggle, while simple and easily understood, is equally relatable and interesting to watch. I have witnessed personally the way a child will become envious of another family's relationship out of their inability to fit in with their own family, though in my case it's only ever been my friends who were envious of my family. Much like the Apples, my brothers and I are incredibly close and do almost everything together. My family is very tightly knit, and we're very accepting of friends into our business and lives. However, when a family has a certain rhythm to it, inviting other people into that rhythm can sometimes disturb it, especially if the person doesn't really get what makes us so close in the first place. In my teen years, one of my friends really wanted to be a part of my family. He was envious of our lifestyle and togetherness and pretty openly stated how he wanted to be thought of as a family member, not unlike how Sweetie Belle announces the same to the Apple family. It kind of goes without saying, though, that this isn't something you can really force. I have had friends who naturally acclimated to my family's rhythm and became almost as close as family to me, but it happened naturally over the course of years of hanging out together, and not through force of will. Unfortunately, that friend still is very distant from his family and still seems to be seeking a family that he can really fit into. I'd say more about this episode, but I think a lot of its appeal is very straightforward. It's well-paced, has a lot of fantastic dialogue and memorable moments, and is generally one of the show's stronger episodes. However, the next episode that I want to tackle is the polar opposite. Possibly the single least liked episode among most of the bronies that I've talked to. An episode so openly considered poor that a lot of people have taken it for granted that I don't like the episode, even though I've never talked about it before. I am of course speaking of the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well. Let's see how it goes. Viewers have been asking me to tear the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well a new one for just about as long as I've been making these videos. Not having seen the episode since first marathoning the show in 2012, I remembered not liking it very much, but I wasn't sure it was nearly as bad as people made it out to be. Having rewatched it now, I can safely say that yes, it is a really terrible episode, but what's more interesting to me than the fact that it's terrible is the reasons usually given for why. Many have criticized the way that the main six went about trying to teach Rainbow Dash a lesson through a convoluted scheme instead of through communication, along with the fact that the lesson that Rainbow learns at the end doesn't seem to be earned by the episode's narrative at all. These things are certainly problematic, but I think that Castlemania had very similar problems, and that episode's pretty well liked by the fandom. Some criticize the fact that the plan the main six concocted barely seems to make any sense, leaving the plot a confusing mess, but there have been plenty of popular episodes with confusing and unclean storylines, such as A Canterlot Wedding or the Super Speedy Cider Squeezy 6000, which only come under fire from the likes of Anthony C. One of my favorite critics and all-around idols, Film Crit Hulk, explains in his writing the concept of tangible details. Basically, when people really love or really hate something, they tend to explain what made it good or bad by talking about the details which stand out the most. For instance, if you ask most people why they hated Star Wars Episode 1, they'll tell you it was Jar Jar Binks that ruined the film, even though he's just one part of a much more complicated problem. Other films, such as Disney's highly successful Frozen, have proven that a comedic character inserted particularly to appeal to small children does not automatically ruin a movie, but that character works in Frozen because the movie is all around well written, while Star Wars Episode 1 isn't. The Mysterious Mare-Do-Well doesn't suck just because it makes no sense. The entire episode is just a pile of boring garbage. So much of the dialogue is trite and forced that it's almost embarrassing to watch. Just look at the scene at the beginning where all the kids in Rainbow Dash's fan club try to come up with the best synonym for awesome to describe her with. Is anyone laughing at this? Can you even imagine this conversation taking place outside of trying to establish the storyline of this episode? Or what about the scene where, after the Mare-Do-Well's first appearance, the mayor just shows up and exposits to a random group of surrounding people that there is a new hero in town and she shall be known as the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well. It's such a random way to set up the scene just so that Rainbow Dash would be able to hear her rival's name right after meeting her. The entire episode is so painfully repetitive that it feels longer than the average MLP episode. We watch Rainbow Dash save the day 3 different times, and while it serves to show us how cocky she's getting, none of the scenes are really exciting. Then we have 3 different scenes of Rainbow Dash getting shown up by the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well, all of which are too long and don't really serve any purpose that couldn't have been handled in just one scene. The episode reaches its lowest point, however, when Rainbow Dash Dash starts desperately trying to find problems to solve around town. Once again, we sit through 3 whole scenes of Rainbow Dash enacting completely unfunny scenarios, and we already get the point right from the start. Even the final chase scene with Rainbow Dash trying to chase down Mare-Do-Well is repetitive and boring to watch, and they could have done so much more with having the main 6 creatively avoid Rainbow's dashing. It's all just so uninteresting and pointless that it's hard to watch. By the end of the episode, nothing is clear that wasn't from the very beginning, and that's sad because conceptually, this episode actually had a pretty good idea with how to further Rainbow Dash's development. Rainbow Dash isn't the kind of pony who understands something just by being told. Time and time again, she will reject learning something until she experiences firsthand the benefits of it. She's also been shown to be incredibly competitive, so the idea of playing on her competitive nature to teach her a lesson was kind of brilliant. All they had to do was write it so that the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well shows up Rainbow Dash and then somehow shows Rainbow Dash how humility and tact help her to get things done better. And I think that's what the episode was trying to do, but it just kind of fails. The one scene that could have turned the whole episode around is the one where the main 6 are talking about how awesome Mare-Do-Well is in front of Rainbow Dash. Much has been said about how the main 6 are just kind of bragging about how awesome they themselves are, and how this does not seem to help Rainbow Dash in any way. All it would have taken was for one of the main 6 to point out to Rainbow Dash that the reason Mare-Do-Well was able to get things done so much more efficiently is because she wasn't stopping to sign autographs and pat herself on the back. Then there could have been a scene where Rainbow Dash realizes firsthand that she's been doing things out of self-interest and ends up selflessly helping some pony in the end and feeling really good about it. It makes a hell of a lot more sense than a minute-long scene of her chasing Mare-Do-Well down, literally being told the lesson that she was supposed to learn, and somehow now perfectly understanding it, even though she had no reason to do so before. Altogether, the Mysterious Mare-Do-Well was a good episode concept, executed so poorly that it managed to be one of the worst episodes of the entire show. While the Mare-Do-Well costume design is pretty fantastic and general concept is sound, the episode's completely ridiculous dialogue, utter failure to provide a cohesive storyline, and overall boringness make it a dark mark on the otherwise fantastic front half of Season 2. Up next, to cleanse my palate, I'll be tackling one of my favorite episodes of Season 2 instead. I'll see you then. Sweet and Elite has always been one of my favorite My Little Pony episodes, and I'm not gonna lie, a huge part of why is all the stupid fancy voices. The first time I watched this episode with my brother, we were talking like that for hours, and hearing it never stops being funny for me. Having said that, there's a lot more to this episode than silly voices, including, interestingly enough, a little bit of controversy. Rarity detractors have often cited Sweet and Elite as evidence that Rarity does not deserve to be called the element of generosity. However, as I pointed out in my Rarity Takes Manhattan video, selfishness and generosity are not mutually exclusive concepts. In fact, arguably, the biggest reason to be generous to others is that increasing the net quality of life for everyone around you will probably raise your own quality of life as well. Rarity Takes Manhattan more directly commented on that concept, but knowing this also helps us to understand Rarity here. Rarity's bad decisions in this episode actually have nothing to do with a lack of generosity, but only have to do with a lack of honesty. After all, Rarity never owed Twilight anything to begin with. She didn't have to make a dress for Twilight's party or even attend that party if she didn't want to. The only one who really stood to lose anything in any of the episode's scenarios is Rarity, who would either lose her place among the Canterlot elite or lose her pride as a generous friend. Cause in the end, that's what it comes down to more than anything. Rarity is proud of the idea that she's a generous, caring friend. She wants to believe that she's the kind of pony who would set aside her own personal gain just to make someone else happy. Realistically, Twilight Sparkle would have completely understood if Rarity wanted to go to the high society party instead of to her birthday party. Twilight would have had a great time knowing that Rarity was getting to live her dreams up in Canterlot. The person who Rarity is scared of being honest with is not in fact Twilight, but herself. We really see this in the scene at Twilight's birthday party when Twi discovers that Rarity has been attending the other party. Rarity says, "I don't know why I ever thought you wouldn't understand." In that moment, Rarity has gained trust without a doubt that Twilight would have totally understood if Rarity wanted to skip out on her party and go to the more important one. However, Rarity still doesn't drop the ruse and admit the truth, because she's so dead set on presenting herself as the selfless friend that she wants to be. All throughout the episode, Rarity contorts the situations she's involved with to be about her. She didn't decide to make Twilight the ultimate birthday dress because she knew Twilight would love to have it. She did it to prove that she could design something worthy of Canterlot. Twilight ends up connecting more with the half-assed dress that Rarity threw together, which just further shows that Rarity wasn't designing with Twi's style in mind to begin with. Showing a lack of generosity was never what put Rarity in the wrong in this episode. Wanting to be seen as generous so badly that she lied to herself about what she wanted was her problem. Sweet and Elite also offers a few more glimpses into Rarity's self-perception, expanding on the ideas presented in Sisterhooves Social that she wants to be the opposite of her family. Rarity actively wants to put a distance between her Ponyville roots and her Canterlot goals, but the funny thing is how she's not very good at it. Rarity claims that she's truly a Canterlot pony at heart, but she has to lie and stumble her way through Canterlot's high society. As I said in the Sisterhooves Social video, Rarity knows in her heart that she isn't Canterlot material. If she were, there would probably be no need for all the acting. She could just confidently insert herself into that society. The problem is that Rarity holds Canterlot above herself. She views all of these ponies as better than her, with opinions more important than her own. The fact that she gets so upset when Jet Set and Uppercrust scoff at her proves that she's ashamed of herself and still believes in her heart that she'll never be anything but a Ponyville pony. And at the end of the episode, she seems to come to terms with that. This episode also introduces us to Fancy Pants, whom I find fascinatingly oblique in his characterization. It's very clear that Fancy Pants is firmly rooted in Canterlot's culture and is comparatively a nice guy, but it's almost impossible to figure out how self-aware he is about his position. At the end of the episode, Fancy Pants defends Rarity's friends by calling them charmingly rustic, which sways the populace opinion of them among the rest of the elite. But this begs the question, did he know it would happen? If we assume that Fancy Pants is self-aware, then that means that he's a nice guy who really likes Rarity and or her friends, and was purposely throwing his influence around in her defense. But if he isn't self-aware, then that means he legitimately thought that the main six were charmingly rustic and found an aesthetic appeal in them, not unlike how Trenderhoof finds the appeal in Applejack in simple ways. If that wasn't enough, there's also the case of Fleur-de-Lis, whose relationship with Fancy Pants is never specified. Is she just some random rich friend who hangs around him and strikes sexy poses? Is she a trophy girlfriend that he keeps around because she's clearly some kind of model? Or are they actually true blue lovers who just happen to both be magnificently charismatic trendsetters? The episode doesn't give us enough info to provide any certainty, making Fancy Pants one of the most mysterious side characters in the entire show. This episode also provides us one of the show's best pop songs, The Pony Every Pony Should Know, and with this track and a lot of this episode's dialogue, we get to explore the idea of importance. Importance is funny because it's a completely subjective qualifier which can spread like wildfire through the public consciousness. Right now, if I told you to make a list of important people or important films or books, etc., you could probably make a mental list of items right now. But by what standard are you judging what's important? I could give you a list of films right now that are objectively influential or critically acclaimed, but if I said that this makes those films important, that would be a completely subjective observation of that data. I could just as easily make a list of films that no one's ever heard of that I personally think will make you a better person by watching, and that could just as easily be called important. The bottom line is that the only real requirement for something to be considered important is that someone considers it important. Canterlot is a place where this idea is taken to the extreme. Why is Fancy Pants important? Because he just is. He's been given that value by those around him with seemingly no basis other than that other ponies consider him important. And believe me, this is a thing that happens in the real world too. Especially in American television, the idea of people who are famous for being famous has become prominent in the last decade or so. Anyways, that about wraps up my thoughts on this episode. Up next, I'm going to jump forward a little bit and take on one of my outright top 5 favorite episodes of My Little Pony. Be sure and stick around, and remember that you can support my channel by donating via Patreon, PayPal, or just by turning off your ad blocker. It helps me out a lot, and it's a great motivator to get more of these videos done. As an artist, one may sometimes feel as though they are at war with their audience. An artist has an exact creative vision which appeals to them, and ideally they can find an audience who is on board with whatever they're trying to do. But it can be tough, especially if your audience and your subject matter are mismatched. I think of someone like Drowning in Horseshoes, whose abrasive, crass humor is often rejected by the more fragile sensibilities of the many bronies his videos have to try to appeal to. It can be soul-crushing to give your all to something only to find that no one understands you, and even more so when you put out something low effort that people turn around and love. For many, it is only through accepting their fate, that they will have to appeal to an audience if they want to succeed, that they can find solace. If the fans can't appreciate your hard-crafted comedy and only laugh when you fall on your ass, then you'll just have to learn to love falling on your ass. Hell, in some cases, if the work is being made for the audience more than for the self, then discovering an appeal like this can be downright enlightening. Yes, I'm actually talking about the babysitting scene. This is going to be a long video. After catching up on My Little Pony back when I first watched it all in 2012, A Friend Indeed was the second episode that I got to watch on its TV broadcast, and it rocked my goddamn world! It was the first episode which inspired me to write about it and to start making My Little Pony analysis on my old Digibrony Tumblr. I'd even credit this as the episode which solidified Friendship is Magic as my favorite TV show of all time and affirmed my place in the Brony community. To me, this episode was a blast of all the most memorable and mind-blowing things I had seen. The Smile song dug its way into my heart and took root. Pinkie Pie's infectious happiness and energy gave me chills every time I watched the episode. I remember one of my first musical contributions to the fandom as a member of the chorus in Forest Rain's massive Smile project. I remember how this episode took the Bronyhood by storm and gave them an anthem to live by, a coda of happiness to carry in their hearts. I remember walking into the lobby at BronyCon and hearing a chorus of the Smile song and knowing I was in the right place. The way Pinkie Pie shattered through the show's walls, pulling entire other artistic mediums into her world, felt to me like it was bridging the gap between the show's universe and my reality. In this episode, I found out how Pinkie Pie was one of the most relatable fictional characters to myself that I had ever seen, as well as one of the most interesting. I even wrote an analytical fan fiction in which I wrote as Pinkie Pie analyzing herself in my voice. It was weird, but I'm basically going to explain the points I made in that analysis below, some of which I've touched on heavily in my Pinkie Pride video, but will explore more fully here. Pinkie Pie, to me, is obviously a manic depressive. By this point, her main deflating sadness has been proven not to be a one-off joke from Party of One, but a full-on aspect of her character. Pinkie Pie is capable of living in an incredible high most of the time, but her high is completely predicated on feeling okay with the world around her. She needs to believe that certain things are true about herself in order for her to be happy, and if those things are not true, then she will flip into a completely opposite state of mind. I have dealt with depression for more than half of my life, but the weirdest thing about my depression is that I've always considered myself one of the happiest people around. When I experience something good, it is absolutely euphoric. When I love intensely and with all of my heart. When I speak with fervor and passion. I take my interests very seriously and I want to make everyone's lives better. I go through life with a big smile on my face and a skip in my step. And yet, lurking just behind that feeling of intense pleasure is a dismal loneliness and pain that can make me anxious, depressed, and suicidal at the drop of a hat. All it takes is a little bit of fear. Fear that things aren't going according to plan, that I'm not doing anything with my life, that the people around me don't really like me, that I'm not making people happy, and that I'm not really making myself happy. I am writing this video within 24 hours of producing 4 other videos and having the worst panic attack of my life. At this very moment, I'm walking the tightrope between the Smile song and Party of One. But it's not the manic depression that I see in Pinkie Pie which makes her so relatable to me. It's how she controls it. Pinkie Pie's greatest engine for happiness, her crutch against the darkness waiting just behind her eyeballs, is herself. It all came to me in that one moment when Pinkie Pie lifted an after-image of herself out of the darkness and brought her into the light. It's true that some days are dark and lonely, but the only pony who knows how to show her that it isn't that bad is herself. And who else could it be? Pinkie Pie understands happiness better than anyone. She knows what it takes to make herself happy. When she falls apart, it's because she knows that she can't be happy living the way that she is. She has decided to predicate her happiness on the love of her friends, and without that, there is nothing left to save her. I have predicated my happiness on my ability to subsist on my passion. I have never tried to imagine living differently. If something happened to this channel and I couldn't live off of it anymore, I would just keep banging away at making it work until I did. Pinkie Pie's mind is miraculous in more ways than one. This episode teaches us about how Pinkie's mind is possibly even more impressive than her incredible physical makeup. But to give you an idea why, I'm going to have to bring up some theoretical studies. Self-proclaimed math geek, DeviantArt user, Dizzyaki Diziadecki 1990, wrote a statistical analysis of Ponyville's probable population in 2012. His final estimation of Ponyville's population was between 3,100 and 4,300 ponies. Meanwhile, Dunbar's number is the suggested cognitive limit to how many people one can retain stable social relationships with. It is estimated to be between 100 and 230 people on average. Pinkie Pie claims to be friends with every single pony in Ponyville, and appears to have a functioning knowledge of all of them and how they relate to one another. Ergo, her cognitive ability exceeds that of the average human by around 300 times. That shit is nuts. Now, what a lot of people don't understand about memory is that individual memories do not exist in a solid state inside of the mind. Rather, every time you remember something, you are recreating that memory again. When you try to remember something, your brain takes the cues that it's given and tries to construct a memory of what you're looking for. So, for instance, my mind is a database of an insane number of names of people who worked on various anime series. When I try to think of the name of the guy who directed FLCL, the main cue that my brain remembers is that his name starts with a K. The first name which comes to mind is Kazuya Nakai, which I know is incorrect because Kazuya Nakai is a voice actor. My next cue is that I think his other name starts with a T, so I think Kazuya Tsurumaki, which is correct, but for a second, I'm not sure if that's the guy who did FLCL or the guy who did Toradora. That guy's name is Tatsuyuki Nagai. There is no solid memory in my brain that says, guy who directed FLCL, Kazuya Tsurumaki, but both halves of the data are filed along with cues to help me reconstruct the memory. I have always considered Pinkie Pie to be a genius, with an almost endless wealth of knowledge that she simply isn't adept at accessing. The difference between Pinkie's brand of genius and Twilight's is that Twilight's is the product of an incredibly well-trained and honed mind, while Pinkie's is a chaotic mess of a mind crammed with as many errant signals as it can fit. Twilight Sparkle's highlighter example from Testing 123 actually provides a great comparison. Whereas Twilight is concerned with separating the wheat from the chaff, Pinkie Pie simply consumes all of the knowledge in her path like a vacuum with no idea how she's going to use any of it. That's why Pinkie Pie is so random. She doesn't have any idea where the lines exist between thoughts and knowledge that she has that is useful and that which is useless. Everything is called back to on a moment-to-moment basis. It's why sometimes she seems weirdly knowledgeable about random topics or can remember the exact page number of the exact book that has the exact knowledge that Twilight needs, but other times she seems to spout non sequiturs and be completely thoughtless. So in just this one episode, there is grounds to establish Pinkie Pie as not only a manic depressive with self-perpetuating energy, but also a mad genius with an endless wealth of untapped knowledge. But even without diving deep into the layers of Pinkie's psyche, this episode still stands as a glorious manifesto to her character's most basic elements within the storyline. Pinkie Pie's ethos is explained in such a straightforward and powerful manner that you could just show someone the Smile Song and they would know what she's all about in a heartbeat. If you haven't seen Grant Baudet's analysis of Pinkie Pie's unique walk cycle from the Smile Song, I absolutely demand that you do so. Not only does it show you just how much work the animators put into making Pinkie Pie's radiance stand out perfectly, but it shows you just how much Pinkie Pie as a character explodes into being with her every action. Something so simple as a walk cycle expresses so much about her character that it could probably be used as an educational tool for animators and artists in general. You know, over time, a lot of people have asked me, why analyze My Little Pony? Why take the show apart like this and obsess over every little detail? This is fucking why. This one episode communicates so much to me on so many levels. I've watched this episode a great number of times, and while there are things to be said about the Cranky Doodle Donkey storyline, which actually makes up, you know, the majority of the episode, there is so much fucking detail to be drawn out of just the earliest part of the episode, just this one song, that it can be more relatable, enjoyable, and downright brilliant to me than many entire shows that I've watched. The episode's central storyline is a lot more straightforward, with less to pick apart than the early bits, but it still brings to mind some interesting thoughts. Many have commented on the strangely unclean moral of this episode, which I find is interesting because it's unclean while still succeeding in the context of the narrative. Pinkie Pie incessantly torments Cranky Doodle Donkey with no respect for his wishes or personal space, and despite the advice of both Cranky and Twilight to leave him alone, Pinkie persists and is even successful in the end. The message it seems to send is that you should just keep beating your head against a problem until it's solved, even if the people involved legitimately want you to stop. Kind of a dangerous message to send, but it's funny because it does work in the episode, and it's not like this is something that could never work in reality. Honestly, this is such a complex issue that trying to say that one thing or another is right wouldn't do it justice. If you know that someone has a problem and they tell you that they don't want your help in solving it, does that mean you should give up? What if it really is a cry for help, or if your involvement really will help them in the end? Where is the breakdown between your responsibility to them and their responsibility to themselves? It's such a moral gray area that it's fucking frustrating to think about, but the fact of the matter is that in the show it all works out. And now it's even better because Pinkie Pride exists almost as a companion piece to this episode, showing us a case where Pinkie's incessant meddling does get her into trouble, and she has to learn a lesson about personal responsibility. The duality here is so fucking good it hurts! All in all, I think A Friend Indeed might just straight up be the best fucking episode of My Little Pony. At the time it came out, it had the most advanced animation and experimental art in the series, and while it's been shown up in following seasons, it's still gorgeous to look at, and the ingenuity of the Smile Song visuals alone make it one of my favorite pieces of animation ever. It's hilarious, it feels good to watch, it makes me think on ridiculously deep levels, and it even touches me personally. It's pretty much the greatest thing ever, and I'm incredibly fucking glad I finally took the time to talk about it. I don't know what my next video will be. My life is a ceaseless clusterfuck of insane passion and anxious explosions. Really, it's always been that way, but right now it's crazy intense. All I want to do is burn brightly with passion, to make as many videos as I can, make my channel grow as big and glow as bright as I can make it, and finally reach some modicum of stability in my life. If the Smile Song is Pinkie Pie's personal manifesto, then take this video as mine. This is what makes my whole life worthwhile. I may have to keep this one short and sweet, but have no doubt that Family Appreciation Day is a damn fine episode of My Little Pony. It's straightforward and entertaining, but a couple of key features help it to really stand out. First of all, the Zap Apples themselves are perhaps the single coolest magical concept in the entire show in my opinion. There's so much mystique surrounding them, between the unique color palette used on the farm to signify their arrival, to the lightning-shrouded trees and downright epic music that plays when the flowers first appear. There are just so many little details that make them stand out, like how they change in shape after full maturation. It's not just that the apples are so thoroughly magical and interesting, but also that they're legitimately relevant to the world and characters that they exist in. Whereas creatures like the cockatrice or Hydra just kinda show up and do their thing, but have no real bearing on the world of the ponies, the Zap Apples are actually a part of Ponyville culture, and were even an important part of how the town was founded in the first place. Granny Smith's laundry list of strange practices for perfecting the Zap Apples reminded me of music production. Whenever I think about how sounds are created and recorded, I have to sit there and wonder how the hell people came up with the ideas to try those things out and make those sounds happen. For a great example of what I mean, I recommend reading an article by the alternative hip-hop group Clipping, in which they were asked to break down everything that they did to create the song Bout That. Some of the techniques that they used to get certain sounds were so complicated that I couldn't even imagine coming up with them. This episode debuts yet another side character who lets on that they may secretly be fascinating, and in this case it's Diamond Tiara's father, Filthy Rich. It's cool to see how Filthy Rich clearly understands the nature of innovation and isn't concerned about appearances. He's a businessman through and through, and the dark lines under his eyes immediately communicate how much he probably obsesses over his work. If his classroom presentation is any suggestion, it shows that he's immensely passionate about his career. Contrast him with his own daughter, who has no real understanding of her position and is only concerned with appearances. She has no business sense with regards to Granny Smith or Applebloom and is more concerned with belittling them at every turn. Applebloom puts it perfectly into context when she rubs it in Diamond Tiara's face that if it weren't for Granny Smith, there would be no bargain bucks. It's fun to contrast the mutually respectful and utterly unashamed relationship between Filthy Rich and Granny Smith against the immature and socially charged relationship between Applebloom and Diamond Tiara. Granny Smith's backstory makes for some fascinating exposition and world building with a gratifying attention to detail in the background. I love how Canterlot looks more medieval with tents instead of buildings, and how Ponyville was pretty much a forest that the Smith family cleared a space in to build a town. Hell, even the fact that the town was built on economically viable terms is the kind of solid historical background that I'd never expect from a show with such little emphasis on realism. And that about wraps up my thoughts on Family Appreciation Day. Hi everyone, Digital Bro Tano here, the internet's busiest pony nerd. And I'm here with a review of the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic episode, Mystery on the Friendship Express. This episode came out late in Season 2 in 2012, and it was a somewhat controversial episode. Some people really like this one, and some people think it sucks. Personally, I think that this episode is silly. It's meant to be very silly. It's not meant to be taken seriously. It's fun, it has a lot of great visual gags, a lot of things going on in it, but nothing too serious. Not really a moral that you could take with you, nothing to really relate to on a personal level, at least for me. It's mostly just fun. So the problem that everyone has with this episode is that they think that it was out of character for 3 of the main 6 to take big bites out of this cake that they knew was supposed to be very important for a contest. And people said, really? They're just gonna do that? Personally, I have a headcanon that I think ponies actually just can't control themselves at all. I mean, look at the rest of the show. Have you seen it? Look at how many instances there are where ponies just lose their minds and go for whatever it is they want. It's really consistent throughout the show. Ponies have no self-control at all. As far as being a mystery episode goes, I think it does a pretty good job. Personally, I didn't guess the mystery the first time I saw it, but I never do when I watch mystery stuff. I just kind of don't pay that much attention. I'm not looking for clues, and I usually am like, oh, wow, I didn't expect that. The episode actually does a pretty decent job of throwing curveballs at the viewer because, you know, it has the 3 other chefs, and you're thinking from the very beginning, well, it's not going to be them because that would be way too obvious. But it keeps showing Applejack. It shows her lusting after the cake more than any pony else. It shows her, like, there's just a lot of shots where she happens to be in the frame when they're talking about who could have possibly done it. Especially after they find out that 3 of the main 6 were the ones who ate the cake. There's this great shot where Pinkie Pie says, who could possibly have done it? And Applejack's like perfectly in the center of the frame because they want you to think it's going to be Applejack, and then it's not. She never actually ate any of it. So I thought that was clever. And if you're watching the episode a second time, then you'll notice all of the clues, like throughout the episode. You'll see the eyelash on the painting, you'll see Rarity wearing her mane in front of her face. The conductor, the first time it shows the conductor and you see the real one, it's obviously a man when what you saw in the shadow was clearly a mare. So, and I mean a stallion, not a man, but you know what I mean. So altogether, I think it does a pretty good job of giving you a decent mystery. It's fun to watch, lots of fun things happen, and it's a good time. I understand not liking the episode if you really come to this show for characterization, if that's the only thing you really value in it, if it really bothers you that the characters are somewhat out of character. Again, I don't really think they are that out of character. I think ponies really can't control themselves, but even if you think it's a stretch, if you could just take it a little bit more lightly, if you do enjoy the comedic aspect of the show, if you can watch episodes without taking them seriously, then there's a lot to enjoy about this episode altogether. Lots of great Pinkie Pie moments, lots of great moments in general. I'm feeling a light to decent 7 on this episode. What did you guys think? Did you love it? Hate it? And what should I review next? That's it. Digital Brotano. Mystery on the Friendship Express. Forever. This is one of the big ones. Next to Magical Mystery Cure, A Canterlot Wedding is the episode carrying the highest and lowest opinions of the Brony fandom. It's either the moment when the series jumped the shark, an episode so broken and convoluted that it doesn't deserve to exist, or it's the most satisfying two-parter in the show, and the mark of its actualization into an epic piece of work. I can perfectly understand the views on both sides, but I'm inclined to believe the latter. I'd like for this video to be considered a companion piece, or at least an opposite perspective, to Anthony C's Canterlot Wedding review. His video and the subsequent Big Fix video perfectly explain everything wrong with this episode and how it could have been done better. However, I'm going to be arguing purely from the angle of how the episode works, and works well, in its current state. I'm a big fan of the idea that context informs one's appreciation of a piece of media. We are always bringing our own personal context to all the works that we consume, and there's a ton of contextual things that go into this episode, from basic stuff like how it's an episode of an ongoing series and a season finale finale at that, to more complex things like which social constructs have informed the episode's setup. I'm telling you this now because I have a lot of points to raise about this episode which might seem all over the place, but I want you to bear in mind that I'm doing all of this to build up the context that I view it in so that you can see where I'm coming from. We'll start with the most controversial aspect of this episode, the characters Princess Cadance and Shining Armor. Both of these characters had never been mentioned in the show before, and it bothered a lot of people that Princess Cadance was an unnecessary Alicorn, changing the nature of Alicorns in the show altogether. However, now that we've had time to take a step back and see where the show will take these characters, I think they can be given a little more credit. Personally, I never found it all that odd that Twilight had never mentioned Shining Armor to her friends. I can recall several instances when my best friends revealed to me that they had siblings that I didn't even know about, and that they were close with those siblings. It's not hard for me to imagine that Shining wouldn't come up, especially since he lives so far away. Now, would it have been much cooler if Twi had paid him a visit in, say, Sweet and Elite, when she had a birthday party in Canterlot that he probably could have attended? Sure, I'll concede that it would have been better if we had known about Shining Armor beforehand, but I don't think it makes the episode bad that we didn't. As for Cadance, the nature of Alicorns has changed a lot by now. We know how an Alicorn comes to be thanks to Twilight, and we even know the story of how Cadance became one thanks to the Crystal Heart spell book. Sure, there are unanswered questions about the nature of Alicorn immortality and power levels, but I think that these changes to our perception of how Alicorns work are not necessarily incongruent with the rest of the series. While they change the allegorical nature of the Alicorns and add more rules to their existence, it doesn't break any of the series up to this point outside of in the headspace of the viewer. I can understand how these changes might ruin the show for someone who was more invested in another idea of how the show's world works, but from the perspective of taking in the entire show collectively at the vantage point of where we are now, I think the Alicorn additions work well enough. On a personality level, Cadance and Shining Armor don't have much impact in this episode. However, they've since had a phenomenal arc in the My Little Pony comics which fleshes out their personalities and relationship in awesome ways, making them actually some of the more interesting characters in the franchise. We've also seen them together since in the Crystal Empire, which, while not terribly exciting, still gives more weight to their existence. Coming back to a Canterlot Wedding with all of this additional context makes it an even more enjoyable experience, with the marriage itself carrying a lot more weight than it did on the initial viewing. Now, if you ask people who loved this episode why they did so, you'll probably hear something about how it's an epic, satisfying series finale. That's the tangible version of what it is, but there's gotta be some grounds for those statements, so let's look into them. First of all, at the time that this episode came out, it was a full-on event. The Hub promoted the living shit out of it with billboard ads, a formal wedding invitation in the New York Times, constant commercials on TV, and they even had the double episode event hosted by wedding expert Tori Spelling. Most of the promotion was based around the idea of the Royal Wedding, which was a giant reference to the British Royal Wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton a year prior. This went all the way down to the level of basing the dresses of characters in the show off of real dresses worn during the Royal Wedding. When viewed in the context of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic as an attempt to elevate and justify girly concepts as relevant and interesting ideas, the Canterlot Wedding makes perfect sense. It takes a wedding, which is about the most quintessentially girly concept imaginable, and embraces the way that feminine culture regards the wedding as the most epic and memorable event of a woman's life. It does this by actually making an epic and memorable wedding, but one that still promotes the things that are supposed to make weddings awesome in the first place, an event about symbolizing the ultimate union of two lovers. Whether or not you think weddings deserve to be seen this way, or like the concept of a wedding in general, the point is that this episode embraces it and presents it awesomely. It does this using imagery and pacing that borrows from epic works of fiction while simultaneously using wedding-based concepts to tell its story. The villain is a bridezilla, a woman who is so obsessed with having the perfect wedding that it turns her into a force of evil. The hero is a protective younger sister who doesn't want to see the older brother that she loves married off to an evil succubus. True love conquers all in the end, and a happy family is born. Visually, the episode has a lot of epic moments that prepare the viewer for something big, especially in how it uses the building and breaking of Shining Armor's barrier. The state of alert in Canterlot and the ultimate game of traitorous intent is reminiscent of the Cloud City arc from The Empire Strikes Back. My friend Neil X used to have a great video showing how the invasion of the changelings almost perfectly resembles cutscenes from StarCraft 2, but his videos have sadly been pulled by copyright. Hopefully, StarCraft fans will be able to see the connections, and we do talk more about this episode and how it connects to other works of media in the yet-to-be-released 4th episode of The Elements of Brony. The whole idea here is to take the most epic event in feminine culture and give it the same gravitas that epic events in masculine culture typically have, and I think the episode does a fantastic job of that. On an emotional level, the script connects with the viewer perfectly. It sets up the events in such a way that someone's skepticism of Twilight is understandable, but it gives the viewer enough information to share in Twilight's frustrations. The emotional crux is reached when, after Twilight gets slammed by Shining armor, the sheer backlash from everyone she cares about causes Twilight to think that maybe she was wrong all along, even though the viewer is convinced already that Cadence is really evil. That disconnect allows us to understand just how hard Twilight has been hit by her abandonment at the hands of all of her friends, and it's heartbreaking. The episode is great at these small, emotionally resonant moments. Just look at when Twilight sees Cadence desperately trying to budge the minecart and is moved by the love Cadence has for her brother. Or better yet, this moment when Cadence is at once so happy that she's been reunited with her lover, so sad to see her lover in the state that he's been left in, and so determined to get him back that she doesn't say a single word. It's fantastic. There's also a ton of mimetic details, both big and small, that give it an extra kick. The big ones are the songs, especially This Day Aria, which are some of the best in the show and provide extra feels. Smaller details are the likes of Applejack putting on her hat over her dress, or how the main six all have unique dance moves, or showing Vinyl Scratch in Fancy Pants for the second time. We also get a big, new, threatening villain, and the entire concept of changelings, which have been expanded on in the comics as well as run away with by the fandom. I won't get too far down that rabbit hole, but suffice it to say that this episode alone has spawned an enormous range of fan content like few others have. A Canterlot Wedding isn't the deepest or most interesting episode of My Little Pony, and its storyline doesn't hold up under scrutiny. However, the episode is so dense and has so much additional context to bring into it that there's plenty to like about it. Ultimately, your opinion is going to depend mostly on what you value in the series, which is more or less true of every episode, but I think this one is understandably controversial. Hurricane Fluttershy is another in an ongoing series of Season 2 episodes which, while really good, have a straightforward appeal, meaning that my analysis will be short. Honestly, just by writing about this episode, I'm probably going to inspire Drowning in Footwear to make a much longer and more detailed video about it, since it's his favorite episode of the show, so if you want to hear someone really get into the bones of it, you may have to count on that inevitability. The most interesting aspect of this episode to me is how it continues the development of the Pegasus culture, which is built upon even more in later episodes. While Earth ponies and unicorns could easily be stereotyped based on the cultures of Canterlot and Ponyville, neither of their races seems to have such a firmly unified culture the way the Pegasi do, and the crazy thing about it is that the Pegasus culture is different from equestrian culture on the whole. It's been established throughout the series that in Equestria, every pony has a specific destiny and role to fill, which is communicated through their jobs and cutie marks. While ponies are shown to have interests and passions outside of their central duties, for the most part, ponies aren't expected to fill roles that don't suit their personal skill set. That is, unless they're Pegasi. Rainbow Dash does suggest throughout the episode that Fluttershy's participation isn't mandatory and that she won't be belittled for performing poorly, but it seems odd that it would even be expected for all of the Pegasi in town to collaborate on something that may not be related to many of their skill sets. Back in Winter Wrap-Up, which was a Ponyville tradition, Fluttershy was allowed to stay on the ground and fill a role suited to her, but in the Cloudsdale tradition, she's expected to be a participant regardless of her skill. This aspect of Pegasus culture can likely be traced back to their roots as a militaristic society. As seen in Hearth-Swarming Eve, Pegasi appear to be a warrior culture, not unlike the Spartans, who ridiculed their Athenian neighbors for their more diverse skill set. The Wonderbolts themselves are still run in an incredibly militaristic fashion, and it's implied that all Pegasi have to attend flight school in Cloudsdale regardless of whether or not flight is relevant to their talents. Because the Pegasus culture is so strongly tied to flight, Fluttershy seems to exhibit something akin to species dysphoria, even expressing at times how she'd rather not be a Pegasus and would rather be a tree. The social stigma attached to a lack of flight capability is powerful and has scarred her for her entire life. It's hardly surprising that she doesn't want to participate in an activity which she'd never even be considered for if not for the fact that she happens to have wings and has to be guilted into participating in. And that covers all of my analytical points for this episode. I really liked the message that everyone's contribution counts because it's an important thing that a lot of my generation doesn't seem to understand, i.e. voters, and I enjoyed things like the Rocky montage and all the cool background characters that this episode introduced. If you want to see some truly legit analysis related to this episode, check out this PowerPoint video wherein someone breaks down the mathematical formula for determining wing power. It's pretty intense. Stay tuned to my channel for more Season 2 videos on the way. Putting Your Hoof Down is yet another very straightforward episode, but damn if it isn't incredibly well written. The pacing feels tight and to the point, most of the dialogue is memorable, and it's a great episode concept all around. Iron Will is a pitch-perfect parody of motivational speakers with a hint of Macho Man Randy Savage added into the mix, but the best supporting roles in this episode come from Pinkie Pie and Rarity, who manage to be distinct from one another while fulfilling similar roles. They both serve a purpose in this episode, unlike so many episodes that shoehorn in extra cast members for no reason. I've heard that this is one which some people strongly dislike, but I can't really imagine why. The storyline actually hit pretty close to home for me because Fluttershy's progression resembled my little brother in his teen years. Growing up, my brother was a total pushover who would do whatever my older cousin and I told him to, and without understanding what we were doing, we contributed in turning him into an anxiety-driven kid who was always stressed out. In his teen years, my brother made a complete flip from passive to aggressive, even getting really jacked in the process. It helped him in some ways to learn to stand up to me and others, and helped me to realize how I had affected him in his childhood, but for a while he was so senselessly aggressive and untrusting of me that it became hard for us to do things together. I confronted him with this, and over time he gradually calmed down and became healthily assertive. Putting Your Hoof Down handles its presentation of concepts in perfect sequence. We see how Fluttershy's passiveness is negatively affecting her, and then Rarity and Pinkie Pie show us healthier forms of assertiveness, albeit Rarity's is somewhat passive-aggressive. What makes Rarity's technique work is that she's making ponies feel good about themselves so that they'll feel like doing something in return, not unlike how she deals with generosity in Rarity Takes Manhattan. Pinkie's method is more defensive, reacting to ponies who are trying to pull one over on her by pulling one over on them in return. In neither case, however, are their actions harmful. Iron Will's training is a case of two different things that seem to produce the same results on the surface. His aggressiveness seems to work for getting what you want, but it doesn't ensure symbiotic coexistence the way Rarity and Pinkie Pie's assertiveness do. Fluttershy doesn't know the difference between these things until the end, when she realizes that she's been hurting ponies, but also that she can protect herself without doing so. I enjoyed seeing an episode that presented ponies more as your average jerk-offs as a fresh aside from the usual idyllic society, and I'm sure Brony Curious would have a field day talking about how the one episode where ponies are dicks to one another is also the one that presents a capitalist economy in Ponyville. It's a great episode all around, so I don't know what the haters are on about.